we should be live. I think we're live. Not seeing anything. Okay, we are live. Hello to anybody out there. I don't think anybody's out there. But we are, we're going to watch some Lawtube. Rather, we're going to watch some Lawtube, watch some law. The final day of testimony in the Amber Heard trial. Presumably, there are only 9 hours available for each side. Johnny Depp, of course, has 8 hours? No, 7 hours. So there's only 8 hours left. Johnny Depp with 7 and Amber Heard with 1 hour and 16 minutes to cross-examine the Depp's rebuttal and I guess put on their own rebuttal. Not a great plan. But I guess we'll see.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh my god. I love you rackets, but this trailer thing's annoying. How do I skip this?
Final day, day 23 of testimony in the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. And this is going to be a pretty interesting day. We get to see how each of these teams will close out the finality of their cases on the same day before we move into closing arguments, which will happen on Friday, the 27th of May. And so, what do we have left? Well, first, let's talk about times. Johnny Depp's team has 7 hours and some change left. Amber Heard's team only has a little bit over an hour remaining. So we have a pretty big time disparity. But Johnny Depp's team announced yesterday that they really only have one witness left to call, and that witness presumably is the flight attendant who would be the flight attendant on that Russia flight, I'm guessing. The one that Johnny Depp allegedly gave drugs to, grabbed the arm of, and threatened. And we will see if there is refuting testimony for that story. And these...
Which is a very, very, very safe bet.
Show over and over again how she is effectively lied and manipulated through this entire trial. And that is important because this trial is about the truth. Defamation is ultimately about the truth. So that's what they're trying to get at here. After that, Johnny Depp's team will rest and Amber Heard's team will get a rebuttal. Normally, they do not get a rebuttal as a defendant, but since they have a counterclaim, they get to bring a rebuttal and they have the opportunity to call witnesses. Now, a reminder that they only have an hour of time left, and assuming the judge enforces that amount of time, they won't have much time to call many people. And compound that with it being a rebuttal that is limited or supposed to be limited to the scope of Amber Heard's counterclaim only. There's a bunch of stuff in the trial that was dealt with that will not be able to be brought up in this rebuttal. They're really only limited to what happened that Adam Waldman wrote statements about. So we will see how that turns out. We'll see who they call. I'm going to guess they're going to call Amber Heard to get the last word in. But I think that would
be a massive mistake.
So hopefully they do it. We'll see what happens. In any case, I will be live streaming it and at 7:45 a.m. Central Time here on the channel. Come check it out. Hang out with me. And then for Friday,
hang out with me.
for the closing
Hanging out with
arguments,
Nick
I will be
and Emily
24-hour
and Legal
live stream
Bites.
of the closing arguments and jury watch. Pay attention to
And even Joe.
details about that. I will see you soon. Peace. Peace.
Who will be first? Who will be first? Bites is already late. As is good old Joe. Nick, of course, scheduled it a bit later. And Emily scheduled it as late as possible. This could end up being a very short day. But I don't think so. Let's watch some testimony from yesterday.
Discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know I'd received. So I had no interest in testifying. It was, I had reached out simply to maybe try to help with the timeline of things, or help with the case in any way.
Oh, there we go. Joe is first.
That's not good. No, I gotta switch it up. I gotta switch it up. I think you guys probably don't get to watch. I don't know if do you guys get to watch my night show? I don't know if you do. Let's do this in the background. My daytime. There you go. There you go. All right. I need to grab my coffee. I gotta play best of.
We will leave Joe muted in the background there, which is probably the best place for him. It's great trying to get my chat tool working. There we go. So now I can do fancy stuff like this. And of course, if you don't want to watch me, that's fine. That's fine. I will not be offended. Links for the individual YouTubers Lawtubers are in the description. But grifter's got a grift. See what Jazz got to say.
A New York reference to Mike and the Mad Dog, which is not quite as old as Good Morning Vietnam, but close there too. I keep trying to find this share screen. I'm so tired. I'm trying to find my share screen. I think you'll like this. This is good stuff. This is observations from inside the court. Observations from inside the Depp trial. You're gonna like this. I'm gonna be playing this. I'll be back before 9. I gotta go get myself my coffee, and you'll like this. Don't tell anyone who shows up that this is not me. Let them all think it's me. Let
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
I could've-
Yeah, we are not. We're not doing that, Joe. I am surprised. I'm genuinely surprised that Bites is late. I think she's in the Mid-East, so this is obviously an odd time for her, but I think it'd be middle of the day. But I know Rakita's in Minnesota, so of course he has to get up at 7:30. And I'm of course in the fake nation of Australia, where it is currently 10:42 p.m. Yeah, we are. Well, we'll be listening to one at a time, but we'll be watching all of them. And we'll hop between. Just a reminder to, do the usual. I figure I am watching this anyway. I toggle through these streams anyway. So why not watch it with you beautiful people? And try and surmount that seemingly insurmountable 4,000 hour of watch time requirement that YouTube has. Holy shit. Let's have a look at the numbers. 5,000 waiting for Nick, 10,000 waiting for Emily, and 9,000 waiting for Bites. And 833 watching a recording of Joe while he goes and gets his coffee. Which, look, fair enough, man. That's better than being late and gay. I do respect Joe's hustle. I don't watch Joe all the time, but yeah, you got to respect the man's hustle. Bites is live.
say a few things. I know that there has been a lot of chatter out there on the interwebs. That's the only reason why I'm going to address something first before we actually go live, is because we've gotten a lot of comments from some folks about some stuff that's going on. I just want to say that when it comes to our trial streams, we have a lot of fun. We share memes. We sometimes, make impressions. We sing songs and all that kind of stuff. But do not be fooled. Like we have a lot of fun. We don't take ourselves seriously, but we do take the process of the judicial system, the court system, very, very seriously. And we take court rules also very, very seriously. So I
This is
wanted
random.
to make a statement about that. When we are sending folks into the courtroom, we have a hope, an expectation, a hope that folks are going to be following the rules of the courtroom. Because they don't. And then word gets out that they are connected to.
Looks like maybe
live stream, certain folks,
DUI
certain
guy might be
communities.
persona non
That can reflect
grata
very poorly on the
for
entire
legal
community,
bites.
and especially if
So there
that
you go,
does
Ro.
not
He might be
reflect,
heading somewhere else, or we might not
the
see him at
standard
all.
we want to be showing. That is problematic. So there are certain rules of conduct within the courtroom, and there are reasons for those rules, and we take those rules very seriously. The reason being that, first off, this stuff is open to the public. It's open to the public, and with that comes a responsibility from the public not to try to, or to try not to impact the outcome of the case. And so with that, there are rules of conduct, like I said. Certain things that can happen that can impact the jury, which can impact the outcome, and that can come back to haunt everyone that is connected to that conduct. So I don't know if you guys want to add anything, Rob, if you want to add anything as a local litigator that works out of the courtroom.
I mean, to people that are here and people that are watching, I've been practicing law for more than 10 years, and I've been trying cases in this courthouse for more than 10 years. And I have been very proud at how this proceeding has been run. It's been incredible. It's been orchestrated wonderfully. And it was a big risk for the judge to allow media access in a case of this profile into the courtroom. And she did that on certain conditions. I mean, she issued an order that's available on the website that says spectators are to maintain proper decorum. They're not to give reaction. They're not to say anything. I mean, she basically has a rule in place that if you pull your cell phone out in that courtroom, you're getting booted. I almost said yeeted, and that made me uncomfortable for a second.
Checks out.
Yeah. So it was a big risk for the judge to do that. And with that risk comes a great reward. And that reward is that we get this opportunity. Me, a 10-year practitioner, gets this opportunity to explain what would otherwise be a remarkably complicated issue and complicated legal proceedings in a way that you guys can digest it. I mean, that's not something that we get all the time. There are things that lawyers refer to as
Switch over to
trials of
Nick's
the
audio.
century. These are things.
Oh, Jesus, your intro's all like,
Hey,
wow,
what's
Nick.
up, guys? Welcome to Law-splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. What is up? How are you doing? It is the last day of testimony in Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard today, presumably. I mean, I guess there's some crazy circumstance which that could change, but it is presumably the last day.
I don't understand. Do Lawtubers not own watches?
Oh boy.
Everybody is late.
And it already
And yet here I am
starts. I already
waiting
chat.
10 minutes before this shit
not
starts.
having the DUI guy on also because there's some drama elsewhere. No, of course I don't care what other people's drama is or really about anything. DUI guy will be fully welcome to pop on the show.
Wait, so
There's,
what? Bites banned DUI guy?
link.
Seriously?
He can come on at any time if he wants
Is
to.
that right?
you know, not a big deal to me. Nick, you look so tighted. I think you mean tired.
Absolutely.
Your typing looks tired. Take that.
Absolutely correct. Better to be early than be
me.
late.
Saying I look tired. I am tired, of course. I had a late night show last night. That's what I do. I normally do a late show, and you know, it was a fun show. It was good, and all shows are late. Oh my gosh. But that's how it goes. Anyway, about late shows and everything. I have to let me make this clear right away. I'll probably have to announce this a couple times
So
tonight.
Emily banned. Wow.
I will not be doing a night show tonight.
DUI guy
I
banned.
will
That's
not be doing
ridiculous.
a night show tonight because the 24
I don't understand it. Is she afraid she's going to get in trouble?
It's
Like,
tomorrow.
Christ.
24 hours of
Like,
well,
what
really,
did DUI guy even
Johnny
do?
Depp coverage, and then we will be doing a jury watch
Is it gone?
for all of
The static?
rest of Friday. I'm not quite sure 100% where everything's going to line up. I have to see what Judge Ascarati says maybe about the jury with closing arguments. But
Bites is
I will be
okay,
on
but her
for
merch is
24
terrible.
hours. I'll be inviting all sorts of guests on.
Like, how long can you
Probably
grift
start
off?
well
Havoc.
before this, you know, maybe like 5 a.m. or something, and then going till 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. something around those lines. But you know, people will be free to pop in and out on the show as we, you know, guests and stuff as we wait for the jury to come back. It's a big risk for me. It's a big risk for me because we don't actually know when they'll come back. They
Sorry,
could
I'll
not
turn on the
come
gain a bit.
back at all on Friday, right? Like they could come back Saturday. They could come back Sunday. They may be able to come back sometime next week. We won't know, but I will be. I will be doing that. So
It's actually the server rack, like just
we'll
next to
figure
me.
that out.
I can't turn it off.
Where the hell is the trying to get
My filter's gone.
link here?
I had noise gate turned on, but how about that? Is that better? Is that gone?
I think this is the one that I was using yesterday. That was good and clean. No watermarking. Will I play games in the 24-hour stream? I'm not sure yet.
All right, cool. I turned on the noise gate, so that should only be there while I'm talking.
Do you know of how long a deliberation is the average for defamation? No, and this isn't average.
No lie, my other microphone would be
Nothing
unusable.
about this is average. Nothing about this is something that is predictable. Okay, let me start sending out links.
Send me a link, Nick.
Let me start sending out links. Sorry, getting all this set up. Can I go to my here? Get me to my DMs. Oh my goodness.
No link for me.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Regular cast for today. I think we've developed a nice little sort of standard cast for the show. This trial. We don't have you don't want too many people on. I should say. I don't want too many people on because it gets tough to manage. Here we go. Okay.
Have a look at this.
speculate. You're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
God damn it, Twitter. Seriously? It's an 11-second video.
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
No.
Though you may. You're welcome to
seriously.
speculate. I could say the same.
So their issue
by
with
taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
their issue with DUI guy is his facial expressions.
Did to testify on Amber Heard's team. She is expected to be where they use their hour on rebuttal, which is what I suggested would probably happen simply because she'll want to get the last word.
Sweet
And none of their
Jesus,
other witnesses
does Kurt
were
even
in
have
person.
like a facial scrub or
So I'm
something?
not really sure what they would be doing on there. So I mean, I think calling Amber Heard for them is a disaster. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning, folks. Good morning, Nick.
How you doing?
Good morning, Bronca.
Well, it's one of those days, you know, I'm 2 hours in, I'm already behind the curve, but we'll see.
How the hell are you 2 hours in? You're an hour behind me.
Yeah. Oh, I start at 5 my time, so.
What's wrong with you?
Well, I sleep at night, unless some of us, so I can actually get up at 5.
Well, okay. So you're up at 5 your time, which is 6 my
6
time.
your time.
Yeah. So
If this goes the
tomorrow
whole
I'm
day,
doing, the stupidest
I will
thing
have been up
I could
24 hours.
possibly do. I'm doing a 24-hour stream.
Minus the
Um,
2-hour nap.
And so the idea is to start before trial, right? Or start before the closing arguments, and then do basically jury watch after the closing arguments. So my plan is
Well, what
to
if the jury goes to bed?
well, you know, if they do, then it's just a show until the end of the day, and then I crash as hard as I can and pray to God I'm awake when they come back. Whatever
Yeah,
that
more
is.
sleeping than I do it
But,
again.
so my plan will be to invite lawyers only, I think, up until closing arguments are done for that stream, and then I'll invite other people.
And there we
to
go,
pop in
Emily's
and out as they want.
Lawtube is
to
here
talk about
officially.
whatever. I mean, Johnny Depp will be kind of the main.
Joe's
theme,
still
I
playing
think, a big
his
buzz
his
about it.
video.
But you know, I'll have other people popping in and out as able. But if you're going to be awake early and have time, I'll send you the link. But I think I'm going to start around 5 my time is the idea. So as you're able tomorrow, you know, you're
Okay.
welcome.
Yeah,
to come
send me
in.
the link and whatever guidance, because I'm not going to remember these times you just mentioned now. But
For
I'm
for
in
you,
town,
it'll.
so I'll be able to pop in and out. I can't do the 24 hours.
I
of
legitimately
drinking
can't
for
believe
young kids.
like
No,
legal
no.
bites.
No,
is
so when I've done one of these 24
for
hours,
want of a better
the
term,
idea is
cucked.
I invite like a whole bunch of people
As
and
to
all
not
throughout the
let
day,
DUI
people,
go on,
if they
just
have
because
time and
he had a
want to,
like
they
a
pop
reaction in the
you know, for
courtroom.
an hour, 30 minutes.
She's acting like a news director.
Longer, whatever they want.
Oh, don't
and,
become part of the
kind
story.
fill in,
How dare you?
Just to make sure that there's someone on making sure I'm not dead. But but yeah, I was just saying, since if you'll be up and available early, I'll be probably starting earlier, but you're welcome to come in whenever
yeah.
you want.
All right,
So,
I appreciate
look,
it.
I think
Yeah, I was
out of
reminded, this
out of
past
all of them,
weekend,
out of all of Lawtube, I think
I've been-
Bites is the one most
you may
likely
know,
to
I've
side with
been
Amber.
Losing weight the last few months, so not drinking much at all. It turns
they're
out
basic
drinking
white
is a
chicks.
vice that requires practice. You can't simply
don't tell
not
her.
drink much for 3 or 4 months and then go back to the old pattern at your neighbor's party. Man, I took a beating.
Oh man, that's how it goes. If you have not been drinking and you're like, oh no, I can do this. No, you actually can't. You need
There's
to
a price to pay.
What are the
Right.
numbers at? So Nick's at 24,000.
All right, let's see. I'm
Emily
waiting.
D.
to
Baker is
see
at
if Sky News
55,000.
is live.
Bites is at 33,000.
We've got the.
And I'm at 1. Let's go.
You're
Let's
live
go,
on the
Ryu.
bird.
Good morning. How are you? Good morning.
Is her hair getting worse?
I'm confused. Did the
Man,
audience
it's-
get confused?
It does weird stuff.
They know that's Amber
I don't
Heard, right?
know.
All right. Do we have any preliminary matters?
Well, here we go. We're in.
Okay, sure. If you want to come forward.
Do I think Depp's team can call Amber Heard back on the stand? They can. They're not gonna.
Nah, no way.
Because Amber's team's gonna call Amber back on the stand.
Yeah.
You get Ethan Ralph on for your man on the street opinion from Portugal. Well, he's on the street, laying on the street after getting pummeled into it like an idiot.
Yeah. Look,
For those in the comments,
Goody's weird,
I've
but
lost just over 20 pounds.
I understand now.
That includes a week and a half at Disney, where I actually gained 6 pounds. Had to lose that all over again.
You know, I was gonna say, you do.
Speaking of
you look
Ralph,
good,
I have.
man. You
I've
can- you can
made sure to
genuinely
incorporate
tell
him into my clips.
personally like that.
Bitch!
Who's that fat dude? That's me.
Well, see, the interesting thing is when I look at like a an older video, I go, "Holy
Yep, that's
crap,
right.
she's a
7 hours for
skinny
depth,
guy.
1 hour for
God, I gotta
Amber
hit
Heard,
the gym."
like and change for both. I think
I've put on.
they're going to burn through. They're going to burn through that hour
since starting this
before
YouTube
lunch.
game.
They have to.
But yeah, it's well, you could
Did
tell
book, I did book my trailer, by the way, at the trailer park.
Oh
for
God,
next
that's
month. So I'll
gonna
be there.
hilarious.
I'll send a photo. Probably everyone will have forgotten about it in 3 weeks from now, but
I did notice yesterday Amber Heard was
send a photo.
spending a great
Make
deal
sure
of
you do a
time
live stream from there.
pulling faces, which I
I'll
just thought
try.
was
They
like,
caution
oh,
when
man.
you register for the room that the Wi-Fi is not great. So we'll see.
I think Law and
Maybe
Crime
he'll
does
be
a
there.
split.
Maybe he'll go back.
Does a split camera where they have one on her and one on Johnny sometimes.
Mr. Bronco.
Oh, look at me! I'm just having fun with my friends. Oh, my lawyer, I love so much.
Okay,
Who's so
this
good?
is,
Such a
this is
good
the final
attorney.
Day of testimony. Depp's team has about 7 hours and some change. Amber's team has 1 hour and some change. But Depp's team allegedly just has the one witness, the flight attendant. That doesn't.
They
mean
are
they're
not spending
limited.
8
They
hours,
could call
7 hours on her.
They could recall.
I mean,
John or
maybe.
an expert if they wanted to, I suppose. But I don't know that that's going to happen. Amber's team is expected and announced to be calling Amber Heard back as their final hour of testimony.
Right. 116 I noted yesterday is what they have left, and then 708 for the Depp team.
Yeah.
I feel like
Uh,
that's a great way. It seemed like a
commenting, I
stupid
think
way to
Red
manage
Blue
it at
popped in.
first.
Amber,
But
being called
now,
back to the stand seems like a terrible idea.
this
but
deep
I can't
in?
think of who else they could call.
Okay.
I look at it and I think,
The
wait,
big-
this
the
is a
only other
really
thing
good
would be
idea.
to
She runs a
rehab
really
one of
good
their
courtroom.
experts, and that doesn't seem like the best.
If they brought back the crazy dude, that would be awesome.
Yeah, well, but all their experts,
Like, if this clock here
they could. The best
was like
person
a
they had
timer
was
for these guys,
Catherine
holy
Arnold,
shit.
and she was
That'd be
terrible.
great.
You know, like Richard Marks kind of just kneecapped her entire
Look,
testimony.
I think they have
By the
to.
way, when
They
I
have
was at
to.
Disney
They have
last
to
month,
use
folks,
some
they still have
to
the,
cross Depp's witness
Captain
because
Jack
they have to do something.
animatronic in the Pirates. of
Especially, they
Caribbean
don't know what she's going to say.
Yeah,
They got rid of the wenches display, but they still have Captain Jack.
we got rid of the winches.
I know. It's the only reason I was on that stupid boat.
I mean, you got to teach kids early about wenches. One of my kids, when we were there last, really just a
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
think-
All right. Have your seat. All right. Your next
was it during
witness,
COVID?
We call Dr. Richard Gilbert, Your Honor.
Dr.
Oh,
Gilbert.
Dr. Richard Gilbert.
Okay, Dr. Gilbert is the
I'm gonna
witness.
Strut right up.
Yeah. One of my kids really liked that Pirates ride. Pamela B says, "Good morning. I'm so happy I found your commentary. I bounced between you and Emily Baker. Thank you for all you do. Also, I'm crushing on Law and Lumber. Justice for Johnny. Big fan of Dr. Muffins."
Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Is
Good morning.
this an MD?
Would you please state your name for the record?
Richard Stephen Gilbert.
And what is your occupation?
I am an orthopedic surgeon and I have a subspecialty training in surgery of the hand and upper
Oh,
extremity.
it's
Here
another
we
hand
go.
doctor.
Dr. Gilbert, where do you work currently?
I currently work in New York and Long Island at Northwell Health.
And you mentioned you have a specialty. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your specialty is?
So after medical school, I trained
no
in
love for
orthopedic
bites.
surgery, and I did an orthopedic surgery.
Given her reaction, that's probably.
And for a year thereafter, I did a hand and upper extremity surgery resident fellowship. And so my practice for the past 22 years.
I hope she doesn't strike me.
Surgery of the hand, wrist, and elbow.
And I think you may have gotten ahead of me there, but how long have you been practicing?
22 years.
Okay. What percentage of your practice over the past 22 years has involved surgery?
Approximately 1/3 of my practice.
Okay. And other than that 1/3 that involves surgery, what does the rest of your practice entail?
The rest of my practice entails some academic work, but mostly seeing patients in the office, seeing them either pre or post-operatively. A large portion of hand surgeons.
That tie is great with that suit.
Non-operatively.
He likes those wide collars
In
too.
terms of the surgeries that you do, can you describe for us the types of surgeries that you will perform?
That's what it looks like when you're ready to spend
Again,
10 grand on
I
a
limit my
bespoke
practice to hand, wrist, and elbow. I would say approximately 75% or so of my practice is limited to the hand itself. And this really varies from anything from conditions like carpal tunnel syndrome to tendinitis to injuries such as amputations, fractures, sharp lacerations, etc.
Over the course of your 22 years of practice, how many surgeries would you estimate you've performed?
I perform about 300 to 400 surgeries a year, so a rough estimate would be approximately
more than one a day.
One a day.
10,000, maybe a little less.
Oh yeah, Bronco's right. More than one a day.
That's
unless he doesn't have
Currently
weakness.
licensed.
In New York.
And how long have you been licensed?
New York.
I have been licensed in New York since 1994, so that would be 28 years.
And do you have any certifications?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those?
I am board certified by the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, and I have a certificate of added qualifications in surgery of the hand from the American Society for Surgery of the Hand.
Oh, that'll answer Elaine's question about, are you board certified?
They should have done the math on total surgeries.
And can you
25
describe
years
for us
times
what current
300, 400 a year.
I am currently an assistant professor of orthopedic surgery at Northwell Health. And
Only an assistant.
President-elect of the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
100,000 hand surgeries.
In what professional organizations are you a member?
I'm a member of multiple orthopedic organizations, including the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, the American Association of
10,000.
Orthopedic Surgery.
Well, this is a good question. What are the
American Society
the odds
for
the
Surgery of
judge
the
gives
Hand,
Amber
as well
Heard
as
pity time?
New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
Have you published any articles in your field?
Granted, I went to law school for a reason.
Lawyer math.
Have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Can you ballpark for us how many times?
You are correct.
Maybe that's why lawyers
Certainly
bill
less
so
than
much.
10 over the past 22 years.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Gilbert as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, specialized.
Of course, if they claim the 100,000, the other side is lawyers too. They won't know.
12 million surgeries.
Dr. Gilbert, what work were you asked to do in connection with this case?
So I was asked to review medical records, radiographs, pictures.
Yeah, I can't see it being
testimonies and depositions related to Mr.
like she's not going to be an ogre about it. Like she's going to give a little bit of time.
To your understanding, what is Mr. Depp's explanation of how his finger was injured?
He describes that he was in Australia and his right hand was over the side of a bar when a vodka bottle was thrown at his hand, injuring his right middle finger. And he describes that the vodka bottle exploded.
Are you aware of other explanations for that injury?
There have been multiple other explanations, but I think the one that was brought out was by Ms. Heard, who believed that Mr. Depp was holding a landline at the anger was punching it against the wall.
Of all the ridiculous, retarded excuses you could come up with, the spin a line of bullshit, you go with, oh, he was smashing a phone and against the wall, and it was an old Bakelite phone, you know, and it must have exploded.
Well, the nature of the injury was...
And literally crushed his finger.
We describe as a comminuted fracture of the distal phalanx, meaning there was a fracture of the tip of the finger, and comminuted meaning that there were multiple pieces. So this is some type of blunt force with a high mechanism of injury. He also sustained loss of the tissue along what's called the ulnar side of the finger towards the little finger. And this appeared, based upon my review of the pictures, to be some type of sharp laceration because it represented a clean edges of the wound.
Can you take a look at
Oh, absolutely. It's
60
it's definitely a cut.
and pull up to go to page 3? And Dr. Gilbert, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
So these are 2 radiographs, x-rays of Mr. Depp's finger, his middle finger.
Okay. Sorry, just to stop you, but Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury as a demonstrative?
Any objection? All right. We'll
yes,
identify
this
it as
is
60.
Jersey's in law and
Expert
crime.
witness still. He's here to rebut the other expert.
And Dr.
Effectively.
Gilbert, sorry to cut
You know
you
what that
off there.
means.
Can you just tell the jury what we're looking at here in
So
this
we're looking
X-ray?
at 2 x-rays of Mr. Depp's right middle finger
It has
after
to be
the
done.
injury. And towards the tip of the finger, there's
That
a
will
fracture. Again, what I described as a comminuted fracture.
There we go, that's
There are
better.
multiple pieces at the tip. There's also a transverse component to the fracture closer to the joint.
Yeah, that got crushed.
In your
Oh,
view,
God, that
what
looks
types
fucking
of
painful.
mechanisms can cause this sort of injury?
So this is a mechanism of injury that has
Yeah,
high
exactly.
velocity
That's
or
a
force, generally a
huge
crush
chunk
type
out of it.
injury. A simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is seen in these x-rays.
Nor with a knife cut.
And we're using the term comminuted fracture. Can we just
Yeah, no,
define that quickly?
Bronco's right.
So
Nobody's
again,
mentioned
comminuted, it's not
how they tried to pretend he cut his own fucking finger.
medical term for a fracture.
We all just forgot about that. The whole, he said he cut the tip of his finger off.
Velocity fracture or
In
injury
your
goes
opinion,
right
could
to what
this
Johnny
injury
said his
have been
Australian doctor
sustained in the
said.
manner Mr. Depp described?
I do believe so.
And how might that work? How might a thrown vodka bottle produce an injury like this?
So vodka bottle, which is a hard object, would have crushed the tip of the finger, resulting in the comminuted fracture. And in addition, as the vodka bottle broke, the glass would have lacerated the finger, resulting in the soft tissue loss that was also seen with this injury.
What's your assessment of the description of the cause of the injury offered by Ms. Heard?
I think that's highly unlikely.
And why is that?
Because in general, when an injury is caused by punching against a wall or a hard object, it is extremely rare to see an injury to the tips of the fingers, which is
because they'll bend.
Injury. Generally, you're holding something with a fist, and that in general leads to injuries most commonly of the knuckles here, or fractures of the metacarpals. We call these boxer fractures. Second most common after those would be injuries to these, but as you can see, if you're holding something and hitting against something, it is very unlikely that the tips of the fingers will be injured. In addition, just taking into account the radiographs and the pictures of the injury, I would not believe that solely a blunt force against a wall would result in the soft tissue loss.
The lag will clear up, guys. For whatever reason, there's lag.
What
I
other
think it's on
injuries, if any, would
Streamlabs
you
or
expect to
StreamYard
see,
side.
on Mr. Depp's hand.
I
if
thought
the
it was
injury
Max
occurred?
Headroom testifying there.
So if that were the cause of the injury, you would certainly, that would be a dorsally directed. So this is the dorsal in the back of the hand. as opposed to the palmar side. So if you're
There it
punching
is, the
against
palmar
something,
side.
you would certainly expect an injury to the nail bed, and those are always seen in those type of injuries. If there is an injury to the tip of the finger, which again I said is rare, so you would see either a loss of the nail or blood underneath the nail called a subungual hematoma.
In your review of the medical records, did you see any sign of anything like that?
None
My
whatsoever.
home security cameras are better than this.
In your view, is the injury? Can you explain to us exactly why you think the
Nick
injury
has the worst tech.
is consistent with Mr. Depp's description?
Well, again,
Yes, it's
his
all my fault.
hand-
I did
he
it.
describes his hand being held over a marble bar, which is a firm, something firm, unyielding, and the bottle hit against the finger. So basically the finger was crushed, resulting in, again, what I described as a comminuted fracture. And as Mr. Depp described, the bottle exploded. So it's certainly reasonable that the glass that exploded as well led to the soft tissue loss along the ulnar aspect of his finger.
Now, did you observe the testimony of Dr. Richard Moore?
Yes, I did.
And he testified about Mr. Depp's finger injury as well.
Correct.
Did you agree?
Joe's
with
ignoring
Dr. Moore's
super chats. Oh, well.
Certain parts of the testimony I did, yes, but not all of it.
Focusing on the parts that you, well, first of all, why don't you tell us what you agree on?
Well, I agreed in terms of his interpretation of the x-rays, saying that he had a comminuted fracture and this was some type of high force injury.
Okay. What did you disagree with?
Well, I disagreed with several things that he said. He first said that he does not believe that the mechanism of injury could be, as described by Mr. Depp, holding the hand on the side of a marble bar, because he said it was all a palmar injury, and there was a palmar component to the injury. I'm talking about the soft tissue loss, but there was also a dorsal, meaning the back of the finger. So the soft tissue loss was actually, if you looked at the pictures, which were
I don't know if this moves the bar more than the pun. Mind the
testified,
pun.
the injury goes like this. So it's an angle.
Like, surely the jury realizes
and
that
there's no way that
it happened
anybody
exactly
can
how
determine
Johnny
whether or
said it
not
happened.
was a palmar directive force, meaning from the palm side, or dorsally directive force. But certainly either are plausible.
Like, if there were a destroyed phone in that room that Johnny did, and that's how he cut his finger,
Well, he also
there would be 30 photos of it because Amber takes photos of everything that helps her.
Well, he thought that this was a pinching or what he described as an avulsion type injury. And that's referring to the soft tissue loss. That's certainly possible, but if you look at the pictures that were shown when he testified, the laceration looked fairly clean. There were clean edges, it was not jagged. And generally when you have an avulsion or a pinch type injury, you see a very irregular border to
Watching
the
Nick
skin.
makes me glad I didn't sign up for Streamlabs and I just decided to do this through OBS.
Cleaner that would be lacerated by, let's just say, a piece of glass or a knife or whatever.
Guys,
And
shut up
that's
about the
more
lag for
consistent
a
with the
minute.
Pictures of Mr. Depp.
I know. Okay, just chill the fuck out.
We're using the term soft tissue
I'm letting the
loss, and just to make
audio
sure we're
play
on
here.
the same
Hold on.
page. Can you just tell very quickly what you're referring to there?
Right. So there were two components to this injury. One, the fracture of the bone, and two, he had loss of the soft
It's
tissue.
interesting seeing the
so the
choices
bone
that
exposed.
law and
So
crime
that
make to display
amputated part that was found
versus just the regular Sky News feed. And I think the Sky News feed
There's
is just a
some
clean feed. It's
Weird
whatever
lag
the
spike going on. I don't know if it's between
Now-
me and
whatever Court
StreamYard
TV is
or
providing.
StreamYard and
Moore
YouTube.
testified that this was
It'll clear up
an avulsion
at some point. I can't
and,
do
a
anything to
pinching
fix
injury,
it.
Right?
Correct.
Why do you believe it's more likely that it was a laceration?
Well, again, I in general,
Yeah,
pinch
that
type injury
was shonky
results
as
in
fuck. A
one
backup of
much
an
more
iTunes
damage to the
backup,
remaining tissue.
not the actual phone.
It was usually very irregular.
What did she do? Throw it at a homeless
borders are
person?
Jagged, and that's not what was depicted in the pictures.
Dr. Moore also testified that he thought a vodka bottle might not have sufficient force to cause the injury. Is that your understanding of his testimony?
Well, not his plastic bottles.
What's your response to that?
Oh, that's fancy. Joe's got like a marquee at the bottom.
A vodka bottle that was thrown from a distance against a hand that was resting on a marble bar is more than sufficient force to result in this fracture and soft tissue loss.
Now, in looking at the medical records and the pictures of Mr. Depp's hand, what was the condition of his nail?
There was no injury to the nail.
And other than what you've already told us, how does that factor into your analysis, if at all? The fact that there was no injury to the nail?
Well, it makes it highly unlikely that the mechanism of injury described by Ms. Heard resulted in this injury, because you really would always see an injury to the nail and or nail bed.
Do you have any opinion regarding the direction of the injury?
Well, it's certainly based upon the soft tissue loss. It's an angled injury, or what we call medically an oblique injury, because the soft tissue loss is at an angle. He lost some of the tissue on the back of the finger as well as the palm side, primarily along the palm side. But other than that, you can't make any assumptions. Unless you saw a videotape of this injury, nobody could tell you definitively what the direction of the injury was.
Except the victim.
Dr. Moore also commented on the absence
Guys,
of
it's not the fucking
fragments
feed
of
that's
broken
lagging.
glass
It's not
in
lagging for
Mr.
me.
Depp's
It's between me and StreamYard or
Do you remember
StreamYard and
that?
YouTube.
Yes, I do.
And
There's
how
not
does
a
the
refresh
absence of
that will
glass
fix it.
fragments
Chill the fuck out. It'll
factor
clear
into
up
your
when it clears up.
analysis?
It really doesn't. I've seen hundreds, if not probably at least 500 or more glass injuries. And I would say probably the majority, you don't see glass in these injuries. It is much more common to see glass embedded in the wounds when you're talking about very fine glass. So if
When someone walks
say,
across broken glass.
Yeah.
something of that nature,
Gets
where you get
dragged
little
through
tiny
it.
shards. But in general, when you have thick glass, such as you see in a bottle or a pane of glass, you generally don't see, because they break into bigger pieces, and you generally don't see the glass. But you certainly can, but it's not surprising that you don't.
Can you definitively state how this injury occurred?
No, nobody can definitively state.
No, of course not.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
You're not certified in glass making, are you, Doctor?
$1,000 an hour for your work on this case, correct?
Correct.
How much?
And you
1,000.
agree, just to sum
$1,000 an
up,
hour.
how
Oh,
Mr.
that's
Moniz finished, you agree
Pretty
that
fair for expert witness.
finger injury
$1,000 an hour.
could have been caused by any number of things, right?
Yes.
And you're not offering an expert opinion on what you believe caused the finger injury, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware, you said a few times Miss Heard's account or Miss Heard's explanation, right? You remember saying that?
Yes.
You're actually aware that Amber has said she doesn't know how he lost his finger. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
So when you were just talking about Miss Heard's account or Miss Heard's explanation, you're aware she's never actually given an explanation.
No,
of
that's
how
not
she
true.
thinks he lost his finger, correct?
No.
You're aware that Miss Heard testified, and this was from your deposition. You're aware that she testified she doesn't know how he got his fingertip chopped off. You're aware of that, right?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, I'm not. I reviewed the records, and in one of the testimonies depositions that I reviewed, it was described that that potentially it was lost when he was punching against the wall with a phone.
And on that, the last point there, I think we agree. Miss Heard's testified in this trial and previously that she saw him smash a phone to smithereens, a wall phone. You'd agree with that, correct?
Correct.
But she doesn't know if that was what caused him to lose his finger. You agree with that?
Smithereens. You don't hear that every day.
Agree. I cannot speak for her, but yes.
Highfalutin terminology there.
There,
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I fixed the lag. I fixed it by mentally jerking off my ISP and doing nothing else. It's the internet, guys. Sometimes things just slow down for a minute, and then
Dr. Gilbert,
don't.
You gave a deposition in this case on March 17th, correct?
Correct.
You were under oath in that deposition. You swore to tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could turn to page 61, please. You see there are four pages per page of paper. It's on page 16 of the document.
She's not a real actress. She writes with her right hand.
Okay, and line 9.
My wife constantly tells me
you're
that
asked
real
a
actors
question, and then Amber's
write with their
response
left
to
hand.
that question, that's the line 9. Can you read that, please? Answer, I do not know. I did not see his finger go off. Question, and Dr. Gilbert, are you aware that Amber did not see Mr. Depp's finger go off? Answer, I mean, I'm aware that, well, I am from reading this. I'm aware of the mechanism that she claimed would cause the finger injury. Question.
Rottenborn has spent half this trial reading. How is he having trouble reading?
Know how the finger injury happened. Answer, so far from what I'm reading here, yes. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And
It's
you've
almost
heard no
incomprehensible.
testimony in this trial from Ms. Heard that the finger injury was definitively caused by the phone, so that she doesn't know, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that the fingernail was uninjured. You said that, right?
Correct.
And the nail bed was uninjured.
Correct.
Correct. But the area under the fingernail, in the pulp of the finger, that's where the injury took place, right?
It was not isolated to the pulp, no.
But it didn't injure the fingernail. That's my question.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And under Mr. Depp's alleged theory, Amber threw a vodka bottle at him from 10 feet away or so, right?
Correct.
And you testified you have no way to determine the angle that the bottle was coming from.
Correct.
Right? But she threw
No,
it.
like, why didn't Heard get a goddamn physicist?
There's no allegation. You've never read anything that she somehow underhanded it so it came up to his finger, right?
Correct.
And there's no way to tell, as you testified, what exact direction it came from, right?
Correct.
I mean,
And
there's a
the
pretty
glass
good idea.
exploded.
Of
You've already testified there was no glass in the wound, right?
Correct.
You haven't read any record of that in any medical records, correct?
Correct.
Have
You
these
also haven't
people
read anything
seen
about there being cuts
how
in the rest of
bottles,
his hand,
like how
right?
big,
There was no glass
heavy
found
bottles
anywhere
smash?
on the rest of his hand.
They break into large
No
shards.
bruising or injury on any other part of his hand
They
other than
don't
the
shatter into a billion pieces. It's not a.
And somehow, under Mr. Depp's theory, that bottle hit the bar and his fingers, but didn't damage the fingernail while it amputated the area under the nail. Correct?
Correct.
And your explanation
That's
of
not that wild, in all
is that
honesty.
you believe
I have exactly the same injury.
his hand must have moved.
This is
at some
triggering
point
me.
during the force of the injury. Isn't that correct?
No, I said it could have, but I did not say that it did.
No, you believe that it did, don't you?
I said that it likely did, but I was not there and I don't have videotape of the injury, so I can't determine that definitively.
Okay. Well,
Stunt
let's
glass.
turn to page 25 of your deposition, please, on page 7.
It would be consistent with the evidence.
Right.
He obviously wasn't personally present.
Sorry,
Page 25 and 26. So it's page 7 of the document.
Okay.
Sorry if I was unclear on that.
No problem. I'm there.
Okay. Line 18, question. And to be clear, by quote, sitting in that position, you mean hand down, palmer side down. Answer, that's what he claimed. I mean, according to the history, yes. Question, and would it matter if Mr. Depp's hand was palmer side down? Answer, not really, because it really, and I discussed this, it really just depends upon the angle at which the injury occurred. And as well, you can't determine if his hand had moved at some point during the force of the injury, which I believe it probably did, which I didn't get into in my note here.
I really feel like they're
Question, and why do you believe that?
They're
Have you read
wasting their
anything
time with
in
this.
any of the materials to suggest that?
Both sides.
Answer,
This
no.
moves nothing.
Just that if it completely hit on the back of the finger, then he would have had a nail bed injury, which he did not. Did I read that right?
I just marched like 2 or 3 more of these guys in
that it completely hit
and watch
on
these
the
guys
back.
burn the rest of their time.
Never read
It's
any.
much more likely to hit the
Mr. Depp's
side.
hand moved.
Yeah.
his hand moving is the only way that you can fit your testimony into what Mr. Depp wants you to testify to about how the injury occurred, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, that's what you testified to, that if his hand
No,
hadn't moved, that there would be a
I
nail.
don't think they're going to give them 2 hours.
That is
pity
incorrect.
time. I think it might be
In fact, Dr. Gilbert,
if they run out, okay, they get 3 or 4 questions and that's it.
somehow suffered an injury.
I don't think it's going to be, oh, here, have some pity time.
One bit, but injured underneath the nail. And that explanation is that it didn't happen how Mr. Depp says it did. Correct?
I think they should have a shot clock.
Nor can you.
No further questions.
All right, correct.
You guys brought the lag back. What are you doing?
To redirect.
Dr. Gilbert, just very briefly, the absence of other cuts on Mr. Depp's
Need more
hand,
internet lube.
how do you factor that into your analysis?
You certainly can see an isolated finger injury with any type of injury, and I would say any other host of mechanism of injuries, you'd more likely see other. So again, if you're, I'm just using this as an example, if you're punching against a wall, you would more likely see multiple injuries to multiple fingers. It really just depends upon how the bottle or how the mechanism of the injury impacted the hand at that point in time.
Ms. Heard's counsel made a point of emphasizing that there were no bruises or other injuries on the hand, right?
Correct.
And how does that fact affect your analysis, if at all?
Well, it doesn't discount anything, but it certainly makes other potential causes of injury more unlikely, meaning punching against a wall or getting the hand slammed in a door or something like that.
Accordion
And
door.
your discussion of Ms. Heard's explanation of the alternative cause of the injury, was that based on anything other than Ms. Heard's statements?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Doctor, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you.
Oh, thank God.
You can just leave it there. That's
That
fine.
did not move the needle at all.
Do we have the flight
All right.
attendant?
Your next witness.
Plaintiff rests.
Really?
Your Honor.
All right.
Where's the
Plaintiff
flight
rebuttal
attendant?
case. All right.
Okay,
Defendant counter plaintiff rebuttal case.
that's it.
Well, that
Okay.
finger injury has bothered me from
Okay.
the beginning. I have the same injury on my toe from a motorcycle accident. My steel-toed boot collapsed in on the third toe of
Always
my
a risk.
right foot.
So what's that? They've
And
used
it
probably
clipped the side of the foot and
half an hour.
the pad of the toe, and not a single other toe was injured. It is a perfectly possible scenario because I feel that thing every
Holy
damn
shit!
day
If they
of
put Heard up on the stand, they're gonna get.
So wait,
They're
you're
gonna have
saying
an
when you got
hour,
injured on one toe, that
maybe,
all of the other toes weren't
on
also
direct.
injured at the same time.
my-
And
Exactly.
Depp's gonna have
And there's
6
no,
hours at least
the nail is
on
perfect.
cross.
Lopped off about a third of
Ah.
the toe on the meaty part, and that's it.
Man, guys, again, with the lag, it's
Oh,
not
Jesus, people,
the
stop bitching
stream
about the
because
lag.
It's very smooth for me, so it's between me and StreamYard on the upload, or
Let's see what Emily's talking about.
where jurors aren't just people off the street who are coming out of their lives, who are not trained. You have different rules of evidence where more stuff comes in because reliability can be determined. I think a recording in the aftermath is highly reliable, but it depends on how it was obtained, and it has been kept out of this trial. I'm sure someone tried to get it in, but it has been kept out, and the judge has not said why. How much time does each side have left? Well, before that exercise in cross-examination, we were at 7 hours for Depp and an hour and 15 minutes for Heard. So they're trying to figure out what they're going to do. I liked the last answer. I cannot make that assumption, nor can you. Yeah, it was the right level of holding the line without being flippant or rude. Rottenborn's style of cross-examination is rude.
Yes.
I do not like it.
He comes off as very unpleasant. Back to Nikki. Oh,
LawSelfDefense.com/free book, folks, for your free copy of the Law Self-Defense Principles.
look at me. Look at me.
Book. Check out the
I am the
review
host
on
now.
Amazon.
Visit me and like and subscribe. Oh, never mind.
I leave and you immediately grift? Immediately? You
Got
don't
the
even wait
autograph
till my
set to
corpse
on.
is cold?
Not at all. It's no fun if it's cold.
Auto grift set to auto. Full
You know,
auto.
for now, the lag indicator is gone. So hopefully that fixed it. We'll see. We'll see. But
I will take
that
this
happens,
opportunity
guys,
to
and
run
the
to the
audio's
bathroom.
fine. I'm not
I'll
going to
be
do
right
that in
back.
the middle of testimony. Because it'll take away the audio. It'll take away the stream. So I don't want to do that.
Are you liable if your middle finger accidentally goes off? That was weird testimony. Talking about
If
the
your
finger
middle-
going off.
Yeah,
They
it's
said twice. In
all of their theory is so weird. Like, well, there must be glass in the other fingers. It's like, why? Like, just because glass explodes doesn't mean you're going to have laceration injuries everywhere else. The key component is either the pinching, crushing injury, or the possibility that a chunk of glass also lacerated the soft tissue. But it doesn't mean that glass will automatically lacerate everything else, or that slivers of glass would necessarily be in there. So, I mean, broken bottles break pretty like they're thick shards.
It's the movie thing, you know, where a window breaks or a glass breaks and it just fragments into a gajillion razor sharp objects. Anybody that's broken a bottle or a glass, it breaks in like 4 or 5 big freaking chunks.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of little pieces that you'll have around there, but it's not like every piece is going to cut you. I mean, any piece could cut you. Any piece with a sufficiently sort of jagged break with a nice sharp component to it could cut you, but it doesn't automatically mean that you're definitely going to have glass embedded in your entire body.
Well, and you always step on the little tiny sliver of broken glass that you didn't remember or didn't get up with a vacuum 5 months later.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Ackert?
Julian Acker.
Julian Acker.
Julian Acker.
I have no idea. Let me try this. Let me create a banner.
Let's see.
What are you going to put?
I think it's an entertainment attorney, maybe.
Hey, look at that.
Hey.
Good morning. Morning. Can you please state your name? Julian Ackert.
Eckert. Oh,
And can
fucking
you
hell.
please describe
Hold
your
on.
educational
Let me change it.
background following high school?
Eckert.
I have
Okay.
a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science.
Never mind.
Sounds like it.
I need
What
to
is
learn
your
all these
profession?
neat tricks.
I am a computer forensics investigator.
Where are you employed?
I work for a company called iDiscovery Solutions, or IDS.
And what is your title?
Irritable bowels. IDS.
Yep.
God damn it.
What
So
services
close.
does IDS perform?
IDS provides consulting, expert testimony, forensic analysis.
Guy's voice
data
is very
analysis,
gravelly.
Electronic data review and production services, all to the business and legal community.
What, if any, of those services performed by IDS have you performed?
I perform all of those services.
How many years of experience do you have in computer forensics investigation?
I've worked in the industry for 20
The
years.
lag's back. I love it.
Can you please describe that experience to the jury?
I have experience creating and implementing data preservation.
Well, I'm the
and collection
64 baud
strategies,
modem generation, so
doing
hey,
data
this doesn't
collections
bother
and
me at all.
extracting data from collections, as well as analysis and metadata analysis of the evidence that I extract.
You mentioned collecting data from forensic collections. What material are you forensically imaging?
This would be any type of material that stores digital evidence: an iPhone, an iPad, a tablet, a laptop, a cloud account, your Gmail account, anything that has digital evidence.
Have you published in your areas of expertise?
Yes, I've published on data preservation and collection and analysis strategies.
Have you ever given any trainings or presentations to other individuals in the e-discovery
Look,
area?
this group,
Trainings and
the group on Bytes channel looks so bored.
continuous learning education.
You're not board
What,
certified,
if
are
any,
you?
Like so bored.
I have a GIAC GCFE, that's the GIAC Certified Forensic Examiner certification.
And what were the requirements of obtaining that?
Certifications are
To
bullshit.
obtain that certification, you need a minimum number of hours in the field, as well
Now
as
Nick's doing this bloody marquee thing.
a certain percentage of passing.
Do you belong to any
I say
professional
51.
I do. I'm a member of a conference called the Sedona Conference. It's a conference that is
At least color match it with his background.
legal professionals, judges, and technologists, and we discuss the intersection of law and technology issues in the legal community.
Have you previously served as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And when did you first serve as an expert witness?
I believe that would have been around 2009 was the first time I served.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness in the field of computer forensics?
Yes, I have. I've been qualified probably a half dozen to a dozen times in both federal and state court, including this court right here.
And has a court ever declined to qualify you as an expert witness?
No, they have not.
Your Honor, I offer Julian Acker as an expert in the field of computer forensics.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so moved. Could you just spell your last name for me, Mr. Acker?
Ackert, A-C.
Ooh, they've got Denison there.
Thank you so much, sir.
Denison's going to tear this guy
Mr.
apart.
Acker, what is forensic imaging?
Forensic imaging is the process of capturing the data on a digital device in a forensically sound manner.
And how is a forensic copy created?
Using specialized software that's available to forensic investigators, we're able to collect.
Doesn't want them to overtalk the video. What do you mean, man?
Like a phone or a laptop.
What type of information does a forensic image collect?
It's meant to really collect everything on the device. So for example, on a laptop, it's going to collect your documents, your emails, your photographs, your documents like Excel spreadsheets, PDF files, any applications that you ran, the history of what you've opened or looked at on the laptop, as well as all of the metadata for these different types of electronically stored information files.
And does any other information accompany that information that's collected?
Typically with a forensic image, you're also going to get log files. Log files are files that help you validate the forensic image and verify that it was a forensically sound data collection.
And how do log files enable you to do that?
Log files list information within the files. Sometimes they're even embedded within the images themselves, but they provide verification information that allows you to authenticate the image and the data on the image.
What is the purpose of creating a forensic image of devices or data?
In order to extract and analyze data forensically for the courts, you need to create a forensic image of the data first and gather the data from the forensic image.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this guy is
Improve the
relevant to
law
sound
crime
at
coverage.
this point.
Data are collected in
But
that
we'll see.
image extraction.
It's going to be any type of data that comes from the image, whether you're extracting photographs or documents.
Well, they're trying to trying to bandage the damage from Depp's expert yesterday, right? Who said basically all these photos are garbage.
I recall Mr. Neumeister mentioning the term hashing yesterday.
I do.
What is that?
Hashing is essentially a digital fingerprint of a file. It's an evaluation of the binary ones and zeros, or how the file is stored on a hard drive, and it examines the ones and zeros in a manner that gives every file a digital fingerprint, essentially, and identifies the uniqueness of the file.
I trust the other guy over this
And
guy's vocal
what, if
fry.
any, applicability does hashing have to the visual appearance of data?
Hashing has nothing to do with the visual appearance.
We have to admit, this is the most likable witness that Heard has put on the entire time.
Where I haven't visually changed the Word document.
I would definitely let this guy decorate my house.
Indicating that I printed it would be different, and therefore that Word document would not hash to the
What?
version that I used before printing.
He seems like he'd be
Can you
very
give any
competent.
examples of
He
visual
dresses well, so I'm
photographs
sure he'd decorate well.
visually
too.
appear the same?
Well groomed.
I believe Mr. Neumeister included 3 of those in his demonstratives yesterday, 3 side-by-side photographs that looked visually the same but did not hash. It made sense that they wouldn't hash. Each of them had different file sizes. And a file size can change for a photograph depending on—
Does file size matter?
So for example, maybe you want to take that photograph and email it to somebody. And
Not the size of the file.
you choose to use a
format.
Can't make butter with a toothpick.
or a different size
Just
of
say
the photograph when you email. When you send that email with that photograph, you've changed the hash value because you've changed the ones and zeros because you've changed the size of the photograph.
God damn it, Andrew! I can't listen to it without laughing now.
What, if anything, do you recall from Mr. Neumeister's
What if
testimony
anything?
regarding
Glad I'm not
photos?
playing that drinking game.
Mr. Neumeister was concerned about a particular metadata field, EXIF metadata, which there's 2 types of metadata for files. There's the embedded metadata, which is what we're discussing here, the EXIF metadata, and external metadata. Mr. Neumeister was concerned with embedded metadata within the file.
She's trying to ingratiate herself or look interested. If she sat there and looked disinterested, she might get
What is photos?
some of the same shit that Johnny Depp was getting.
This guy seems outside the scope of rebuttal.
Into the Apple.
I don't see how he's related to her counterclaim at all. These
This
photos
is the
were about Johnny's
application that
claim.
launches by default when you're on an Apple computer and use Photos.
What are the capabilities of Photos 3.0?
There's multiple capabilities for it. You can, for example, create an album with it and put multiple photos within an album. You can organize or sort your photos by date and time taken or place. You can also use that to edit photos.
You mentioned metadata.
You can also edit
earlier.
photos.
What is that?
Metadata is information about a file. For example, with a document, it could be when was the document created or last saved, or who saved it, who was the author of the document. For photographs, metadata includes information that you've seen on demonstratives before, including when was the image taken, what kind of phone took the image, what software was originally used for that image. Any type of information inside the photograph, the EXIF data that you've heard.
This is definitely one of their more personable
Form any opinions
witnesses.
in response to Mr. Neumeister's
Experts,
testimony regarding Photos 3.0 appearing in a software EXIF metadata field?
Yes, I did.
And what are those?
My opinion is that for each of the photos that he identified, for all but one in his demonstrative, I actually found the equivalent original photo that did not have photos in the EXIF metadata. In other words, those are the photos that he was
Where's Jonah Hill examining it?
the iOS or the phone software version on those photos.
How do you know it is an original version of the photograph?
This is a little bit dependent on the Apple ecosystem. Amber uses Apple devices, and those devices, by definition of how Apple works, synchronize your information from device to device. So, for example, if you take a photo on your phone, you see that same photo on your tablet or your iPad or your iCloud account or even your MacBook. And that's all because of user experience. Apple wants you to be able to see and visually have the same experience on all your
Objection
devices.
calls for speculation.
So
Apple
the
wants
photo
to
that was
sell
originally
products.
taken traverses or gets synchronized to other devices by design.
Lies.
And that synchronization process does not affect the metadata that we're talking about here, which is the embedded metadata.
When you say that a version of iOS software was listed in the software EXIF metadata field, what does that mean?
That means that the photo was not saved using the Photos application.
And what, if any, data sets did you use to come to that conclusion?
I used all of the data sets that I collected or were collected for Amber, including mobile devices, tablets, laptops, etc.
Michelle, can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1671?
It's a fabulous witness.
Do you recognize this chart, Mr. Eckert?
I do.
What is it? Without yet saying what the contents, just generally, what is it?
This is a chart I created as part of my report.
Your Honor, permission to publish Defendant 671 is a demonstrative.
It'll be in rainbow colors.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. It'll be published as a demonstrative.
Mr. Acker, can you please describe in more detail what the information in this chart is? And Michelle, if you could just stay at the top for a quick second. A little further up.
I think this guy is also for public because there's lots of accusations that Amber
Thank
Heard
you.
did not turn over
This chart
metadata.
represents for each of the items in Neumeister's report, which his demonstrative was based on, the page number of the item on his report and the items that I found on Ms. Heard's devices that did not indicate the software metadata field showing photos. Rather, they indicated that they were the original software metadata field of iOS.
And do you see the second column titled Neumeister Report Date Captured?
Yes, I do.
What does the information in that column mean?
This is the date time metadata of the particular photo on Neumeister's report. So for example, the first row, 23, the date time captured or the date captured is December 16th, 2015. The second row, 24, you see that the date time is May 21st, 2016. Third row, May 21st, 2016. Fourth row, May 21st, 2016.
You just scroll to the next page, please, Michelle. Please
Is
continue.
that hard to fit to screen, lady? Jesus.
The top row of this page, the one that came from Neumeister's report, page 30, shows December 16th, 2016. And then finally, 32 shows March 23rd, 2013.
Do you see, can you scroll back to the top, please, Michelle? Do you see the, all the way to the top, I'm sorry, the right-hand column of this chart?
Yes, I do.
And where it says device ID and file name?
Yes.
Can you please explain what the information in that column means for each of the items identified from Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative?
So these are the evidence IDs, and evidence ID is the ID value I give to a particular piece of data that I collect, for example, a phone or a laptop, and the matching file name found on that evidence ID that indicated the original version of this same photograph that Neumeister identified that did not show
They're just burning their remaining time on this guy. Huh?
showed the iOS version.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what they're thinking.
And what do the little A's
I hope
followed
so.
by numbers back
said
up?
they would,
What does that
but-
mean?
Those are
Doesn't
evidence
look like
IDs.
it.
Anything with an A number is the evidence ID of an actual device collected. Anything that starts with a backup and follows by another number is an iTunes backup.
So what, if any, what?
I've been following this and I'm lost.
Column,
I don't see the point of this at all.
or iTunes backups.
Only the ones that start with the word backup. Even the ones that start with an A number are actually an iTunes or an iOS backup in iCloud. So your phone can actually be backed up to iCloud, and those are coming from an iOS.
Hell, you say.
iCloud. Everything else is coming from an actual physical device.
This guy sounds like
Can
the
you just
guy who
take
ran the
stop for a second,
newsroom in
Michelle, and
Independence
pull up
Day.
1675, please. Defendant 1675.
Oh, yeah, I know who Rackets is talking about.
Oh my God.
Oh
my God.
Oh my God, my.
And,
Oh my God.
do you
Oh my
recognize
God.
Mr. Eckert?
Yes, I do.
Without yet getting into the contents, can you please describe generally what it is?
Daniel. Daniel. Oh my God, Daniel.
I prepared.
What do we do? What do we do?
Permission to
Harvey
publish
Feinstein.
Defendant 1675 demonstrative, Your Honor.
Oh, I've got to check on my mother.
All right, 1675, we publish this demonstrative.
Who's that young buck in the
Can
second
you
row?
please
back
describe in
there?
more detail what the three columns you can see in this chart represent?
Sure, this starts to give some detail about the particular evidence.
Zoom in,
The first
motherfuckers.
A001
Jesus.
was an iPhone X of Amber's that was collected. A002 was an iPad of Amber's collected. A11, 12, and 13, slightly down, are three different laptops that were collected for Amber.
This woman has more
Do you
laptops
see the IDS
than Hunter Biden.
column?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the source type column
Yes, I do.
and the source details column?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe what those columns mean?
Generally, the ID
Yeah, it was a backup. Oh,
is the
great.
evidence number that
What we heard.
to a particular piece of evidence, and the type and details come from a description of that type of evidence based upon the collection.
She has the worst fucking attorneys.
Michelle, can you please
Worst.
do a side-by-side of 1675 and 1671?
Unless they, by some miracle, win.
Thank you. So, Mr. Acker, can you please describe the relationship between these two demonstrative exhibits?
Certainly. If you look at 1671, the one on
The
the left,
relationship is very
you can
loving.
see in the fourth column, the different evidence IDs where I identified the original versions of those same pictures that Mr. Neumeister had specifically identified and the sources of where they were identified. So if you look at the first one, for example, the picture Neumeister referenced on page 24, or I guess that's the second one, there are equivalent versions or original versions of those that do not show the software EXIF metadata field of photos. Rather, it shows
Oh,
the
Joe's new girlfriend's joined him.
on A001.
Fair and balanced.
Amber Heard's iPhone X. A002, which is Amber Heard's iPad Pro. Scrolling on down through there, you see it on A0011, which is Amber Heard's.
I got mad respect for
laptop.
Emily.
Same with
She's
A0012 and 13.
she kills it in
You
the
can
numbers.
see this again,
148,000
the next
watching.
row that's
Doing it
visible
by
at the very
herself.
top. Neumeister identified a photograph on page 30,
Your bikes is doing
taken on December 16th,
51,000.
2015, and he was concerned about the
Joe. Oh, Joe's about to crack 1,000.
data of that, showing the
EXIF data and the metadata
software
are
version
separate.
of photos. The original versions of those were found again on A001, that's her iPhone X, A002, her iPad, and it's not surprising to me that I found all these on all the devices, because that's how the Apple ecosystem works. It replicates your pictures or synchronizes your pictures across your devices when you take them.
These are the pictures I took of Mrs. Doubtfire.
You can take this down, Michelle. Do you recall Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding what he claims of EXIF metadata modification?
Yes, I do. This is a completely hypothetical scenario. Mr. Neumeister never.
Let's switch the audio.
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
The images that
This is getting
were
really laggy.
created
I don't
in
know
this
why.
case were included log files that allowed me to validate and verify the evidence collected. I validated and verified the log files of the evidence for which I found Mr. Neumeister's original photos that he had concerns about, specifically the ones that had iOS in the software metadata field. I validated that those came from devices that had log files that were validated by me. In other words, they came from original evidence files, and in most instances, they came from more than one file.
Mr. Acker, the opinions you have testified to today made to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty.
I'm more excited about Cross.
No further questions, Your Honor.
He didn't ask about anything other than
Cross-examination,
do
sir?
they have original log files, really?
Yeah, I don't
And then
think
Dr.
that.
Hughes is probably next.
Good morning,
Yikes.
sir.
Good morning.
Oh, this guy. The best.
You've worked with opposing counsel's law firm approximately 20 times before?
Give or take, yes.
Ooh.
For more than a dozen years?
Those 20 probably would have been spread out over more than a dozen years.
Okay. As you sit here today, you cannot testify that all of the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals, correct?
Now, I can testify to the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified with specificity.
Right, there were thousands of photographs
originals
provided that Mr. Neumeister didn't testify about, right?
I have no opinions on any photographs that the opposing expert has no opinions on.
My question to you, though, is,
It's an answer.
testify that all the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals.
As I sit here today, I cannot opine to photographs that have not been presented to me that are not authentic originals.
All right. You'll agree with me that in some instances, Ms. Heard produced multiple versions of the same photograph, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you just talked about it, right?
Yes.
That was funny. I agree.
And you'll agree with me that the XF data of some of the photos produced by Ms. Heard reflect the use of a photo editing application.
No.
No?
What?
No.
I'll agree that they show the use of the Photos application, which is a sorting and editing application.
Okay, so what you
also fair
were quibbling with is that it will both sort and edit.
That is correct.
Okay.
Can you determine which happened?
Are you prepared to swear under oath that each and every photograph provided by Ms. Heard and entered into evidence in this court is an authentic original?
Based on the metadata that I have reviewed of the specific photographs I have reviewed, I can confirm that those are authentic original photographs. For the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified, I identified photos that were.
This is how you can tell someone has had a lot of practice
Underlying authentic
under
originals
cross-examination.
where? And are those the ones in court? And how do you know if those are the ones in court?
Into evidence in this court.
Yes.
Are you testifying that those are each authentic originals?
I have no testimony or opinion on those because nobody's provided me opinion that they're not.
Okay. Mr. Gibson, will you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712?
How I want to know if he knows
713
that the things that are in
next to one
evidence
another.
are authentic
Your Honor,
originals.
these
And
have
I don't know
already
how
been
he's not
admitted,
going to know
and
that.
I ask that we publish it.
I am so
Okay,
confused.
if they're admitted, we can publish.
Yo, there's a lot of negatives happening. It was not
Can you see
not
this, sir?
the knot.
Yes, I can.
Of a knot. Because not.
You'll agree with me that the
Yeah, so that's the same photo with
visually they look different to me.
a change in filter.
All right. We can take
Yes.
that down.
The coloring, correct, sir? The coloring looks different. And the thing with Dennison is he has all the time in the world. No need to rush. Just keep asking questions because Team Herd.
As long as possible.
Back to Nikki.
Can you testify that both of these are individually original pictures? Obviously, no. One's obviously edited. They have the exact same creation date and time.
This has not been admitted, Your Honor, and I propose to use it as a demonstrative.
Any objection?
Not as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
All right. Be identified and published to the jury as a demonstrative.
Okay, yeah. So showing the metadata that says they're taken at exactly the same time.
Any objection to entering it into evidence?
I would object. It's cumulative, Your Honor. Actually, no.
Yeah, no kidding.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. All right. It's in evidence.
That's one of my favorite objections. It's just piling on our shit case.
Can you blow up the time, date, and file name?
Oh, it's like they had that ready to go.
That's interesting. Oops. Exactly the same file name.
Sir, you just agreed with me that those two photos are different photos, correct?
I agreed that they were visually different, yes.
Right. So they are two visually different photos that were created at the exact same hour, the exact same minute, the exact same second as each other, correct?
The exact same file name as each other.
That's what the datetime metadata shows, yes.
And the metadata shows something else too. They have the exact same file name, don't they, sir?
Yes, but that's not embedded metadata.
Right.
Oh, did she edit the file names?
You can't edit the file name in iOS.
Make that.
You don't have access to the file system. Not directly.
I think you would need to look at the software metadata field, which I haven't looked at. I don't recall if I looked at for this particular field.
Well,
I think that's what
images
Mr.
talked
Neumeister
about by the
said,
doctor.
that you need to look at the software metadata field.
They were different.
We have two photographs entered into evidence in this court that have the same identifying information, but in your view, look visually different, correct?
I don't agree that they have the same identifying information. I don't see a software metadata field here.
The identifying information includes the hour, minute, and second they were taken. This picture were taken.
I see that.
Are you going to try and like
No further
evade
questions.
that? Okay, there.
Your Honor, I object
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
because it's devastating to my case.
713A, so 7A and 71213A are now in evidence. Just keep.
Those will appear in closing.
Fucking hell.
All right.
Your Honor.
Redirect.
Mr. Acker, you just mentioned embedded metadata. What is that?
Embedded metadata is metadata
That's the
inside.
stuff I didn't look at.
I talked earlier about the date printed of a Word document. That's embedded into the file, and that traverses with the file wherever it goes.
And based on
Young
all
Mandy
of the photo
Patinkin goes
metadata
down in
you have
flames.
reviewed,
Again, you just
do you
put
have
it
any
right in
reason to
front of
question
him.
the forensic authenticity of any photos Mr. Neumeister testified to for which you were responding to?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yes.
Yeah, no
Based
kidding.
on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, based on the photos Mr. Neumeister testified to, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of those photos?
I do not.
Following your cross-examination, Mr. Acker,
We carefully made
those
sure you didn't have
photos-
that information.
They have not.
and is
Those
it still your
photos
testimony
were
that the opinions
testified
you
to by
testified
Mr.
to
Neumeister.
today are made with a reasonable degree of forensic
The
certainty?
jury saw them
Yes.
yesterday.
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right. Thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. All right.
I feel like that was worse for them.
Ooh,
I don't know what's happened. I
Tough
think
one up
Nick's
there.
behind now.
They may be calling Amber Heard with their remaining time. Again, I think it's a disaster of an idea, but
Well,
Then
from
shoot with
their
the arm around
perspective
me.
or our entertainment perspective?
from their perspective, our entertainment perspective, it'll be great. Yeah,
I
they're-
really
they're-
do like the voice and delivery of the white knight paladin lawyer that just comes in to destroy experts.
Yeah, he's great.
He has a
It's
great
very
voice.
memorable. for sure.
Fantastic.
Very
Yeah.
nice.
Dennison, I
baritone,
think
nice
his name is.
delivery.
When
if you
I
just
think-
heard him again in the future, you'd know it was that guy from the
Yeah.
Heard Depp trial.
I also think his kind of quavery style and his slow delivery makes
Very
the
disarming.
experts think that he's not smart. So I think it's very disarming to experts. That's the impression that I get personally.
I'd agree.
Yeah, it gives them a
I
false
also have
sense
a
of
low
security.
opinion of experts.
And then he takes them to pieces.
I was explaining this on a different stream. A lot of experts are good communicators, which is why they're expert witnesses. And so I
they get
think
paid
they get
$1,000
into
an
this
hour.
idea that that you become that part of your expertise is the ability to communicate effectively, quickly, and clearly. And so I notice a lot of people when we saw it with the one guy, right? Like the one doctor talking about Johnny Depp. Well, I was analyzing his processing speed. I'm like, he talks slower than you liked. That's all that was going on there. You weren't
and
analyzing.
people have to understand this. The whole expert, it's an industry based largely on vanity. So you have these people who would like the world to treat them like they were experts, and there are organizations out there that invite people to be added to their book
All
of
right, your next
experts.
witness.
Doesn't mean they're any good.
Your Honor, we would like to call Dr. Don Hughes to the stand
right,
again.
Oh
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he was in sync before, but
They're not going to bring Amber back.
yeah, I
They
think when
realize
the
how
audio
disastrous
screwed
that
up,
was.
it
But that's twice they have
slowed
leaked
down.
who they will call, and twice they have not called them. And both times it was Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. They want eyes on.
Oh, this woman!
Thank you,
Good
Dr.
God!
You're still under
Oh,
oath.
she wears a
Yes?
mask.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Of course.
Pink, yeah. But this is like Amber 2, so this is going to be equally as good, I think.
This is like
Sure,
Amber
I'm a
after
clinical and
she's hit the
forensic
wall,
psychologist. I am
slid all the way
board-certified in
down,
forensic psychology.
landed in a
I am
tree,
president
and hit every
elect
branch
of
on the way
trauma
down.
Division of the American Psychological
President-elect.
Association, and I evaluated Amber Heard.
So you're not
over
president
6
yet.
visits.
Over under on there, asking her about the Goldwater rule.
Why are you here today?
To offer rebuttal
To offer.
testimony to Shannon Curry's testimony of yesterday.
Now, Dr. Curry said you used improper methods. Would you agree with that?
No,
Of course not. Duh.
This is within the scope of the counterclaim because that's what the
as I
mental health stuff
testified
is.
to you all several weeks ago, I used a standard forensic procedure that is well established in our field. It is a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven procedure where you're looking at a variety of different details and
Yeah,
tests
good luck with
and
this.
external data to arrive at an opinion, and you're looking at the consistency across that data. There are 3 sort of sets of tests that we use as forensic psychologists. And I
Curry
think
wouldn't
that's
show
where
up with roots like that.
Dr. Curry seems confused. We have
Oh yeah, no way.
assessment instruments. Those are
Wouldn't show up
instruments
looking
that are
anything like that.
very
She was
clearly
terrible the
tied
first
to
time.
legal
She's
criteria.
not going to recover from this.
Those are most notably done in a criminal court for competency. If someone has
I should have clipped the "I'll never recover
very clear
financially"
measures that can
video.
track that legal criteria.
Damn it, missed
The
opportunity.
next level are forensically relevant instruments. And those instruments are not linked to a specific legal criteria, but they do have information that's germane
That on my
to
list.
that finding. And that can be an example of a risk assessment measure and a malingering measure. So the malingering measure that I utilized was the MFAST, and that was the only malingering measure in this case. The third category are clinical assessment instruments, and those are instruments that are validated and well-researched and used in the clinical realm as we understand people's symptomatology and diagnostic and functional capacities. Those are things like the MMPI, the PAI, the CAPS, the TSI, because they are clinically relevant and they still give us very valuable information to individuals who are involved in a court case. And the reason that we do that and we use these clinical measures is because the majority of the people that we see are in a clinical realm. They're not in a courtroom. So they're well-validated and well-researched methods. What we also do is use a very different types of tests within that category. We use some checklists, some face valid checklists. We use some tests that are those broadband personality inventories. We use structured clinical interviews. And then we look for the consistency across those data points. And when we use different types of tests, it gives us information about the individual, how they go about these tests in these different modalities.
Now, Dr. Curry seemed to suggest that Amber Heard tested the most extreme category in all of these different tests. Is that accurate?
Oh, no, she was.
Objection compound.
Overruled. That is not accurate. They were not on the checklist. I mean, people sometimes do. They go, all the time, this happens to me all the time, frequently. And that is not how she endorsed these tests. She endorsed them in a very moderate way, in a very nuanced way, describing her symptoms.
No one
that
on
I
earth
determined
believes
was,
Amber Heard did
accurate
anything in
and
a
reliable.
moderate, nuanced
Dr.
way.
Curry also suggested that Amber Heard was tested very, very high, 98 percentile, I think, on malingering and feigning. Could you speak to that?
98%.
I mean, she said a lot of things, so let's go through those tests. The first was the PAI, and that's that other broadband psychological
Objection
measure.
not.
She said a lot of things, that bitch.
Very responsive. Okay. Could you tell the jury
Sustained.
about the PAI test that Dr. Curry
Yes, so,
addressed?
yes, thank you. So that's the broadband measure that has
Amber's PTSD stepped on a bee.
that gives us indications about how the individual goes about the test. I told you last time that there was no evidence of malingering or exaggeration or feigning on that test. What Dr. Curry was talking about was this tendency to put your best foot forward to minimize fault on this PAI. That scale was right at the cusp. And then there were two other measures that we look at that to
Am I the
say,
only person hearing Charlie Brown's teacher throughout this entire testimony?
and it was not. What was relevant on this test was there were elevations on anxiety, on affective anxiety, meaning anxiety, tension, worry, on traumatic stress, on hyperactivity, and on affective instability. Those were the four scales that were elevated on this.
Honestly, I think she called her. I think she called them
In this test,
Objection.
rather than the other way around.
May we approach?
Please, let me.
Look past the fact that she's
I'll do it for free.
98% higher than any person that's ever taken this test.
And ever
on
faked
on the questions specifically designed to catch fakers.
Right.
No, that you see, that was not true. She answered very moderately and nuanced answers.
Yeah. Amber Heard's about as subtle as a rhinoceros up the backside.
I mean, the jury hearing that has to go, you're kidding. She hasn't said anything moderate or nuanced about this entire trial. Even if she's telling the truth, nothing is moderate or nuanced about it. I mean, there's no equivocation. There's no contemplation. Again, and if
Yep,
she's telling
absolutely.
the story is horrific.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Violated with a Maker's Mark bottle, having your feet and arms lacerated by this man choke slamming you into a bar, and then a ping pong table, and then the floor and the wall. It's like, what's moderate and nuanced about anything she said?
Dr. Curry, let's move to the TSI 2. Dr. Curry testified
She lost.
about. Did you agree with her testimony yesterday?
no,
Please
again,
describe why. Explain why.
what Dr. Curry went back to, which is this 98th percentile, which I told you in the manual.
I told you.
Manual.
I told you.
It says specifically that we do not use the percentile. range.
Told you.
PTSD because that flashback to my mother.
Damn it, jury. Believe me.
Know the psychometric properties of this test.
I just noticed Rackets has her down as psychologist / grifter.
That score, the one that's elevated, she's talking about that percentile rank, has a raw score. Amber's raw score is a 10. The cutoff score is a 15.
I must have missed that. Someone in Emily's
That level of
someone in Emily's chat said
symptoms where I can't.
Elaine called her Dr. Curry.
Secondly, there are three scales.
I don't know how
There's
Elaine.
about 20, a little more on the TSI. That
Elaine's a lawyer.
intrusive experiences. That's when thoughts and memories of the trauma come into your mind when you don't want them. Defensive avoidance.
Yes,
so
push back in on
behavioral
Amber so
ways
the
that we
beard
try to
fits,
push
so
out
I don't have to
All of
adjust
which
it.
can be easily fake, of
And then
course.
relational avoidance, a way of having difficulty.
Thank you, Laura Crime. Good work.
Personal relationships. Those are all trauma-based symptoms, and those were elevated on this test.
Thank you. Dr. Hughes, the MFAS, Dr. Curry addressed that as well and had criticisms for your interpretations. Do you agree with that?
No.
Please explain to the
So
jury.
the MFAST, as I told you last time, is a measure of malingering. It's the only measure of malingering that was done in this case. Dr. Curry did not independently administer.
The M fast. How about you try some intermittent fast?
Done to her evaluation.
100%. This is
Kept saying
this is
that the
Amber
MFAST
Heard
is not for malingered PTSD.
very soon.
That's wrong on a couple of levels.
Is Slim Fast
People
still a
who
thing
are
in the
known to
States?
malinger and feign
And agreed,
don't only
everybody loves
feign
Dr.
one
Mommy.
diagnosis. They sometimes talk about all different symptoms that they have, and they exaggerate and they make themselves seem much
Psychologist
worse than they
grifter. I
are.
just noticed
So
that.
when you're doing an evaluation, you're giving a malingering measure to get a sense of how this
I
person is
tried to just type
responding to this
psychologist. It
evaluation.
didn't work.
Now, what you do is you take those 3 tests that I talked to
It
you about,
autofilled.
the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAST, all with valid validity scales, you have greater
It'll
confidence.
never
in
cease
your
to
results.
amaze me how
And
soulless
that is
those
in the
eyes look.
literature, and that's literature that Dr. Curry cited in her report that bolsters the methodology that I used. That in the study that had the PAI, the MFAST, and the TSI in the title of detecting feigned from bona fide PTSD.
Damn.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry also talked about the danger assessment scale and suggested that you had inappropriately interpreted that. Do you agree?
That's also incorrect.
Please describe for the jury.
Which I told you last time, the danger assessment scale has
It feels like the jury's done something wrong, and this doctor is just. I told you last time.
exist whether we go forward
You're making me explain this again.
them right now, or if we look backward and we look retrospectively about what factors may have been present in a case that indicated severity. That instrument is used in what we call, there's called domestic fatality review boards. Those are boards after somebody has been killed, a homicide has occurred in a domestic situation. They look at these risk factors to see what was there and what could be done.
All right. Dr. Curry also criticized your administering of the CAPS-5. Do you agree with her criticisms?
I do not.
Will you please explain to the jury?
So the CAPS-5, as you all have heard multiple times, is a structured clinical interview in determining PTSD according to DSM-5 criteria. On this measure, Amber Heard scored in a moderate range. She did not over-exaggerate on this test. She could have said
Wait, she only had moderate PTSD?
mild, moderate.
Now she's the finger
Having
expert.
A maker's mark bottle
All of
inserted
hers
in her?
were either 2s or 1s or 0s, not above that. So she's scoring in the moderate range, which still has functional impairments. I mean, we don't want someone to be having moderate PTSD, but that's not an exaggerated profile or exaggerated response style of someone who's answering an instrument.
Right. And the last of these Dr. Curry referred to was the PCL-5. Do you agree with her criticisms of your administration?
I do not.
Of that.
No, so the PCL-5 is a checklist of symptoms of PTSD. It is, as she said, it is a face valid instrument. It seems it's very clear about how you can endorse this. But what the person has to do is say, how disturbed am I by these symptoms? And when you have face valid measures with these other measures that have the built-in sort of validity scales, you're sort of controlling for that response bias error. You're controlling for that individual to sort of over-exaggerate. But then what you do with that test, because this is, we're not just administering them like robots.
Yeah,
is you go and you.
I don't know what they're trying to do.
And that's what I did.
If they keep going with this,
she endorsed on that
trying to rehab this witness,
of 2021,
this-
and I did a clinical.
they
assessment
can't be planning to call Amber Heard. They can't.
They meet criteria.
They're leaving themselves too little time on direct to get anything done,
I do in my
and
office.
just leaving themselves open for
I'm sure you do it in your office all the
a
time.
protracted
Every time you have an expert
cross that will just,
Dr. Curry said you
be excruciating,
all of the time.
but entertaining as
I
fuck.
agree that I agree that I interpreted them, that she misinterpreted them.
Okay. And please explain.
Yes. So I said that before. My stance on.
Yes, this guy is correct. They shouldn't even cross this witness.
I believe wrong, and I think.
Objection, Your Honor.
Amber's like, why couldn't we have retained Curry?
She's the worst.
Another expert defense.
He really, like-
by Elaine. That's what we now know where they got the original transforming sound effect for Transformers. Just Elaine responding to objections.
Dr. Hughes, to quote the great Harvey Specter, don't raise your voice, improve your arguments.
Now, Dr. Hughes, Dr. Curry also testified that a victim of PTSD
Doctor?
That one too,
Lost
Elaine?
that one.
would be prone and unable to function.
Womp womp.
Do you agree with that?
Objection misstates the evidence.
She said they couldn't hike, they couldn't move, they couldn't function in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
No,
That's
that
not
is
what you
not
said.
correct. That is often actually a myth and misconception about individuals who were struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders. And I'm often called to answer that and speak to that.
You
People
said
who are
Amber's obviously very high level of functioning was inconsistent
strong,
with PTSD.
courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work and drop their kid off at school and go to the market, even
Become a
though
wine
they're
sommelier.
struggling with
Right.
these symptoms.
Third level, third degree, black
Walking
belt.
down with a 50-pound bag of flour.
Level 3 lime
just sort of trying to get
wine
through the
sommelier.
day, but
Pretty
sometimes that
dedicated to your
bus
craft.
today, and the trauma is going to start activating in their head, and then they're going to be having to think about it and have startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off again. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not, totally debilitated. If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80 on the CAPS. Ms. Heard had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Now, Dr.
Where?
Curry
Can't
also
tell the truth.
that it is not within the scope of a psychologist to
To me,
evaluate
moderate
domestic violence.
PTSD it would be different than
Of course I
functional
don't agree.
impairment. That
This
sounds
is
pretty
what I do for a
serious.
living day in, day out for 25 years. We are specifically trained to understand the profound impact that trauma has on people's lives. That's what we do in the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. We disseminate that knowledge. And domestic violence is one of those profound traumas.
She knows
Domestic
nothing about
violence is
dissemination.
part of state licensing boards that you can't get licensed in some states unless you take training on domestic violence. You can't renew your license unless you get training on domestic violence. So people who have, specialized training in this area, it is, beholden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And it's more important to assess for this sort of scientific understanding of what
Yeah, that's right. Everything Curry said is wrong. Everything I say is right. Believe me,
I'm
not
guessing
her.
divorced.
psychological violence, the surveillance, the economic, the emotional abuse, and the sexual.
I missed that. I missed
That
the
is not
Nova sip.
gratuitous. That is
Objection.
understanding.
Narrative.
All right.
Too busy trying to shill the stream.
Ooh, she got the lip curl in there.
Now, Dr. Curry suggested that
I can't
you
wait for Cross.
made a determination just based on personal
I
opinion.
can't wait for
and
Cross at
just
all.
on checklists and
We're gonna see
a
some
couple of
domestic
tests that
violence
you
on Cross.
misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
One of our more famous prime ministers said to an opposition leader that he was going to do him slowly.
A slew of
And I
documents.
feel like Cross is going to do that.
Importantly,
Define
therapy records
slew.
and interviews, collateral interviews with therapists, using all that data. That is what a solid forensic methodological exam looks like. And then I made my conclusions based on my clinical education, knowledge, and training to come up with a professional expert opinion.
And your incomplete
just
tests,
to
right?
remind, to make sure we're reminded here, you were qualified in this court, in this case, as an expert.
How many
in forensic
managers have you
psychology,
berated?
in specifically domestic violence and the
She was qualified in this proceeding like every other expert who testified in this proceeding.
How much more amazing would this coverage be if there was a clock, like a literal clock counting down
Your Honor mistakes the
how much time these people had?
If you want to ask the question again.
That would be fucking amazing TV.
I can't remember my own question.
you were qualified. I gotta find my note.
Yep.
You were qualified as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialty in domestic violence and in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you still hold the same opinions you did that you gave the jury earlier?
Yes, I do.
And do you still hold them within a reasonable degree of psychological probability and certainty?
Yes,
What
I
the
do.
fuck is a reasonable degree of psychological probability and certainty?
Quickly.
Your Honor, you
I
may
wonder
want to
if
have
they-
EMS standing by for this cross.
I wonder if they will have enough time to call Amber Heard. If so, I get to eat crow on my tweet, but I'll take it.
I can't see how they will.
I got a message. Please read. I'm 100% disabled combat veteran. I've taken these tests and was placed in psychiatric hold in 2018 to 2019. Amber scored higher than me. Yeah. I mean, the question is who the jury believes. And at this point,
Yes,
I would have a
Lawception.
hard time.
I'm waiting for Joe to stream Nick so that we can watch Joe
I just don't think she comes
streaming
across anywhere near as
Nick
credible as Dr. Curry.
while we, yeah.
I think Dr. Curry's analysis seemed more robust. But then maybe I'm biased. I mean, I am biased, but maybe I'm biased in this regard. So who knows?
You're mega biased.
I'm a mega pint of bias. Man, I hope they've been researching the hell out of it and we're just ready for that.
Thanks for downplaying the seriousness of PTSD, Dr.
for the
Hughes.
finish.
I'll tell my work
Morning,
that
Mr.
you
Dennis.
said I'm fine now. What a quack. That's
The
great.
last time you were here, I believed that you testified that you had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD before you gave the gold standard CAPS-5 test.
That's correct.
Right. And that diagnosis is actually reflected in the first of the disclosures you put forward in this case.
I believe the first disclosure was February 2021. And at that point, I had done 11 psychological tests. That's correct.
And your disclosure reads, Ms. Heard's responses on the PCL-5 support a DSM-5 diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with an etiology of intimate partner violence she experienced by a former partner. Remember writing that?
Is it just me, or does intimate partner violence just seem like a PC term for
Just
wife beating?
testified that you need to read the manual, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we
Manual
put up
says you can't make a
1311
diagnosis
as a
off this.
demonstrative?
So someone asked the difference between a demonstrative evidence and regular evidence. Demonstrative evidence isn't given to the jury. It's only for the purposes of court and explaining something live during testimony. So the
Any objection to
I don't know
1311?
what it is, Your Honor.
the jury will have to
It's the manual, Elaine.
the jury will have to remember any demonstrative evidence. It's a visual aid, but they're not going to have it back in their jury deliberation room. So it helps someone explain something who's on the stand, oftentimes an expert. So a chart or a graph, but these things aren't evidence in a trial much of the time. So, they're data that is, again, it's a visual representation of an opinion, but the opinion is what goes back to the jury, not the representation of the opinion, because they can be prejudicial.
Thank you.
Joshua Cornelius says, first, suckers, hashtag justice for Johnny, but you weren't first. You were second.
They're
Sorry.
getting the right one up.
Yeah, we got it. Let's use 1312.
1312. Okay. And that, any objection to that demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. 1312 can be published to the jury.
Yep, fed up confirmed.
Do you recognize?
Shut it down, boys.
National Center for
Shut it down.
What it is?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And they publish the PTSD checklist for DSM-5.
That's correct.
I'll blow your mind. Redskin, I'm wearing glasses as well.
And do you, are you familiar with the document that's on your screen?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the instruction manual to how to administer the PCL-5.
Like to
I'm gonna
move
read the
for
manual.
admission of 1312.
Holy shit, is she gonna completely...
Now it's not demonstrative.
All right, 1312.
Now it's actually evidence.
Can we go to the second page?
Yes. Very light and very gay.
The second paragraph.
Can we blow up the
On the
Capitol?
right.
The second paragraph?
That's the PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool. When considering a diagnosis, the clinician will still need to to use clinical interviewing skills and a recommended structured interview, e.g. the CAPS-5, to determine a diagnosis, correct? That's what the manual says.
Right, and this manual
Okay.
also says that this is a screening instrument, so when you do the clinical interviewing, you absolutely can determine diagnosis.
So the
after
answer-
some-
She did it backwards. She admitted before that she diagnosed her and then gave her the screening tool.
Let me finish my question.
Retarded.
PCL5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool, and they recommend using the CAPS-5 to determine a diagnosis, correct?
It does say that, yes.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you made your diagnosis before you did the CAPS-5.
I made my diagnosis.
He's going to
doing
undo all their
clinical
rehab.
11 other psychological tests that supported diagnosis of PTSD.
They wasted half an hour rehabbing this witness,
PTSD.
or attempting to.
You said that we should read the manual. Would you also agree with me that we need to read the directions on these tests?
Oh my God, look at these cucks. Can we remind the chat that name calling and making fun is not allowed here? I'm Gene JD, but I don't care for the petty comments in the chat.
1309 as a.
Can you pull up the rules?
God.
President-elect of my HOA.
Notice that when she attacked
What's going on there?
Dr. Curry's use of anything, they never pointed out like what she did wrong.
I'm just going to reload Nick's screen.
To
Pointed out like what she did wrong.
Yes, sir.
But when they go down, here's this guy has called out exactly
No,
what
that's him.
he's done wrong
That's,
and
definitely
referenced
Nick.
the directions on how to do it right.
Section 1309 is a demonstrative.
Not just here, but also in the previous testimony. It was the same
Yep,
thing.
there's the chat.
It says here to do it this way, and you didn't.
God damn it, Ricardo.
I didn't need to do it that way because I, as a clinician, blah, 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 blah. It's like, but you didn't do it this way. Like you just said you needed to follow the directions and you didn't follow the directions. So it's the,
She
oh
looks
my
so
God,
uncomfortable right now.
the audio choppy, I guess.
Sounds fine to me.
I think
9 and publish.
there's an option in live streaming where you can pick low latency. Like normal latency, low latency, or ultra low latency. I think Nick is stuck on normal, and that's like 20 to 60 seconds of
Yes,
lag
but I
between
didn't put
the
red
chat
lines
and,
on that.
and what you see.
Yes, I know.
So this, what do you recognize this as?
I recognize that we previously discussed this, and I told you that I oriented.
No, that's not the
her to a
question.
different time frame because she was already out of the relationship.
Okay, maybe we should back it up a little. This is the CTS-2 that you administered as part of this battery of tests that you indicate you did in relationship to your diagnosis.
Right. This is the conflict tactic scale too.
All right. And you'll agree with me that this test specifically asks, in front of every single question, how often did this happen in the past year?
Correct. And I
Right.
oriented
And
the
you
individual
know-
to not limit herself to the
correct.
last
Lady Rackets is probably
get
watching
an accurate
Netflix.
assessment of the violence and abuse that she experienced in the relationship.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right.
Who to
Just
strike
the last part of the answer.
her
I'll
entire
strike the last part of the
response?
answer. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, and you
Like everything
know
after
that
the
at
inhale.
time that you gave this test to Ms. Heard, she had been away from Mr. Depp for far longer than a year, correct?
Which is why I oriented her to a different
Yes or no,
time
ma'am?
frame in answering the questions.
Doctor, yes or no?
Of course.
Okay, you knew she was gone for more than a year.
Keep hitting her. She gets pissed really quick.
Yeah. Oh, that fucking
Push that
smirk,
button.
man.
Not that button, the other button.
Amber Heard's smirk is infuriating.
You talked about the danger assessment test.
That's correct.
All right.
The DAT.
Can we pull that up, please?
They have time to burn on her. Use it.
This
Yeah. Make her look like a fucking idiot.
plaintiff's 1310.
And this is not that Charlie Brown teacher stuff. This is not wah. This is direct, on point,
Okay.
understandable.
Publish to the jury.
And yeah, this was the difference between the two. He's pointing out where she did it wrong.
Dr. Hughes.
After getting her to say you have to read the
It's a blank
directions.
form, but this is the dangerous assessment test that you also gave to Ms. Hurd, correct?
I didn't give it to her. I filled it out based on the data that was provided to me.
The past year
Ask her the questions and then you
where
filled
you were abused by your partner or ex-partner.
It was somewhat collaborative.
Somewhat collaborative.
Can we
What's that mean?
blow up the second
Wait,
full
no,
paragraph?
go. Damn it, Wayne. This is where he annoys me. Like that question. What do you mean somewhat
Says,
collaborative? So you
using
didn't
the
actually
calendar,
give
please
her the
mark
test?
Approximate dates during the past year when you were abused by your partner or ex-partner. You didn't use any calendar, did you?
I did not use a calendar because she was already out of the relationship. As I said, these are static risk factors, so they don't change. So I
But these
orient her to the
exams-
time of the relationship.
Ma'am, it's fair to say that this examination
Ma'am.
you gave specifically indicates that that you were supposed to look over the past year. And
That's
not
one,
the language?
no, that's one administration. People use this instrument for if you're in an acute situation in a relationship, trying to get a better assessment of the current behaviors. We can use it retrospectively, like I just stated, and in homicides
Not in
and
the
looking back
instructions.
about what are the serious risk factors that were in this relationship.
I didn't ask you about anything other than, don't the instructions limit this test to the previous year?
You can give this test not only on the previous
Nope,
year,
asking you about the instructions.
but I'm telling you how the test is administered in clinical practice. and
That's not what I'm asking you.
Opposing counsel can come up and ask questions about it. I'm asking you about the instructions. And the instructions say, look over the past year.
Yeah, on this, yes, that says that.
And you had actual knowledge when you gave the test that Mr. Depp was gone way more than a year before this test.
That is correct.
Right. All right, let's look at more instructions. Can we look at 1247, which is already in evidence?
Yep, he's going to take his time. He's going to do her slow.
Dr. Hughes, you recognize this one too, right?
Yes,
All right, this is what everybody calls the CAPS 5.
correct.
All right, can we go to the first page?
Yes. Right, but only marginally.
Yeah, I really love the audio lag that you guys are hearing. I don't hear it.
Administration and scoring.
I don't hear it either.
Fucking stream you out.
Producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions.
Meanwhile, Joe over here,
Correct.
perfectly fine.
And you know you have to do this in a standardized way because it is the first instruction, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to the next page? One more.
God
Oh,
damn, is fair and balanced like super top heavy or what?
This is a page on scoring, and we talked about this last time.
Yes.
You score these tests by frequency and intensity.
Correct.
And
You guys can yell
remember
lag
that
at me all you want. It's not
in
going to
every
fucking
single
change.
instance
There's nothing
that
I
you
can
were asked to fill in
do.
the
I don't even
blank
see it.
about frequency.
Earlier, I could at least see
You
the
failed to do
indication.
so.
It's not
Correct.
there.
That's
So
not correct.
refresh or leave. I don't fucking care.
You
I can't change
any
something.
blank on this form with respect to frequency?
I filled in the frequency on the side of the caps where I am
He's got-
actually
It's got
scoring
that
the caps.
that special Jew
So
internet,
it's whether you filled in a single blank on this form.
aka fiber.
Is the answer to that yes or no?
I don't know what you mean, a single blank.
All right, let's page.
Also known as not living in the middle of fucking nowhere.
All right, we'll stay at this page for a second. This is the very first box you're asked to fill in.
Now he's going to say to everyone.
I think a fairly fundamental question, right? What happened?
All the time on this box.
We
Spend
talked
all
about
the
this
time on
before,
it.
Mr. Dennison. I had 88 pages of notes of what happened. It would have been redundant to put it there.
You know that you are obligated to produce this test in a way that other people can meaningfully review them. Yes?
The people in this case who are meaningfully reviewing them have my 88 pages of notes.
Right. But you
This
chose
is-
to put absolutely nothing in the box, the standardized box that said
Nobody wants to put anything in her box.
You don't have to put it in the box if you have it somewhere else. It's not
Because
a
this is not a standardized test?
Well, if it's not a research instrument that is used for research, if you're using it for a clinical diagnostic purpose, no, you don't. If you have that data elsewhere.
Okay, let's go another page or so.
He just needs to yell, "What's in the box?"
All right.
There's another clip I need.
do another one.
God damn it. Getting a full list here.
All right, let's look at item 4B4.
I'll remove the banner, see if that fixes it, since that my editor thinks
And I
that's
asked
it.
you whether you filled in the blank about frequency. And there's a blank in many of these items that asks number of times. You didn't fill a single one of them in, did you?
Right, because I filled them on the right side of the instrument where I am scoring it.
And that is the way that you believe that you followed the instructions of a standardized test.
Yes, correct.
Shout out to Ryan, the editor.
All right, redirect.
Very briefly.
He has to be briefly. You got 3 seconds.
Why is Joe what?
Static risk factor. What did you mean by that?
Static risk factors are risk factors that don't change. It's maybe if you smoke cigarettes, you may have a risk of lung cancer, right? That's a factor that doesn't change. You can look forward if someone's smoking, you can look past if someone's smoking. So these lethality risk
I hope it changes. That's why I quit 16 years ago.
in the last year or 5 years ago.
Quick, let's burn more time to rehab this witness we just rehabbed.
Trauma related to the interpersonal violence that we discussed. Why is it important to get a time frame in which the relationship was in existence?
Well, you want to see the amount of trauma that the person experienced.
StreamYards is
Longer
really the
that they're in a relationship, you have more successive trauma. And one of the things that we know from the research, more trauma is not better. So the more successive traumas that you have, the greater likelihood that somebody's going to have psychological consequences and symptomatology as a result.
Therefore, you need to get it within the relationship.
$177,000.
And so how does that relate to?
We're going to switch over to Emily's audio.
And without going into the specifics, can you just describe what was included in the 88 pages of notes?
In the 88 pages were many of the documented incidents of intimate.
Objection, Your Honor.
She's just describing it. That came up. He said you didn't fill those in the boxes. She said it was in my 88 pages. I'm just saying what.
Okay, is this accent better?
I'm not asking her to give each of the specific events. She can describe the summary.
Elaine, Judge A.
Can we come up?
Okay.
Oh, Judge A. That
May we approach, Your Honor?
doesn't generally do speaking objections. That is a speaking objection where Elaine's like, but this and this and this and this and this, Your Honor. And he's like, no. But it's appropriate to say what we're not going to do is reiterate this. It's let's get stop testifying, Elaine. Exactly. It's just the judge probably told her to move on,
between
and she did.
Clinical
Move on.
scoring and clinical evaluation and research evaluation with respect to the CAPS 5 and the other tests.
Action compound.
Sustained.
Well, now Dennison is showing some control.
Your Honor, when it's compounded, it's because it might be confusing to the jury.
No, Elaine.
Next question.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between clinical scoring and evaluation on a test and research?
Objection, Your Honor, compound.
Overruled.
Sure. So
Yeah, Lauren Cromer paying StreamYard to fuck with Nick.
are frequently used in research. And when they're used in research, that means the document stands alone. They don't have 88 pages.
Let's be real, it's probably someone in the Discord fucking with
The background of the trauma and what the person has
180
experienced.
now.
And why those boxes may be relevant in research is because, back in the day when I was a research assistant, I had to
Damn,
into the computer.
Nick's dropped like,
They would maybe learn some
wow,
of that
to
data
37,000
for
just
the
because of the lag.
research
That's
study.
ridiculous.
So that
Fucking
becomes
StreamYards,
very
man. It's
important in research.
literally costs him money.
No, Elaine did not mansplain to
Thank
the
you. Stay in the
judge.
courtroom or you're free to go. Okay?
Elaine
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go
explains.
ahead and take our afternoon recess.
What?
I mean, sorry.
They've got to have
I'll just
She
take a
Elaine
15-minute
explains.
recess.
max 20 minutes left.
in case
Something's
anybody
happening.
in- Don't do any outside research, okay?
What's happening? All right, I hope they'll put it on the record.
What's his motions?
Huh. I'm curious. I think we might have a scheduling issue. Let's see what the judge has to say. Actually, I'm going to go bigger to the court, and then we'll do. If they run out of time before they are finished,
Quick, someone super chat Nick and tell him to use OBS.
normal break. If they run out of time before they are finished, the judge has said she will cut them off in the middle of a sentence. That's what she said. It's Elaine tries to reset. I don't mind the reset. Sometimes it's very hard to do it in real time. I glitch resetting sometimes in real time. It's hard. But the arguing back to the judge is what very much puts me off. It's like, but Your Honor, it's only compound if it's this. The judge already said sustained, Elaine.
Yeah, that's it. You shut the fuck up then.
sus-
See if Nick's audio's back.
We'll see. I don't know. I can't tell if that's coming from my end. Here, wait. Does this fix it? Does this fix the audio popping? I mean, I know you guys can't hear it.
No.
So we'll have to see what
Yeah.
happens. Yes, I know we just lost a bunch of viewers. There's literally nothing I can do to just automatically fix something that I don't cause. I know you guys think like that streamers are playing with settings. Trust me, we really don't. Because it's fucking annoying.
There's not much you can fucking play with.
Stuff like this happens. So
Like once you hit start stream, YouTube's locked.
it's fine now. Okay, that's the StreamYard issue that I've been dealing with the entire trial. That when I share a screen, the audio gets wonky. Again,
No,
I'm going
that's
to try restarting.
something
I'll
else.
be back in a few minutes. The stream will stay up. I'll be right back. Sorry if you guys have to fill for a second, but I'll be back.
We'll fill.
Oh, I think we can find some way to fill.
Oh, God damn it.
Would you like to go first, Andrew?
Sure, folks. You can get your free copy of the best-selling Law of Self-Defense Principles book. Check out the reviews on Amazon. Over 1,000 reviews, 5-star rating. But don't buy it there. They'll charge you for the book as well as shipping and handling. We only charge for the shipping and handling at lawofselfdefense.com/free book.
Oh, Bronco, but I don't need
Over to you, Legal Vices.
Thanks. Hey, I'm new to this game, so I had to
Go over to Emily. Actually, let's see what Joe's
That
talking
was the
about.
one that was hidden that no one really knew about. But so many from yesterday, like I could say the same about your 15 minutes, or to the other one, which was which was, did you know that Mr. Woman talks to the umbrella man? It's like, honestly, that sounds schizophrenic.
Sounds like schizophrenia.
I picture he has no idea. He doesn't know what woman is. He doesn't know what the umbrella guy is.
Yeah.
So you just someone.
See what Bites is banging on about.
That was self-evident. And again, the biggest thing against Dr. Hughes, the biggest thing that puts her entire testimony under a microscope is we heard Amber Heard immediately after her saying Dr. Curry is wrong. She's not exaggerative. She doesn't use dramatic, flowery language. Amber Heard comes in.
It's because it's all they can grow.
Ever. Because however you might feel about
Some people can't grow long beards,
full of movies
just like some people can't grow long hair.
and exaggerated language and all of these things, you didn't note that at all for us in the testimony that came immediately before Amber Heard started talking at all.
And that's the kind of thing that the jury can observe for themselves.
Exactly.
So when you try to tell them not to pay attention to the things that they can see right in front of them, that's a problem. It's not a problem for the jury. It's a problem for you. Nurse Liz, we've got a few questions in super chats for you. Do you want to do a lightning round of these?
Oh, sure.
It's not about height though. It's
So like if you're nursing your baby,
like
you can put it on and then it's breathing.
height has nothing to do with your ability to grow hair. Like some people just the
Awesome.
beard doesn't grow. I know people who can't
Time says
grow a beard at all. They'll get 3-day growth and it'll just stay there.
of time. I think it gives unreliable results.
I would, yeah, if you don't have time to test something, then I would go against it. Like I wouldn't do it. I think
Bites is just rude. I only know like Hogue and Uncivil. I don't know who these people are.
off the road all the time, but you kind of use your clinical judgment.
Just
and
rude.
You have to
And
judge
quiet. Jesus Christ. Terrible audio.
Are going to be it's going to be definitely. This sounds like schizophrenia. It's going to be. I can say the same thing about your 15. You with hiring Amber. Your 15 minutes with Amber Heard. But someone takes Amber Heard as a client.
Let's change it to sexual.
Let's change it to sexual. Yeah.
And then Mr. Depp, why did
That's mean. I can't do that
what
to
would happen
Joe.
if you took MDMA 8 to 10?
Just because his
MDMA,
wife
I
drives him
think I'd be
places, it
dead.
doesn't mean he's a good.
There's so many from Johnny from his early days also, which were just like really awesome. Some of his snarky lines. I think it's a
And
great
what's
idea.
crazy is when you say early days, that was 3 weeks ago, but it
Yeah.
feels like 10 months ago.
It really does.
100%.
Welcome aboard, Granny Boom Boom.
100%.
I gotta get some super chats while we're here on our break.
Oh yeah, hang on. I have other uses for your throat that do not involve injury. Did I read that right?
Can you read that again? That was the best part. He's like, "Can you read that again, Mr. Rock?"
We'll switch back to Nikki and see if he's better.
Nick, glad you could join us.
Yeah, me too.
Rebooted that modem.
No, there it
I
is.
don't
It's
think
Nick.
It was on my end. I really don't. But we'll see. I guess.
Our grifting was successful. I got 600 new subscribes while you were gone.
Good. It's instantly happening again. Yeah, it's something with StreamYard.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
They're boring.
Who did you
I'm-
piss
They
off
just
now?
sit there. They don't
No,
emote.
I'm not even
Kurt's
sharing
there.
the screen yet. So
Instantly makes them worse.
Hey, something I'm sure you know about Nick, but this was interesting to me. So when you send me the link over Twitter to join you here on StreamYard, I like to go on Twitter myself and just do a post and say, "Hey, I'll be with Nick," and I put the YouTube link for the show. When I go to get that YouTube link, first thing in the morning, the first minute I'm here with you on StreamYard, you're right at the top of the list on YouTube results. When I do Depp v. Heard. But if I forget what the link is and I want to post it again later, I look an hour later, you're not on the page. So there's a lot of content on there that's above you on that YouTube page with far fewer viewers.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. I wish I have any idea if it's
I'm going to argue that I think it may have more to do with the people's own internet packages. I have zero audio
No.
lag on my. I pulled up the YouTube audio just now, and there's zero audio problems from here with me.
Yeah, I don't know because I pulled it up. I heard it on my
Unfortunately, I
phone.
don't. I only have the
I
cuck
think it
beard.
has to do with StreamYard, and
I'd have to clip out some crazy hair.
restart the stream. I mean, I guess I can shut it down and create an entirely new link. That's the only thing I can do. I can't just restart the call room. StreamYard doesn't work that way. That would be really lovely if it did. Let's see. Fork 501.
I didn't want to modify the hat.
Advice from the chat.
So
on,
maybe I
like,
should.
troubleshooting my PC.
Autism.
Guys, I have 64 gig of RAM. I have a 5850X processor, and I
Yeah,
have
chat that's talking about Nick's computer, man. Like, come on.
it's not going to show up on Task Manager.
It's always
I
StreamYard.
don't have
On my
anything
phone.
eating up the resources.
I'm running this on
Perfect on my PC.
something that is a fraction of Nick's machine.
Did you shake the wires?
There's
You try to jumpstart it?
again the idea that there's something that I'm either doing or not doing to change stuff. Like when you get your streaming settings to work, you don't mess with them because you have to do this all the time. It's a huge pain in the ass. So I don't know what to tell you. If you don't like it, leave. Like I'm not making you stay here. I would love for you to be here, but I'm not like able to make
There you go.
a perfect experience. There's no way for me to do it. Sometimes the internet's just a shit. And unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that. But like spamming a bunch of suggestions to me isn't going to help because they literally don't work. So here we go.
I just wonder if there's not a major sort of internet problem with some major providers in the States or around the world. Because I have zero problems here in Korea. I checked the phone. I checked the stream. Perfect.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing I can do, so I'm not going to sit here and worry about it constantly because I've done everything that can be done. The only thing open on my entire computer is the stuff necessary for the stream and nothing else.
And as you said, spamming lag, 40,000 people sending lag does not help the lag problem.
Yeah. So, oy vey. I hate
Joe?
internet.
Yeah.
I hate internet problems. And I love that the chat automatically thinks you're just a complete idiot. Like, oh, well, it must be you. Well,
You
I mean,
never
maybe
use
it
this
is.
computer
I
thing.
guess
It's always streaming.
I do this
Always
literally
streaming.
every day. But this day I decided to change everything. So that must be it.
Have you started drinking yet this morning?
Yeah, I'm about to.
I got some JD for the JD stream today.
Nice.
Figured low standards.
I got a bottle of Maker's Mark Premium, a Premium or Premier Select for tomorrow. So
you know this stuff sells for $50 a bottle here in Korea. That's just criminal.
Jack Daniels, $50 a bottle.
53 is the cheapest at Costco. It usually goes for around 60-ish at the bottle shops.
Yeah, that's horrible. Horrible.
Yeah. Whereas like now, I think
the jury instructions, how to use the jury instructions, and help the jury understand how to do what they have to do. They're like, okay, go in a room and decide. And it's like, how do we do that? So trying to give them a way to do it, and then trying to not just
what Joe's saying.
Well, it's only for like half your audience right now.
Well,
But no, so
actually, of late, I've noticed that like the women are like more than half my audience. It's been actually, it's very weird. Statistically, I was always like 70%, 70 to 75% men.
Yeah, Ryan, the editor, saying here in Discord that
And of late,
what the likely culprit is there are
become, like,
so many streamers using StreamYard right now,
which
all with hundreds of thousands of comments
did a
being
complete
spammed that's causing
flip-flop,
server issues
and
on the
I don't
back
know
end. And
how that happened.
that is probably spot on.
hello,
It's weird.
ladies.
Hello.
But like some of like your really good brands at the drugstore.
To StreamYard, I say,
Why are you gay?
So when she holds this palette up, and then her makeup artist comes on, and she's like, "Oh, she uses this concealer under her eyes. I know that she always uses, and it's like a French makeup line." This is a woman, you're telling me, that spends over $500 a month on wine, and then she's going to go to the drugstore.
wait, no, not $500 a month,
palette, one that
$20,000 a month on wine.
And then, but then her makeup artist knows that this is the concealer that she uses all the time. This one French line. I can't remember what the line's called. Ladies in the chat, if you remember, drop it in. But it makes zero freaking sense. But what was amazing, like what Jessica Lynn said, Milani came out and stuck up for Johnny Depp. Never have I seen a makeup line do that.
Stand up for a man instead of a female model makeup spokeswoman.
Yeah, because he ain't wearing makeup. I mean, maybe he wears eyeliner for like his when he does Hollywood vampires and stuff. But like, and mind you, that it does kind of make sense though at the same time, because she is still the L'Oreal spokesperson. And I think that Milani kind of saw the wave. And I'm not saying that they did it, just to like spite L'Oreal, but I think, part of it was probably like, hey, like, you get some traction here. But also the fact that, it didn't come out,
And low there too.
Let me know when I can get back to these super chats. You let me know when you're done here. Okay, you just let me know when you're done.
Oh, you get cock and yam. Go back to your super chats.
So this is from
that's gonna stick in my brain now.
Sarah says, I need you to check your Twitter DM. This is what she sent me. So this is the whole thing with the language. It says, right, exactly. Molly's P is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight? This is incoming.
Uh-huh.
There are other messages that he read from him. That whole lengthy thing where he was going on and on and on is an outgoing, meaning this is something that Johnny
would
switch back to Nick.
Guaranteed by our own experts.
Oh, it's guaranteed to be aged in wood.
So yeah, that's some seriously bad stuff. But hey, it was $50 and it looks awesome. How's the black, Nika?
Yeah, it was at least 2 bottles a night she would go through by herself.
I don't think I want it.
By the way, guys, this is a handle. Now this one
Yeah.
wouldn't shatter because this is top quality plastic. These run, I think, on base about $8.50 a bottle for a 175.
Wow. There's a place in Nebraska called Soldier Valley Spirits that they're
Who the
a
fuck is
bunch
this
of
person
patriotic
now?
guys, and they do a lot of whiskey.
Jesus
like
Christ,
a lot of
Bites,
military
put some
themed whiskey.
fucking names on
They have a great
people.
bottle that's like the old military canteens, and their tag is like a set of dog tags that hangs around the top of the bottle. It's pretty cool.
Man,
and we're boring Andrew to death because he's got his pappy over there. He's like laughing at us peasants.
like, I don't even drink whiskey, and I have a pappy sitting here. You're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted, Andrew.
He's just swearing at us. He doesn't care. He's muted.
I'm muted.
There you go. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't even drink the brown liquor. I got that bottle of Pappy as a gift from a client, and it just sits on my shelf.
Well, I got some shelf space back there. If you're just
If Nick ever gets out to Colorado,
I'm coming.
Hey, what?
Well,
what
I'm gonna come.
Do we have a status update on Binger?
No,
is that book delivery still a possibility?
I think it's still a possibility. I think he's still there.
Yeah, there's the audio lag again.
That should be fun. Yeah, Legal Vice is.
And that's not on my end.
and I are
That's
talking about doing a buddy cop stream where we take a bunch of the law of self-defense books and deliver them to the Kenosha County Sheriff's Office, or no, the Kenosha County Prosecutor's Office.
Yes. 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 You just have to. Oh, I didn't know you're in Colorado.
I am indeed.
you had to check on Go. You had to check on Joe. Really?
I am not gay. I have relationships with women, sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you gay.
In Denver, probably, well, the last week of July. I've got a friend that got to go see there. She used to work at the Stanley Hotel in Estes Park.
Yes, I know.
Lol,
well.
you're all welcome to.
How long have you stayed?
Mine's
How many
fine.
people have you killed?
I have fiber.
Yeah. That's a great hotel. You need to go there, Nick.
I don't have to worry about StreamYard. This is all OBS, baby.
Stanley Hotel. My wife would never stay there.
OBS straight to YouTube.
Haunted place?
We
No.
try to get a Stephen King room, but they rent out like 8-9 months in advance. We did that 3 years ago. We just kind of did the loop. We went from because I'm from Logan, Utah, which is about 25 miles south of Idaho.
Oh, you
My
sent him a
father
super
was
chat.
from
Well, let's
Star
wait.
Valley, Wyoming.
Wait until it's
Star
red.
Valley, Wyoming. Went to Estes Park. Then we went up to Deadwood
Tides
to hang out at the
change.
Deadwood. Then
I
we
don't know
went
because
to
I think she
Mount
was crazy beforehand. I think in this case,
has he read
But
it
I
yet?
think she kept herself in a cage and was like, okay, let's be perfect.
got
let's be
worse
perfect.
afterwards. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably true. That's probably true. He just hates me and skips mine on purpose. Joking. Yeah, okay. Hey Joe, there were
I couldn't accept super chats if I wanted to.
It is. This is. But I don't. So I think they have like 15 minutes left. I don't know if they're going to bring another witness or they're just going to rest. We might have just seen the last witness.
You legit need
which is
4,000 hours of watch time now and 1,000
Derek, do you wanna
subscribers.
pull up, if you're done with that, Runkle
Staggering.
just tweeted out some stuff
on
on the jury that's pretty interesting.
on the jury. Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Fine. Let me pull that up.
If not, I have it up that I can share.
Yeah, let me get.
Or here, I'll pull it up. You keep going through super chats.
Oh, that's a good idea. Let me get rid of this meanwhile.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Indeed. Hi, Joe. Dumb question. Why depositions a person is literally going to testify. Never apologize for your New York accent. I never do. Oh, I never apologize for it. I'm proud of my. I don't think I have a heavy New York accent, but I have it like a.
I wasn't
play it up a
either.
little bit, like I'm talking like Fauci or
But I
something.
felt like I should.
But the yeah, sometimes depending on the situation I'll play into a little bit. I've always been proud of my voice and my accent, so I don't feel any insecurity about it at all.
Unique New York.
There you go.
Unique New York.
But the thing about depositions is when what you say in a deposition,
I believe they turn into
you're being
monopoly
asked questions
monopoly
that
money.
need to be
Yes.
fleshed out. It's an opportunity for the other side to get a feel for what you're going to say, how you're going to testify, and you're saying it under oath, which means that since you're locking in your position.
Just looking at her image, I think maybe she should stay away from refrigerators.
It's just a statement that you just make at random. It's much harder to get any sort of admissibility to be brought in before the jury in order to contradict where you're coming from. So that's really where you're locking.
Unless it's all just
depositions. That's why we do
100% top heavy.
Also, so that you have to pay a court reporter. It takes hours on both sides. You pay a lot of money for these depositions.
Yeah. So we have 16 minutes ago. The general feeling among the Depp counsel table seems to be pretty jovial. There's that one.
Mm-hmm.
I think Hughes round 2 was pretty effectively countered as well. CV gave a big smile afterwards.
I can't imagine how frustrating it would be to like be sitting in the courtroom with your phone in your hand, or in your pocket at least,
than when I was
and
left
have to
in the
wait
courtroom.
for a break to run out.
Heard
And
team
tweet.
is losing minutes like the Watergate tapes. I'm wondering if the comments about calling Heard are a bluff, and they might just run out at the clock and then go, "Oh no, no more."
They're
time for
idiots. If they're
Amber."
being heard with 15 minutes of time, they're crazy if they put it on
Yeah.
the stand right now.
And then his final one from 6 minutes ago, a couple jurors reacted fairly visibly to the notion that we should believe the two images were different images taken at the same second with the same file name. I might have asked about incremental file names, but that's a minor quibble. So looking like the jury today and these last 2 days might not be as animated as we saw on Monday. At least for juror 2 for sure was very animated Monday.
Oh, Joe's
His
boomering
facial
it.
expressions along with
They're back on.
Believe it or not, Chad, I don't actually like lag issues and would love to
Oh
resolve
God,
them
Nick is still banging on
I
about the
know,
lag
it's
issues.
a fun game to pretend that I want to cause lag and make the stream hard to listen to.
Yes,
I know
agreed.
That's a good thing for me to do. It's good
Gatekeeping is a good thing.
But
do we have any update
Protect
on
the things you love.
Brothers trial?
I believe that's in August, but I
wow.
got to call the court to try and get confirmation because
I will be right back.
there's just been some conflicting.
Court shooter guy? I haven't followed up on that one either.
I have no idea about him. Marta Joy says, do you think they will actually call Amber? I think it's a gamble. What's your win percentage for Johnny? I mean, I think Johnny's still firmly in the winning category right now on percentages. You can't predict juries, so you literally never know. You'd have the best case in the world, and a jury could come back and completely surprise you, no matter what you do. So, but I put him very high odds. I know there's a bunch of hubbub about how yesterday's cross was really bad for Johnny Depp. I don't think it was all that bad. I think it was bad relative to the rest of the trial, but I think he's got such a winning lead on the overall factors that I don't think that's going to undo him. I don't think anything that happened yesterday on Johnny Depp's cross is going to be the thing that causes him to lose. If he's going to lose at this point, he was already going to lose. And if he's going to win at this point, I think he's already going to win. I don't think there's any gotcha moments. And my personal opinion has always been that this case comes down to how much people trust Amber Heard and like and leave her versus how much they trust and like Johnny Depp. This is a case about honesty. And that's all that matters. Does the jury think that person A or person B is being honest? If they think person A, they're going to win. Person B, they're going to win. So
I am back.
A nice green hair in the back there. Danger hair. Or blue.
Well, it's green and blue.
Yeah.
More than that.
It's like Billie Eilish. I think they
You consider how many lawyers are there?
Looking at all the colors.
And get very expensive.
Yeah, they actually, well, those two were actually the same people. There was the same picture taken at the same time. It was just one had been through photos 3.
Look at that guy's hair. Wow.
Who was the mullet guy?
And all these
Yeah,
people
that's
who are
like,
like,
well,
oh my God,
that's
the
not
leg,
okay.
I'm out.
More like a cat on his head.
Wait, where'd Uncle go?
Have a cry about it.
He's not back in the courtroom yet.
Okay.
The people bitching about the lag,
Shut your fucking mouth!
Is that Kato Kalin sitting next to the lady in red?
Yeah. Okay. And then
There
there's
he is.
Runkle. DUI guy, Runkle.
Elric.
Let's up the quality. Runkle of Ulthawan. Matthew Perkins says, supposedly putting the turd back up there today. Camille, let's go. Sonia Hems. I'm in solidarity with Team No Sleep with you. In New Zealand, 12-hour work days during the day and the trial at night with you guys, averaging 3 hours sleep max, hallucinating leprechauns at this point. I know the feeling. I know the feeling.
Oh, here she is. What the fuck? What the hell is going on? Oh, dude, Nick's... Oh, hang on. Live.
But who's this new girl that's sitting next to Johnny? I don't think I've ever seen her.
Nick's stream is still way behind.
Spam letter? Nice
I
caption.
don't know what the fuck is going on here.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay? Of course, Your Honor. Thank you. All right, your question?
They had to, and yeah.
Amber, just to orient you and the jury, at this time, we are in the rebuttal to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to confine my questions to that, okay?
All right.
How have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Oh, okay.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened
This is
every
desperation.
single day.
Projecting his
Walking
list
into
of
the courtroom,
adjectives.
sitting here,
Watched you walk
in
into the
front of the
courtroom.
world.
You weren't harassed at all.
having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through.
Oh Lordy, I've got
things
the
that
vape.
humiliate me. People want to kill me.
Oh, she's doing that
You
weird
told me
thing.
so.
Dude,
Every
people
day.
want to kill you. Welcome to being a celebrity.
Baby in the microwave. Tell me that.
People want my baby to step on a bee.
Threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, it'd make me think of him every single
100%.
day
Awful
that I
actress.
lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
That's a fact, not an evidence. Also,
I'll sustain the objection as to that. If you want to ask the question.
Yep, total drama queen.
Amber, how
I haven't seen tears yet.
statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every
Moving your head,
single
Amber.
day on social media.
I mean,
and now
Cross has to be. This is all a
on
hoax, isn't it,
cameras
Miss Heard?
in this room.
You just made all this up, didn't you?
Every single day, I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules
Friends?
about
What
how to
friends?
not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Lol, yes. When she was...
Go ahead.
Unspoken
About how
rules
to not
for imperfect
touch me,
victims.
not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene, and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not
literally
sitting-
have been. Literally were.
Literally were yesterday. You were laughing.
I'm not. This is horrible.
Who you gonna believe, me or your lying eyes?
Indeed.
This is humiliating for any human being to go
Still no
through.
tears.
And perhaps it's easy to forget that I'm a human being.
I am not an animal.
And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on. The statements, the attacks on me, the campaign, that Johnny has elicited millions of people on his behalf.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
Torture me.
Speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Shut up, Amber.
Womp womp.
How have the Depp Waldman statements impacted your ability?
I hate that Depp Waldman shit.
To do charitable work.
That should have been objected to immediately.
You know,
To do charitable work.
I would. The only reason that people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like have hobbies.
It's because I
have
care about the
interests,
children.
is
Objection,
because I'm not-
non-responsive.
Your Honor,
Stop crying.
Long-winded responses yesterday.
Good.
I found a solution to that pain. I woke up every morning with panic attacks and trauma until I realized I could do something with it. So to answer your question, Ben, it's
Photoshop it on for sure.
I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences, into work, into action, into providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all know, but I selfishly found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have. And while I would not wish this situation on my worst enemy, if it gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it, but I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they have to endure.
Objection,
when they are.
non-responsive.
And I can't do my charity work.
Sustain the objection.
Can't do my charity work.
Amber, other than the
He asked
threat,
you how.
Brad, what
I can't give
other
my $7 million
threats
to the
have you
children.
endured since the Depp Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds
Objection
of
hearsay.
death threats
Objection hearsay.
regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started. People mocking
That has nothing to do with the claims.
my testimony about being assaulted. Making fun of my
This looks so
Objection,
literally not
non-responsive.
credible.
Non-responsive.
Goes to damages.
Irrelevant.
Ooh, the dirty look she just gave Camille then. Holy shit.
How the entire world doesn't believe her isn't the best move.
agonizing, agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating
Miley Cyrus face.
thing I've ever.
Recite Johnny Depp adjectives.
I hope no one ever has to go through something like this. I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone.
Only when it's convenient.
I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after.
And that's why you countersued him.
All right,
On cross-examination, just play the
Instead of
comeback
settling.
please video.
By the way, this is a common mantra of people who defame someone else. After
What do
they
you hope
defame
to
them and
reclaim
destroy them, they just
after
want the
this is
person to
over?
leave them alone.
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice.
She's going for the sound
I
bite.
have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough. I have a right as an American to talk
And I'm
about what
proud
happened
to be an American.
my truth.
Or at least
I have that right. I hope to get my voice back. It's all I want. And I've said that from day one.
Good thing is the lag means we can see what happens
All
before
right, cross-examination.
it happens on
Camille,
next stream.
bring it. Gently.
Oh, look at me. Wipe away this tear that isn't actually there.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, yes.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
Way to spend the rest of your time Wow.
It may prove to have been catastrophic depending on how this cross goes.
Yeah. I mean, what?
Yeah, her voice has not been taken, and
Jury at all, other than
if anything, she took Johnny's voice.
ploy. Yeah, histrionic.
Ironically, has no problem with that.
Histrionic disorder.
Yeah.
This emotional ploy at the 11th hour of the thing, talking about the social how everybody in the world doesn't believe her, which the jury's been instructed this entire time to not look at social media, and so maybe they have not, but maybe they have. But if they haven't looked at social media, she just told them everybody doesn't believe me, nobody believes me, and they're gonna go, that's weird, I don't either, and so if everybody else doesn't, maybe there's a reason. And look at her now. There's no tears. There's no sadness.
The utter lack of genuine emotion. It's just turn on, turn off. I object. Cut. Okay, you're ready to ask questions. Cue, and then this. There's just no genuineness.
She'd be perfect for one of the 15th Terminator movie. Just peel back her face and it's a metal shell underneath.
Well, that's what I've said since the beginning.
Yeah, I don't know what she was going with.
Soulless.
Going for with the American. Oh, I'm an American.
Doll eyes. Dead eyes.
I'm an American. It's apple pie.
This testimony brought to you by Gatorade.
Oh, that was terrible.
You know what they should do? They should bring her back. They say, Miss Heard, you were present for the testimony of your acting coach, right? Do you remember when she said that you couldn't actually cry and produce tears for acting? So they could always tell when you were lying?
Miss Heard, do you remember when your acting coach
no further questions.
said you were terrible at acting?
I absolutely would do that.
Raider Fankeef says they can cross her for as long
That'll
as
she did that purely for the headline. The headline will be
the scope of direct
Amber Heard. I'm taking back my voice.
Yeah, there's a lot of inroads there because she just talked about basically Johnny's giant campaign.
Stunning and brave.
All of the lying about her, everything. No one believes her, so she's put her entire credibility.
Well, butter my biscuit.
I came up here to tell the truth. I'm damaged from all this stuff. So they get to go kind of where they want.
They did to throw an emu at
Nobody
me.
believe her. I mean, that is a
I have to lock the doors at night so they don't come and get us.
Yeah.
Then again, you don't want to just dogpile on her so much that people start feeling bad for her.
No, I would actually keep it short. I mean, precision is what you want here.
Uh-oh.
Camille go, Amber, did you, never mind, I rest.
Yeah.
Yes,
Heard,
that would be
That
amazing.
was quite the performance.
I don't think they're going to do it.
Camille will get up there like, Miss Heard. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, seriously,
Miss-
no questions.
Miss
I don't even
Heard,
know
did you
further
have
questions.
any? Miss Heard, did you have any crying scenes in Aquaman?
I'd say they're trying to figure out where the line is.
Thank you, Your Honor. No
Right.
further questions.
Is it true they cast you in Aquaman because you'd be in water and they didn't have to worry about your inability to create tears? The whole ocean was your tears.
The that was terrible move. I mean, I don't see the wisdom in that. And they're probably advised her against it, but she was probably said, "This is what I want to do."
We need a meme where they take that old robot from the TV show Lost in Space and put him in the witness stand here with Amber's blonde hair.
Danger, Amber Heard.
Baby,
Danger, Johnny
Elaine.
Depp.
You can get emu from most.
Camille's legs are longer than his.
You can't just go to a normal store, but if you go to a specialty butcher, they do emu. You can get kangaroo anywhere.
Here we go. Let's see.
So you're saying you've all noticed this before?
Our Walmart equivalent carries emu.
I only noticed it today, actually. But she also has, I mean, to be fair, she's got one of these shortcut jackets on.
Was it real emu jerky, or was it like the weird emu jerky that is
It's a look. She's got
beef,
heels on under those
like 80%
those
beef,
bell-bottom
20% emu,
pants,
to appease your ridiculous.
Recommend it, ladies.
Not complaining.
What's it called? It's not the FDA. It's
Camille has
the
never failed to look feminine in this proceeding.
the guys
and
that
Amber Heard has failed to
extinguished the
look feminine
cows when they got
most of
mad
the
cow.
time.
Oh, here's our daily Whitney shot.
Gosh, look at how
What a-
she
my gosh, she's
always
a
looks
ghoul.
like that.
God,
She looks like
concentration
a
camp
hostage,
survivor.
right?
Yeah.
She's like one of those movies where they've strapped a bomb on under the jacket. You have to go rob the bank or the.
Oh yeah, she does. She looks like she's fucking being held
Making
hostage.
you do this.
Let's see.
Whitney Hurd starring in.
Like this is the picture
Says, would you
of a
entertain
battered
offering
woman.
Lawtube
This is what a battered woman looks like.
tomorrow? DC bar
Not
certified
Amber
federal
Heard.
Contract attorney, brand new YouTuber. Yeah, man. Send me a DM or email me or both. And if you're still around, we'll make it happen. If my swearing at the chat earlier didn't scare you off, look, I'll never not be me. Engineer says, sent a few super chats already, but been watching since your commentary of Sargon's destruction of Akilah Hughes' lawsuit. Loving your commentary of legal matters online and snarkiness. Hey, thank you. The Dragon's Treasure says the rest of Lawtube's excuse of courtroom
Is
decorum.
Whitney Hurd younger than her
DUI
sister?
guys, utter bull. I'm disappointed to say the least. Look, I'm not going to comment on other people's things. What I will say simply is that DUI guy is welcome on my show. He has the link, and I hope he joins us at lunch.
Quite
How
possible.
all this is going down.
So she's the younger sister.
But, you know, what other people do
Damn.
on their shows is up to them.
That's some terrible,
Zachary
terrible
Ross,
James.
for the 24-hour live stream, we should let some of your followers jump on calls for live questioning.
Oh, she's definitely the ugly duckling.
That is a
Holy
terrible
shit.
idea. I know it sounds like a good idea because it always sounds like a good idea, but the risks you take when you allow just people to come on are twofold. One, the person will be terribly uninteresting, which is not their fault. If they don't talk for a living in some capacity, it gets a little weird sometimes. Two, the real risk though is that someone will come on and say something that can get the whole thing shut down really quickly.
Don't have the beauty of a 7-second delay.
Yeah, there's not. I mean, YouTube has a delay built in, but there's not an undo button.
Yeah.
There's not like there's a 20-second delay, but that doesn't mean that I can stop it in that 20
you
seconds.
don't have the panic button.
I'm just going to pause
Yeah.
jokes. Nobody cares.
Skeleton says if Amber Heard testifies
LB's
again,
passive aggression this
wouldn't
morning
I
is
see
further
get to
cemented.
cross her again with their 7
need to
hours.
sub
Yes.
to her.
Lady
Also,
lawyer,
the type to abandon friends for made up
lawyer would
etiquette.
tear her apart on the stand.
Right,
Amber
unsub
Heard's
from
team
you
would be
too.
foolish to chance that sort of treatment, even with.
Let me just mute Rackets and switch over and see what he said.
Alienate anyone. Not that I'm saying that's what LB did, but
Oh no, he's asking if you're going to abandon.
not that so that's usually okay. This is Trudeau. I think also type. I mean, they're asking for 40 million. So and the lawyer's job is trying to get as much as he can. So I don't think he's going to limit it like that. This is a $20 super chat, which I usually bring up right away. Joe, LB's passive aggressiveness this morning.
Usually bring up right away.
Sub to her. Are you also the type to abandon a friend for made up etiquette? Should I unsub from you too? I don't even know what this means. I don't know what this means, and I don't think that she's the type to abandon a friend. So I'm not sure what you're referring to here, Trudeau.
Oh, I know what they're talking about.
Well, okay.
I know.
Well, that sounds like a lengthy thing, but if this is about James or DUI guy,
dude,
I can.
You saw how far back I went.
That when we.
That's how far Nikki's out of sync.
Address it at lunch.
Okay. Yeah, but no, actually, I James has been here every day, and I'm expecting him to come here later. So if that's your concern, that I'm basically that I've alienated anyone. Not that I'm saying that that's what LB did, but
Oh no, he's asking if you're going to abandon James.
no, James.
Which we're not. He's coming on at lunch.
James is coming in here now, and yeah, everyone has. I will say this: everyone runs their channels in the way that they feels the way that their audience is going to benefit their audience. It's not about being. No one thinks to himself, "Oh, I hate that guy," or "I all of a sudden don't like that guy." It's really a matter of giving their audience what they think will make their audience happiest. So
right, and I'll just say this part really quick too, is that DUI guy and James are not journalists. Okay, if you've seen
let's say this for later.
Yeah, we'll save it for later.
Yeah. Yeah.
Back to live and back to mute for Joe.
hard too fast.
Yeah. Well, and one day that'll fade when you get older.
I haven't lit up my pipe or a cigar yet, so you know.
Oh, we got to do a cigar stream. I love sitting summertime, man. I love sitting out on my deck smoking cigars for night streams sometimes.
I've got my alien xenomorph pipe here tonight.
Yes,
That's
Made
creepy.
Yeah, it was
They're
made by
humans.
a craftsman that's a Turkish living in Armenia.
Look, here's
We're
the
gonna be
thing.
fine.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
And to that I say, eh.
This is a trial about the First Amendment.
Yeah, it really is. Bob Jones says, shout out to my friend Glue Huffer. Glue, I am in the walls. He's in the walls, man.
Shout out to Glue Huffer.
Baloney Bong says, hey, Nick, I just want to say I think Legal Vices has been a great addition to the guests. Also, can I send whiskey to your P.O. box? You can. It's
My P.O.
encouraged.
box or his P.O. box?
Not yours, mine only. Yeah, if you want to send whiskey to Legal Vices, you can send it to my P.O. because shipping to Korea is hard. Send it to my P.O. box. I'll make sure it. I'll make sure it gets
It's well taken
adequately
care of.
taken care of. Yeah.
You do a
Candy
taste
said-
tester to make sure it's not poisoned.
I can say with definite truth that I would microwave a bottle of whiskey before I would microwave Amber Heard's baby, and I wouldn't microwave a bottle of whiskey. So,
Okay.
what would you microwave a bottle of whiskey?
Maybe the Nika aged in wood. I would just to see what happens, but because it's
Legal
metal.
Vices. What if any babies have you microwaved today?
I plead the Fifth Amendment.
Camille's first
Under advice
question
of
for you.
counsel, I
Ms. Heard, are we to understand that you're trusted with a baby?
Yeah.
don't you just feel sorry? I have no idea about this infant, but I feel sorry.
Yes, babies should always be oven fresh.
Ms. Heard, has
Everybody
your
knows
baby
that.
developed the ability to
Reheat
pour
them
a
in the
glass of
microwave.
wine, look at you and say, "I'm so over you already"?
How dangerous is that baby going to be when it meets like the next generation of actors?
Oh God.
The baby came out.
Amber
of
Heard
too
version
small yet.
3.0.
Candy says, as Amber's team misrepresented the text yesterday, insinuating he's a liar, misrepresenting Gina Duder's Instagram to strike her testimony before, can this be addressed with the judge? I mean, it can be. Whether they'll focus on it now or not is a different question. This is the home stretch, right? Like the jury has these impressions they've been developing over 6 weeks, and a fight over something like this at this point.
That kid is is already.
It could also
an
be
accessory.
detrimental. The jury
can't
can see it
imagine-
distracting and concealing, or
I don't think she is actually
there with a death shot, a kill shot,
capable of love.
Really
French
long
conference going on this
sidebar.
long.
I want to go into this and this and this and
Your Honor,
this.
it's all in the record. It's all in the record. It's all previous test. Your Honor, it's in evidence. Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Finishing that.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Finishing the chat. Rehab his rep and reveal the sliminess to the jury. Well, there's Johnny Depp's phone, and the incoming text is not from Johnny Depp. It is possible. I don't know. I don't have a way to authenticate this, but it is possible that phone belongs to someone else and it's an incoming from Johnny Depp. But we can't see the phone numbers, so we don't know. Let's see where
there's more than two people.
Where does Camille go?
Wow.
Alyssa Wilkins says, I have a very bad injury to the tip of my finger when a window fell on it during my first year of college. Destroyed one side of my fingernail. At
Ms.
one
Heard, you
point,
just testified
That is
that this
unfortunately
case
very
has been
true
very
for a
hard
lot of kids.
So let's talk
And
about
it's very
that.
sad.
Why?
All right.
Get her.
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
Straight for the throat.
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testified that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure.
So out of character.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
Oh, yeah.
Nope. There weren't a lot of people there.
Mr. Depp grabbed anyone's wrist in Hicksville.
Again, I don't know what Rocky saw. There were a lot of people there that night.
I'm going to
Once you brought Mr. Depp back to your trailer, he trashed it, correct?
That is correct.
And the manager of the Hicksville trailer park was furious that Johnny had wrecked the whole thing. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct.
Well, we heard from that manager of the Hicksville trailer park, Morgan Knight, on Monday, didn't we?
I'm not quite sure who that
$62.
guy was or if he had any involvement in this. I know a lot of people have come out of the woodwork to be involved.
Everybody's a liar,
Mr.
except
Knight
for her.
of testifying and committing perjury.
I'm not accusing anyone. I just don't recognize that man.
The
You
manager.
heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending time away from him. Isn't that correct?
How would he know? He wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was yelling at Mr. Depp.
Again, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things to be involved in the Johnny Depp show, but he wasn't there.
Right.
He doesn't
Like you.
know. And he certainly doesn't know what happened behind closed doors, like most people.
So you're calling Mr. Knight a liar?
I am saying he wasn't there, and what he testified to doesn't match what I know happened. But I don't fault him. He wasn't there, so how would he know?
Oh, look at her.
Hey, what he knew.
Did you hear that?
That's his testimony, yes.
So you're calling him a liar?
I'm just saying he wasn't there.
So you're calling
You heard
him a
Mr.
liar.
The computer wasn't trashed. And that's why you're calling him a liar.
He testified that a light fixture was broken, similar to the way that
Yes,
Johnny's
other than a light
employees
fixture. That was
testified
the
to
only
my
thing that was
closet
broken,
being
right, Ms.
rearranged
Heard?
and things
Ms.
like
Heard?
that.
The only thing that was broken in the trailer, according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes or no?
I realized that he summed it up by saying a light fixture was broken, just the way his security guard summed up him trashing my closet as being rearranged.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after he summed it up that it was a light fixture as non-responsive.
She answered the question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
In the security guard testimony, Your Honor?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Mr. Knight also testified that he charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light fixture. You heard that, correct?
I did.
In Hicksville, you were the only one that was jealous that Mr. Depp was spending time from other people. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
That is incorrect.
In Hicksville, you were the one who was upset that Mr. Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Incorrect again.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No. My question again. You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to
Get
be
it, Camille.
outside after you got the ex-party TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I apologize. I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez. I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet, still, empty. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that I was filing a
Objection.
TRO,
Your Honor, this is not
we had no
responsive.
reason to
Move to
believe the
strike.
press knew.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question as best she can, and Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
I'll strike the last part as
Thank you,
non-responsive.
Your
Just if you could just answer the questions asked. Okay, thank you, Ms. Heard.
In fact, you testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes.
You weren't shocked at all, though, were you?
Incorrect. It was.
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up.
Oh, sure.
Case.
You actually had
And-
a TMZ that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very
No,
day,
I did
didn't
not.
you?
No, I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No one.
Bullshit.
I never did that.
Testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yes. And you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
Now, the video of Mr. Depp
One who
beating
wants
up
it
some
public
kitchen cabinets, you admit
for
that you
leverage.
took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016,
I'm
right?
not aware of that.
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the videos.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX. Yes?
I don't know if that I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it. Yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source. Yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because
And
it
you
didn't
heard
come from me. I was
Mr.
flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand.
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband. Yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband. Yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video. And
The
yes,
cabinet
that was
video-
my husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce. Yes?
Yeah, she can't get out of this.
You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified
Came
that
from
the
your
same
phone.
portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
So you're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes,
Under
I
oath.
heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with you.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me. I
Ms.
mean,
Heard,
come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So
If
that
I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot
She
more.
testified she
I
didn't
was
know
leaving
how.
a mountain
Right?
of this evidence. If I
This is
wanted
a
to leak it, I
classic
could-
liar's excuse.
Yeah.
They half-ass it,
We
and then they
testified
say, "Hey,
earlier
if I
in
went
this
to
trial
do that, I wouldn't have half-assed it."
I
Remember
don't.
that? You edited that video before you gave it to TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
This isn't lawyerly indignation. Camille
I'd like
looks
to show you
genuinely
a
pissed.
picture from that's already admitted
Yeah.
into evidence. It's defendant's
blame her?
exhibit 799.
But I like this theme. Everyone's a liar but you, right?
Yeah.
Supposed to
Yep.
disbelieve everybody except for you. You're the only person telling the truth.
I mean, if she would have
This
even
is your
admitted
courthouse
to
on
one
manager,
thing wrong.
TMZ.
2016 when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
Oh, they're gonna
It
have
is.
the picture from the
And
next
next
day.
to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes.
Jody
Face
Gottlieb
of a
is your
woman slapped
publicist.
with a
And
mackerel.
dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit 1316. This is a
Please
picture
show
of
her
you and your
deposition.
friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1316 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
I've seen this photo.
This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against
Oh, where's
Mr.
the
Depp,
bruise
right?
gone?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again,
Oh, you used to
I don't know
green.
when this was taken. And also, I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken. So I have no idea. if I
Zoomed
can
it in
see
on her
refresh your
face.
what
recollection.
bruise you can
Let's
see.
refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315, just for the witness? This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Miss Pennington we were just looking
They
at.
can do this
Yes.
for 6 more hours.
Titled Amber Heard smiles as she puts arm around friend one day after getting restraining order against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way we've treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's take a look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit
She's
1317.
going in on this one.
Yeah, Camille ate her Wheaties today.
Also a picture of you and Miss Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1317 in evidence.
How many fucking angles do we have of
There's
this
no bruise on
where there's no bruise?
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent it was taken, then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
Except when you went to get the TRO.
Thanks, Tom. That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Miss Pennington?
That is correct.
In there too? Miss
That is
Pennington
correct.
submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes. Mhm.
Ms. Hurd, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence. You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
On the second day of your direct testimony, you testified that this was taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
She was not wearing makeup.
So it's your testimony that
No way.
Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to
You'd be able to tell
that
the
occurred during
concealer.
the December 15th, 2015 incident. Yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum without context.
You mean it's not seared into your mind?
Can we please?
Not a triggering incident? Trigger your horrible PTSD?
I mean, she's got the sledgehammer out, and she's going to hammer down again. I think that theme. Everyone is lying.
Yep.
Everyone but me is lying.
Even the media, even the news
Everybody,
reports.
everybody.
And
It's the narcissism.
Legal
Yeah,
mindset,
it's-
and you missed the
it's
whole
narcissism.
testimony about people wanting to kill her and putting her baby in the microwave.
Oh, I saw it. I was microwaving food while I was doing that.
4585.
What an unlikable human. Assuming she's human. Isn't self-defense?
Oh, she's human.
She's clearly fallen to chaos. 100%.
And she's going to peel off her skin and reveal
Specifically
the
on,
reptilian
starting
underneath.
on line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 458. Oh, four. I'm on 4485. Sorry, you said 4584.
4585.
Pardon.
Line 16.
Yep, this person. Once again, everyone else lies, including her own witnesses. AH is the sole source of truth, guys. She is. I don't think you could
Line 16, where it says, let's talk about December
be less
15th,
convincing
2015.
if you were
Do see
trying
that?
not to be convincing.
Yes.
And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two.
Isn't it WLW, like white liberal women?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603.
Oh, it's getting cold in here.
Well, this better be worth it because she's letting her really drag things out.
4603. starting at line 12 and going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testify that defendant's exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes,
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
that's correct.
And the main apartment is penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, depends on what, the main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet. Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that defendant's exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence
Again,
in relation to that incident.
Sorry, go ahead.
In relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015. This exhibit, defendant's exhibit, you are the defendant, number 512. was admitted into evidence
It's her own
in this
exhibit.
court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a partial picture of a
Ms. Hurd,
floor,
you didn't just
so
look
I
at a
can't.
picture. You looked at your testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's actually leave up defendant's 512 and please pull up defendant's exhibit 725, which is already in evidence
Thank you.
in redacted form, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can publish.
Just side by side.
Her going,
You've seen this photograph as well, right?
I have.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you
Oh,
testified
shit.
that this photograph reflected spilled wine in penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016.
oh
Didn't you?
shit.
Again, I don't know if I'm looking at a
Same
partial
photo.
picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't
remove
cover it up.
It's the same fucking water spots. Holy shit.
That's how.
Damn.
That's how it's in evidence.
Next question.
Well, the metadata next to it is so that
Ms.
to
Hurd,
avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Hurd, there is
confusion.
no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had
inappropriate.
asked me about it.
No, I didn't ask you about anything. Let's look at your direct testimony from the third day.
Damn.
Holy crap.
She just eviscerated her. You just showed the same two pictures, testified they were from two different incidents.
Wow. How the fuck did they not get this till now?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the bet this is some Twitter evidence?
Thank you.
Yeah. How did they not catch it the first time round during discovery? Like these are marked defense exhibits, so they were submitted twice.
Let's turn to page 4750 in day 17 transcript.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
4750.
Are they going to make her go through her own testimony?
Rottenborn sitting there going, oh shit, oh fuck,
Specifically
oh god,
line
oh
16.
damn.
Do you see where Ms. Bredehoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place on May 21st, 2016?
I see that.
And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015?
Yes.
That follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804 at line 14. 4804.
I don't know how you
Starting
rehab
at
this.
line 14
Yes.
through
And there's no
4805 line 4.
Yeah, they 20 minutes to redirect. Like no.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at 4805. Do you see that you're testifying that defendant's exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in penthouse 5?
That's correct.
And defendant's exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
Okay. So which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out.
Oh, dude, remove the redacted metadata.
Telling the truth,
shut up.
You would know.
Recognize a portion of of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff. I
Not
don't
off the top of your head. You testified.
You testified to both of them.
Thank you, Tom. Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination
Your
last
Honor, may
week.
we approach?
Yes.
Also, she's kicking our ass, Your Honor.
This seems insignificant, but this is.
Your Honor, I object!
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my case!
Truth of both.
Both. Yep.
Yep.
And your team, this
Ugh.
is the secret part, submitted 2 different pictures of the same image, 2 versions of the same picture.
The same picture of purportedly of two different events.
Yeah, and if that looks to be true,
congratulations, you played yourself.
And saved it for this.
If they did that,
For this
that is
evisceration at the end. And of course, that's what you want to do.
so fucking sloppy. And no
I
one
wonder
should
if they
be
caught it.
no one should be surprised.
Say, like, we're reviewing things and found it, or if an internet sleuth found it, you never know, like, what happened. But man, this is nasty.
It ain't good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more
the
sound, I
DWI guy.
we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom.
People
Understood?
must have gasped.
All right, your next.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr.
God,
Depp
Rotten
to tell
Boy is
the
a
jury,
cuck.
tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that, knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as
I
many
really
people to
hope
show
they
up and
are.
testify on his behalf. That did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Miss Moss to agree to testify. That never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So you
This is a
think you're
girl
like,
who was
"Oh,
supposedly
please,
pushed down a
woodwork
fucking stairs 30 years ago.
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course, I thought of that. I did not expect her
It would
to
have
show
nothing
up
to
or
do with
not
that.
expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
Oh, turn it up.
You told the
Fucking
jury
hell.
under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property.
Yeah, Kate Moss just wanted 15 minutes of fame.
That wasn't true, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you
Or
had no
tonight didn't
idea
the
that
last
the
trial.
paparazzi
Yeah.
would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee
Unless she's talking about the
that TMZ had been alerted
judge
that
and
you would be
her.
at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of. Did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him.
Everybody's a liar except for
That's
me.
why I wrote the op-ed. Is I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of
Oh,
him?
she's admitting it's Johnny now.
His power. He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
and I know
favor
that
and
firsthand. I've
risking
lived
jail
it.
time for committing perjury.
Ooh.
Excuse me.
You understand perjury is a crime,
Any question?
right?
You didn't hear it because you were narrating?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do mind,
Curry.
please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom
I have
for
seen
a
people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You
Who is
didn't
more
expect
interested in lying than you?
Australia to show up from England. You flew from England.
I would go through the list of people she is saying is lying.
Did you?
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect
Johnny
Keenan Wyatt.
Johnny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard.
said that.
Ms. Heard.
And
I think the
then
jury
King,
can,
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending.
Shut up.
You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so you probably expected Isaac Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah, but you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp
Real tears,
after
liquid
what
tears.
you put him through.
This
and
is
so many
this is
others with
Camille
your lies.
replaying the whole thing.
Isaac, because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this stand.
Ooh, look at the herd
Correct.
contingency there.
Just destroyed.
Camille just told Amber to.
Shut your fucking mouth!
If Mr. Baruch felt misled, who misled him?
Johnny, and I don't blame
Why?
him. I don't blame him from crying. This is
Oh,
horrible.
Now she's gonna cry immediately when her
Ms.
team's on.
Vasquez has suggested
Yep.
baked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Histrionic.
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Yeah, that's how damaging
Because
that
there's
was.
so
Lack of
many-
foundation.
Overruled. Because there's so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much.
So many
evidence.
pictures that I
Most
had used the
people
same
don't
one
have
twice.
This kind of evidence for years, 5 years. And when I was saying that to Johnny on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years this has been going on, and I have pictures, we have text, we have everything. Normally, you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy. It's easy to not know the context of a picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures.
And where are they?
also,
Metadata.
so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence. of
Objection,
mind to
non-responsive.
document.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
The jury's
Did
got to
Mr.
be
Depp
wondering
abuse
where all
you
those
physically?
pictures are then.
Yeah.
Yes.
Verbally,
Yes.
emotionally,
Yes.
psychologically?
Yes.
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 The crescendoed crying. It's
We need
so
some
fucking
vote order
true.
yeses, I think.
That Mr. Depp made against you individually years ago resemble what you've endured as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
God, the Depp Waldman statements.
Your Honor.
Overruled.
Johnny promised me he would ruin me, that he'd ruin my career, he'd take my life from me. Death was the only way out. And if I got out, this is what he'd do to me.
This is
He'd make me
ridiculous.
hate him every single day. He promised me global humiliation. You saw those texts. What he couldn't do, the work of one individual, meaning Johnny, when he was inviting a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up, that revenge that he sought back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired, trying to block
But he didn't do that.
But he didn't do
Objection,
that.
Honor,
We've
lack
had
of
testimony that that
foundation,
didn't happen.
Speculation.
Fact,
Hearsay,
not evidence.
non-responsive.
I'll sustain as a non-response.
Amongst others.
Ms. Heard, how did those things that you just testified to that Mr. Depp did, how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp-Waldman counterclaim statements were made?
Those are
Objection, Your
just-
Honor, lack of foundation.
She's
Overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
those are just an echo of what I'm living through today. It's like what I'm living in right now. What you see in this courtroom is an echo. This courtroom and the other courtroom he dragged me into to do the same thing again. That's just
He didn't
an
do
echo
that to you.
of the violence and the abuse that I suffered within our relationship. The campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my career, the threats he's made to humiliate me globally are being lived out in real time in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks. and for the whole world since our camera's here.
This is what I'm hearing.
You personally like that.
Bitch!
If I could have the attorney's approach.
Demolished. That was a wicked cross from Camille.
Yeah,
Oh,
Camille
they said,
killed it.
look, Camille gave her a look.
No.
It was quick, but Camille gave a dagger's look right there.
To the chat, if you're not aware, and some people may not be, Camille Vasquez has been working on this case, but also was on the UK case. She has been waiting to drive the nail into Amber Heard this entire time.
Well, that's what I was saying before Legal Mindset got here. Was this is not lawyerly acting? Camille is genuinely pissed.
Yeah,
she's authentically pissed.
And it was.
Oh yeah, if she's been with him since London, since the UK trial.
Lots of lawyer relationships with clients can be very transactional, but you're talking. This is someone that they've been working with now for
6 years,
multiple years. Even the ones who are just on this case have been on this case for 2 years. They've gotten to know Johnny Depp. They know him. They know his story. They've heard it. They've seen the evidence. They've seen the evidence that's not being admitted in court. They've heard all of the recordings. They've seen all of the video. They've read all of the text messages. They know this guy's character, their assessment of his character. So when you see that like anger and indignation, you can honestly look at it as if this is their friend. This is someone that they have developed a friendship with, that they know in a certain way. And this person has been misrepresented. And I think it's pretty telling, the indignation.
I imagine Bites is
in
doing some
posture
coping right now.
from the two parties. Because what I see develop between Johnny's team and Johnny looks like a companionship. And when I don't see chemistry between Amber and her team, I don't see any of them with this passion. Remember, Johnny's an abuser who abused her for 5 years. And
Camille walked away smiling.
Your
by
next
the way.
witness?
Yep.
Your Honor, the counterclaimant Amber Heard rests.
There it is.
Thank you.
It's over.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this matter. What I propose doing is to go ahead and give you the rest of the afternoon off so you can have a good restful afternoon and evening, and we will do closing arguments tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and then the case will be submitted to you for deliberations. Just to give you a little logistics of how that will go. Tomorrow, I won't give you a time limit as far as how long you can deliberate in the afternoon into the evening. I will tell you, within reason, I will tell you I do not serve dinner, so keep that in mind, okay? You will not be deliberating on Saturday or Sunday or Monday, because Monday is a holiday. I would like you to have you back here Tuesday morning.
They're not being sequestered.
If you want to come earlier, that's up to you. You can decide as a group if you want to come earlier than 9 o'clock, but you have to be here at least by 9 o'clock to resume your deliberations again. And again on Tuesday night, and if you have to go to Wednesday or Thursday, that the time that when you take your breaks is up to you, as long as you take them together, as far as not having any deliberations unless all of the jurors are in the room at the same time. When you take your lunch is up to you. And then again in the evening, within reason, I'll let you go as long as you'd like to go. Okay?
But
So
no
have a
dinner.
good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
No
okay?
dinner,
Discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research.
Wow, short trial day.
All right. So, well, the 24-hour stream might be very interesting, might not. We'll see.
So closing tomorrow morning, and then they go into deliberations, but she doesn't serve dinner, so she's not expecting them to go late.
They're all leaving at 5.
Yeah.
Well, no,
if they're going to go late, they're going to do it without food.
Policy, yeah.
Modified lunch recess just till 12:50. We'll come back at 12:50. We just have a few jury instructions left we have to do. Make sure we get the verdict form taken care of. I want you to review the laptop that we have.
I do think this entire thing will come down to jury instructions.
And also I want you to look through all your exhibits and make sure we're all on the same page. Before you leave, I'll make sure you have copies of the jury instructions in the order that I'm going to read them, and you should be able to prepare for your closing arguments for tomorrow, okay? All right, we'll see you at 12:50 then.
All right. I'm strongly reconsidering the 24-hour stream because I don't think it'll be well placed. If they're not going to go into Saturday, then there's no reason to keep going.
Yeah.
Rack just cocking over the 24-hour stream.
Because if she's not serving dinner, then they're not staying past 7.
5, 6,
right?
yeah.
For sure.
So the way this is going to work is tomorrow they're going to come in. There's going to be jury instructions. That's going to take an hour. Jury instructions and then and prep for the closing arguments. And then they'll make the closing arguments for 4 hours, roughly. They'll have 4 hours of time. There'll be a lunch break in there. So that's 5 hours. And then they're going to have the juror selection, which will name the 2 alternates. And so by the time this is all done, they're already going to be 7 hours into the day.
Yeah, it'll be pretty much the whole day, late afternoon.
Yeah. So
and the judge has set the expectation, that, I mean, there is no expectation they'll have a verdict tomorrow. She's like, oh, we come back on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
So I don't think I'm going to do a 24-hour stream because I think it'll be pointless to do so. However, what I will do is I will stay until the jury goes home. Whatever we do. But there's no reason to do a 24-hour stream around this if it's not going to be beneficial. I'll do a 24-hour stream. I'm already going to do one, but it was going to be interesting to do it today when I thought they were going to go into Saturday and keep the nights. I thought she was going to try and have them out before Memorial Day.
Look at the difference here. Depp's team is just about gone. Hurd's team is still there chattering.
And do you see that interaction too? There's so much more human, like Chu came over and hugged Camille, they're just like you said, they have a gravitas,
rip 24-hour straight
and a connection to their client, versus these devoid.
Looks like a funeral on the left there. Doesn't it?
Yeah, it's true.
Great for me. I don't have to sleep all day Friday.
That's her.
So I can be up 24 hours.
I'm sorry that Timmy's dead, but he really was a dick. I mean,
she's about to give Rottenborn a black eye.
Yeah, I mean, that was brutal by Camille. Their direct exam was a total flop. They only had 30 minutes to do her entire direct and read.
If I were to sum up that cross,
so they didn't have much.
Stop! He's already dead.
Direct on this emotional ploy, which was, in my opinion, effectively useless. I don't see the wisdom in what they did. I'm not sure what they could have done. I think they maybe could have just had her hit a couple of the points on stories of abuse and say, and then she could say, this is what I live with for 5 years. But this
you talk about Eve Barlow
about how mean social media is to her. I don't think it's good. What's up, Mindset?
No, I was going to say, Nick, you're thinking about it in the courtroom. I think that's a fantastic storyline outside the courtroom for the people that are not watching this, and to extract those statements and take them outside and publish them and try to assert this as something that it's not. I think that those statements might have been made not for this trial, but for the PR outside of this trial.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely it. I mean, if they're doing PR for their last witness, who is their key witness, I think they're in a really bad spot and they're really worried about what's going on.
I would agree with that 100%. I think they know they're in a bad way. They've been prepping for being in a bad way. And I think this is just a tell that they're in a very desperate way.
Yeah, because
I legit think their choice of clothing
argument
was entirely meant to be like
that.
This is how people perceive a victim dresses. They dress down to hide themselves so they don't appear too much of a victim
part of the problem.
aren't targeted.
Kind of looks like your whole performance is for the cameras.
Like she's some rape victim.
But yeah, I think they're really concerned, and they didn't know what.
It's like Law and Order logic.
They're like, well, we're going to put Amber on because we need to give her the last word, but her last word was very flaccid. I think they should have skipped trying to rehab Dr. Hughes or the photo guy.
Let's see what everybody else has to say.
How this has made trial bearable, or people have understand it more. And I've had my sister asking me about, what does this objection mean? What does this mean? What does that mean? I mean, you don't sell yourself short. I really
that almost lines up perfectly.
This trial, what y'all have done here is amazing.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Well, I think it's been definitely a very educational process for a lot of us, and even those of us on the
Yeah,
panel.
in my
Like,
experience,
we're all
victims
still
just look like
learning
normal
through
people.
our conversations that we're having with one another, our disagreements and whatnot.
I
And
learn
it's
from
just
y'all
been
every day. Absolutely.
absolutely. And I think it's just been a great experience.
She's done. The whole world saw. Now that day that she spent cross-examining her, that was, to me, what was so completely compelling, that she was dismantled by Camille.
Let's see what Runkle.
And you saw
not
this
that many people
happen.
did.
You and me and a
The
few
last-
friends.
Oh, that's a terrible angle, Runkle.
I'm Ian Runkle. I've got a channel, Runkle the Baby. I'm trying to find headphones to cut that echo. So I'm
Hey,
here
they
at
got some
the
wicked echoey.
courthouse, and I've been watching the proceedings, and holy crap, I just witnessed a murder.
Runkle, before we get into cross-examination, what happened in the gallery that caused an admonishment? Did somebody say something? Did you hear something?
I actually stepped out. I was trying to
bloody hell, Runkle.
Trying to make a Twitter comment because I thought that was going to take a little bit of time.
Ah.
But everybody, so the gallery was not being good about keeping their mouth shut, and I think the admonishment was just sort of general chatter, but I'm not certain.
Ryu, it's a wall of text in her description.
I did hear
essentially,
the
it's
admonishment. She was telling everybody
best
that if
effort
they
to read
didn't
your chats.
pipe
If you
down,
don't pay a lot of money, like
she was going to clear the
something
gallery.
about questions, like questions directed
Judge
to
A
people
had
will
very strong "don't make me pull
best
this
effort
car
bullshit.
around" vibes in that moment, and it was children. This is a multi-million-dollar civil litigation. We all need to act like it. We all came to court today.
Runkle knows where all the viewers are at.
And that's the vibe I got from Judge A. So it's very, very interesting.
197,000 still watching Emily D. Baker.
Really, really surprised by it. So talk to me about how that testimony and cross felt in the courtroom, because I held my breath for at least 3 minutes of that cross-examination. I don't know how.
Runkle needs a fucking hairband.
I gasped in and then I stopped breathing because it was just. What do you think vis-a-vis Johnny Depp's cross-examination, which was pretty spicy?
As someone who has longer hair than him,
Well, honestly,
Buy that
I
shit back.
figured she was done before the cross even started. And the reason why is because she and the jurors had something in common, which is that neither of them were shedding any tears. And, you know, when she's talking about this emotional, like, I've lost everything, and the jury's just kind of staring at her like,
that's not a good sign.
I was just like, she is done. Like, she can't get that emotion going on this. I mean, it's kind of no wonder she's having problems getting cast, but it's also, if the jury was remotely with her, I would have expected them to sort of have some more
sort of
interest
emotion.
on that. And the jury started out very attentive when she was, when she went up for direct. But pretty soon I started seeing juror A rolls his eyes, juror E gave some side eye, juror B moved on to playing with his pen, juror C sighs, and I was, sleeping. So I'm like, this is not a great set of signs. But then it was okay.
I wouldn't be able to resist giving them mean looks.
For all of you that are new, really, I know there are so many of you here. I've been a licensed attorney for 17 years. I'm a former litigator, over 10 years of doing court work as a prosecutor. Runkle is a defense attorney, so you've done jury work. So this is not just us guessing at what juries do. I mean, it is, but it's also based on experience. Those are educated guesses based on the things we've witnessed in our own cases. So when
I feel like this could be a great spot for an ad for Manscaped.
Have some empathy for those on the stands that they like and listen. I've seen jurors cry in court during heart-wrenching testimony in
interesting. DUI guy thinks 80%, 70 mil plus.
See tears rolling
7
down
mil plus, rather,
on their face. Because when they
that'd be a decent reasonable number, and that'd be perfect. Because it'd be, hey, divorce settlement. Can we have it back, please?
Testifying, people are like, I'm not feeling this until the very end when she talked about her career. That is where I felt that she was like, the harassment online. That is where I felt genuine and true emotion from her.
Yeah, and
I disagree with Emily.
when they
I did
finished
not
and were
feel
passing
anything
it over
from
for
Amber
cross-examination,
during that.
I
It felt
watched
very
jurors
rehearsed.
kind of waking up and sort of getting that we're interested in what's about to happen next kind of thing, which is also not good because I mean these are very serious, very shocking, very sympathetic allegations. If you are on board with this, what I would normally expect to see is first jurors being moved by emotion when she's doing her direct, but also jurors tend to identify, with people they feel sympathetic to. So I would expect what you often see is defense counsel getting up to cross-examine somebody who's making those kinds of allegations, and usually you see jurors just like hate staring them, like just we hate you before you've even opened your mouth. And that was not what I was seeing. I was seeing them getting up and sort of leaning forward in their chair. Juror I, who's mostly been checked out, wakes up, he's ready to listen. And I'm going, oh.
For Amber Heard's case, because when the jury, because yes, that's been my experience too. When you have a victim that the jury's looking at, the defense attorney gets up to cross and has to be very mindful because the jury already hates you for cross-examining someone that they feel a great deal of empathy towards. But if the jury's looking at Camille going, go get her, girl, then you've got a big problem if you are Team Heard, even if the elements of defamation have always been in Team Heard's favor. But if they lose it on the facts, the jury has room to find defamation, particularly with that tweet, which you and I agree on. I thought it was very interesting that Rottenborn asked about every type of abuse and did not
accept that
sexual abuse. And that very interesting.
Oh, there you go. Tug has tweeted 24 minutes ago. Exclusive. The house in Australia, 2016, just sold.
It's so heavy.
See the wall on the left. No phone. The house is not wired for a wall phone.
That was choice.
Yep. And I think that their argument at the end of things is probably going to be, listen, you can find that she's been abused, and you should find that she did not republish this tweet. Like that she did not republish the headline. I think they're going to lean heavily into that in the cross. It's going to be a technical argument, but it might be a winner. If the jury agrees that that is the way the law should be interpreted, and maybe if they get a jury instruction that's favorable in that regard, I mean, they could still have a scenario where nobody walks away with any money. I don't see a scenario based on the jurors' reactions today. I will be stunned if Amber walks away with $1 in her favor. Just stunned. But I mean, I've been wrong before on verdicts, and it may happen again, but I don't see her walking away with even a shiny $1 awarded to her. At this point, I think they're playing for zero. And
very interesting split, because we've got law squarely on Amber Heard's side. Facts have pushed side.
Yep. I mean, Depp walked in and had a 0% chance when he walked in, was my assessment. It was like, he's running this thing. I've looked at the law on this. He's going to lose. Like, just straight up, he's going to lose. And then the facts started coming out, and I went, this is actually a thing, right? There's going to be an actual issue on this.
Yeah,
so,
and again, it comes down to jury instruction, because if the instruction, if it's like,
I think they're,
if it's anything like Rittenhouse and it ends up being
substantially more likely than not to walk away with money,
really,
and
attracted,
we may
jury instruction discussions
for give,
and it's too heavy.
And I
towards the letter of the law, and gives the jury no room to move, and then the jury just decides, well, we were told.
You can tell the jury,
then he's fucked. He's lost.
$1, just so that the world knows that that Johnny Depp, is a victim.
Tell the world, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, tell the world that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence.
Yeah, and they can just ride that audio clip because it's so powerful. But I think even if they put the $1 pitch to the jury might go might hear $1 and think 7 million. I kind of stick to that number just because it's got that sort of poetry to it that the jury might latch onto. And like, this is a big big deal for
We
them.
can't take back what we
I
can't
have
reverse
notes,
what happened to
most
you
of the jurors were doing
in your
that
relationship, but
ping-pong thing during
here's the money it cost you.
cross-examination.
Oh, boy.
They look to counsel, they look to the answer, they look to counsel, and that means you've got them. That is where you want the jury to be when you're doing a cross-examination. You want them doing that.
Like tennis. It should look like tennis. Did on cross-examination, did I lost my question. Go ahead, Runkle. I'm sorry. I completely lost my question. This is why I take notes, because ADHD. This is what you get when you get the two ADHD lawyer kids of YouTube together.
I really like let's give you that context line that Camille had. I was like, that is smooth and that is crushing.
What did you think of side-by-side photos?
I was just like, how are
100%, man.
How does she think anybody's buying these answers?
Men need to not be
answers
embarrassed.
Were so bad. She was so
Come forward.
combative and weaselly. She was denying her own testimony, and she was doing that repeatedly. The side-by-side photos of, like, you said these are 2 different days.
Yeah, that's one of those mic drop moments.
How did her attorneys allow her to walk into that position, admitting those with such staggeringly different evidence numbers so much later in testimony to be admitted as the same thing? And then Amber Heard was trying to get cheeky with the metadata, saying, well, uncover the metadata and then we can see. The jury can see those are the same fucking photo.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That was
I mean, they were just obviously the same photo. And there was a point where juror A actually started to tune out a bit. And I think during the cross-examination, and I don't read that as he was losing, interest in the cross-examination so much as just a stop, she's already dead.
Yep, 100%.
We're done. We get it. Can we be done now?
Or when males are the victim, it's because they're weak or there's something wrong with them or they're betas. And it's bullshit. The media.
Amber?
Media does it too.
Yep.
I think she got slaughtered on that cross.
Obviously,
she had so many moments where she was so combative and so refusing to accept the most obvious things put to her.
Obviously,
the gallery was gasping repeatedly, and of course, the jury is going to hear that. The other thing I will note is that on redirect, I think it's Rottenborn. I'm terrible with names.
It is Rottenborn, and I liked the change from Elaine to Rottenborn. Elaine has done all of Amber Heard's other testimony. I thought it was a better dynamic. I thought Rottenborn should have been the attorney doing her
yes, equality
case. It was a
when
much
it fits.
better dynamic. I didn't like that they called each other by their first names. It felt weird, but I liked the dynamic better.
But when he said, there's nothing about any evidence, or you would agree that none of this evidence is fake, the judge looked like she was going to come over the table and smack him. She was like giving him an angry glare. And there's a reason for that, which is that counsel have some ethical obligations.
Yep.
And my read on that judge's reaction, and she's been very, very good about her, like her face has typically either been neutral or smiling. She hasn't adopted a lot of angry expressions. That she had an angry expression on, and I think she was like, my read on that was like, how dare you in my courtroom? How dare you? And I was just going, whoo. And afterwards, she's like, right as soon as that was finished, she's like, I'll talk to counsel now at my, I went,
yeah.
Okay, I would love to hear this. Of course, white noise machine, you can't hear anything, but I was wondering if that was a discussion about, are you sure that was a question you wanted to ask?
And
are you real sure?
This is not a line of argument you're going down tomorrow in closing, because that contradicts the evidence. But we also get, in closing, you can get objections. So you can get that moment where either Ben Chu or Camille is like, objection, misstates the evidence, misstates the testimony if they go down that road. And
if it's sustained, holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
you do not want a sustained objection in your closing.
You
don't want an objection in your closing.
I thought Hughes kind of ended up being a no points draw. Hughes didn't look good. She came off as whiny, but they didn't really land that really telling punch on Hughes, the knockout punch on Hughes. Hughes came back and sort of was whatever you had decided about the Hughes versus Curry, you're going to walk out with the same thing at the end of that. But
Curry responded in there because her testimony felt like I was being lectured by a teacher I hated. And that was across the screen. I don't know what the jury felt, but how did they respond to Hughes? Because she was like, as I said, as I told you. I'm like, are you per my last emailing the jury now? What is
maybe it's telling, maybe it's
Juror H was shaking her head.
Maybe it's because the lunch hasn't actually started yet.
Older
they
woman there
broke really early.
So the jurors were interested.
Maybe it's because it's Joe and nobody wants to go on his show.
Persuaded. The metadata expert I thought was even more interesting because they get him to that point where he's sort of going, well, yes, these are two images that the metadata says were taken at exactly the same time at exactly the same place with the same file name. And it sort of comes down to, well, I'm an expert. You should believe me, notwithstanding this complete ridiculous position I'm taking. I think they just, like, the jurors sort of going.
I thought it was very powerful that was redacted earlier and then was like the reveal that they unredacted it during this witness close in time to the jury going back to deliberate. And I thought that was really interesting. It was like, ta-da, they're the same photo, which we kind of knew because you did a video on this with photos.
And the question I would have loved to have had that metadata for that video because holy crap.
Video, obviously.
The one question I wish they'd asked just as a follow-up there is, they have the same file name. Isn't it the case that the phone takes photos with sequential file names?
Yeah.
They increment the number each time. Isn't that a thing?
Yeah.
So wouldn't this indicate that had not been another photograph taken, but in fact the same photograph? I think that would have been good, but I am nitpicking here because that was an excellent cross. And as much as you can say, hey, I could have put one more layer of polish on it, I'm sort of saying, hey,
the two identical photos or the two different photos with the same metadata.
I can't come in and say, hey,
and then you add that with the
think
two literally identical photos submitted as two different images on purported to be on two different days.
And I think
that paints a
I wonder
pretty damning picture.
What this expert would
no pun
answer
intended.
If they ask that question, and on cross, you really don't want to ask a question you don't know the answer to. So it might just have been Dennison leaning into this. A lay person can understand, and this cannot bite me. This expert can't try to have another explanation because time, minute, second is just what it is.
Based on
any explanation
of
you come up with is good.
I'd say he's reading super chats, but I'm just going.
Came down on his fingertip.
Oh no,
it
there
had to come across
like that.
I don't think Runkle's saying it.
Amber Heard is
reiterating now.
19 feet tall, and she didn't arc the bottle like it's not a mortar lob onto Johnny Depp's hand. So she's throwing a bottle. It's going to come at a downward angle, probably about 15 to 20 degrees down, and smash into something. I mean, that's how a thrown bottle goes.
They tried to make it sound like they were alleging it just came down perpendicular to the tabletop.
Right, which is silly because that's not how things work. Now, if he had testified that she walked up and smashed the bottle down on his hand, different story.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
All that evidence was
times have they said
thoroughly unconvincing.
Let's see. Chris Willauer says, Dr. Fingers, are you just here for your 15 minutes of fame?
Damn you, edge.
Has ever been banned from my show, and anyone who I think can contribute, and I welcome, and that certainly includes them. I don't want to get involved in all this whole. I think people are trying to make more drama than it is. Okay, that's what I think it is. I think people are whatever. There's no drama. There's no nothing, and to the extent
at least not with us.
Says asserts Joe without evidence.
That there is drama that doesn't relate to me with respect to anybody here. As far as I know, everybody genuinely likes and respects everybody else. And I know that I literally have zero beef with anyone. If anything, this is what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take it one step further. Here, I'm going to tell Larry.
Just so you all are aware, when it comes to Lawtube, Joe is the homecoming king of it. Okay. Joe is friends with everyone. He doesn't ban people. Joe is the homecoming king.
I don't know if
Everybody loves Joe.
Yeah, I mean,
No problem,
I seem to. I've never had anyone tell me that they'd rather me not come, and I've never, people seem to like when I show.
Damn it! I need the "do not come" clip.
To inject a little bit of spice and life into like the conversation, and everyone's welcome here. So
I have to pull this up.
I certainly no one should take anything.
I was curious to see.
I have no beefs with anyone.
Actually, I don't-
sometimes I can't fit everyone in at the same time if something like that happens. But,
right.
Yeah.
I was curious to see what
these other
fair and balance looks like.
These other super chats, because sometimes they if I don't check them off when they
I saw
they get lost.
I saw this one.
As you do that really quick, if anybody has any ideas of
And then this one.
like the whole
Jesus.
something where people can submit like their favorite quote from the trial and who said it, and because we want to do a bracket as we're waiting for
My
when the
Twidget thing
jury
that lets me highlight
deliberates
chats is
and
busted.
having like a poll and
keeps
doing a
dropping out.
whole NCAA bracket of the best
reconnecting
quotes.
it.
I think that would be
I
a
think
lot
what I'll
of
do is
fun.
this. I think what I'll do is this. I think I'll create a thread on
chats.
Twitter, ask people to tell me
Oh,
their best
perfect. Yeah.
line. You know what I'm saying? Give me your best line from the trial. Who said it and what the line was, and then start creating brackets that way. I still don't think we can get 65 different ones because I'll probably end up getting like
I think
30
you
responses.
underestimate this trial, Joe.
I'm recognizing that's not an underestimation of the trial. It's a recognition of the size of my Twitter following. So
Oh, shut up. Hang on.
I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not.
but
No, no, no.
I have a
Let's-
lot of Twitter
stop.
followers. Let's
No,
check,
no,
folks.
no. I don't listen. Stop. I'm not complaining about the size of my Twitter following. I'm not complaining about the size of my channel. I'm simply saying I don't
You have
get
a
that
lot.
many. Did I cross? I was at 29,900 yesterday. I don't know if I crossed 30 yet, but
You're at 30.1.
all right. So wow, congratulations to me for getting 30,000 on Twitter. But I'll tell you right now, relative to the rest of Lawtube, that's small. When you talk, and I don't care about that.
Joe
Obviously,
has
if I had 10 followers on Twitter,
serious inadequacy
Twitter at all.
issues.
And my following here is much more important to me than my Twitter following. My point was simply how many people will see my tweet and actually respond to it. That was the only
Well, we
point.
can
As
link
far
it
as-
in the chat. We can link it, and they can
Yeah.
submit there.
That's true.
James.
James! Hey, how are you, brother?
How many heads exploded in the gallery today?
It was, it was a lot. I don't know if you saw, but the judge actually had to admonish the audience because everyone in the audience was freaking out so hard.
Okay, so what exactly were they freaking out about right before the admonishment?
It was when Amber was talking back to Camille, and Camille was, they were doing the back and forth. There was multiple moments, but I think it was when she was talking about I think
Because I'll tell you before you continue, just so you should understand. No, just so you should understand, we on audio could not hear the gallery making any noise at all, and all of a sudden, Rottenborn came forward and basically.
What do you
was
mean
like,
about checking EVS opening?
Judge, and then the judge gave that admonishment.
Like, I understand Ethan Van
Gallery
Scova, but I don't.
saying, if you guys don't shut up, well, I'm going to clear you out.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm wondering was, what had been going on there, because I think it had been going on for a while. So to the extent you could detail that for us, please walk us through that.
It was very chatty today. In general, every time, usually, you were there. So when they do the sidebar and that noise, the white noise comes up, they say to be quiet.
Oh, okay. No, what I've been doing is
now it was like
I'll find a clip and I'll download it because I'm not Flash.
And it was to the point where people were
and then I'll cut it so it's perfect.
And size and laughter during
and then
Amber's.
Put it as a scene in OBS and
different
set up
back and
advanced
forth
scene
with
switches
Camille.
so I
And
can
as
just
much as maybe it wasn't that
hit a
bad,
button.
I think Rottenborn just didn't want the jury at all to hear anything.
It's really not hard, really straightforward.
The jury probably could hear it, or at least see it to it. They definitely could see it, if they were watching, people's reactions. So that's why they said no facial. Well, they didn't say no facial. They said no noises and
Just looking at Nick's stream.
Basically, and no cheering.
Like,
right.
Look at this. What a fucking, what a champion. Shaking everyone's hand.
Were there any particular
super personable?
Isolate one or two moments that were like
This monster
created
who sexually assaulted women with bottles. Oh,
If you can't, that's okay.
Makes Amber Heard's life a living hell by dragging her into court. That monster.
Camille would, basically say, "Oh, you're calling this witness a liar," and then Amber would be like, "Oh, well." Like, for example, was it the TMZ man or something before that?
Yeah.
Where she goes, "I don't recognize that man."
Like, just completely out of character.
The manager.
She made these comments, and people would go, "Ugh," or like when she was like, "I never." What did she say? I never hit him. And I never did something else, or I never lied.
Oh, that's the other one I need. I need the. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Whatever. Everyone was like, "Oh, what?" And that was the first time it happened. So after the third time, the Rotten Board was pissed.
Hold on a second. I got this. What is that?
God's sakes, Joe.
I like it though. That's
I don't know. Joe's adding some.
I'm gonna get everybody's stream struck.
No, that's the link you sent me. I don't know. I've just been waiting for this Gone Girl thing. I apologize. I cleared it up. Okay.
No, honestly, it's really relaxing after a day in court. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, there we go.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to Uncivil.
Lol. He was streaming on Civil. Ah.
Oh my god,
Please. I just hope that Uncivil uses
Oh my god,
license-free
I'm just
audio.
sitting here. I got so many tabs open. It's like basically when I'm running this show, I can't even begin to explain it to you. I got two different monitors, and I have like 9 windows open, and each of them have on average 5 tabs. So I've got like 45 tabs here. And it's like, because I have to jump from this thing to that thing and pull up this exhibit or go to that screen. And I'm trying to track so many different things at once. And it's basically when all of a sudden there's just random music coming in from nowhere. I feel like this is like Joe Biden's brain. It's like
what's
it's like
stream countdown song. You talked about the one that Joe was just playing.
Nothing to do with each other. And where's that damn music coming from? That's basically
lol. Agree.
That's basically
or uncivil.
Yeah,
it feels like we pick
Let me
one
tell
in.
you, folks, you don't see the back end here. Even like
And we
when
do.
we're out in court on Monday, and you're trying to go live with people,
And I would say it's only because we love him, but it's
to
not.
set up with your phones and having to go through super chats when you're live streaming out there. It's a lot of work. And when you're doing it's one thing when you have like 2 monitors, and then you have to bring it and condense it all down to a little phone.
I should do a Lawtube tier list.
Thank you again, James, because you've been really kicking ass out there and doing yeoman's work this entire trial. With you having sat in court so many times now up to this point, would you say
he's
that this was
basically
the most memorable day
just
for
been
you,
living
or how
on
would you
Legal Bites'
compare
stream.
this on a scale of the start to the finish for you?
Oh gosh, honestly, it feels like forever now. I'm not gonna lie. Memorable. I mean, I have to say, Camille's final day of cross of Amber, that was memorable and special. She finished and they all
So
hugged her.
9 jurors
Like,
and
I don't know if that was maybe the first time she had done something so public.
4 are Asian, 1 are black.
It seemed like a milestone for her as well, and everyone just they'd been watching Camille for a few days. And
Doesn't sound like equality to
just in
me.
love with her. That was really awesome to be there for. I will say I like today just because Camille finished some things with Amber that she had started the last time, but Camille was a lot more direct. Like
and glass fragments
because
in the
voice is
rest of your
annoying.
body. But that's not how explosions work. It's not how punctures or slashes work. You might get cut, you might not. There's one of the more famous guys in, I don't remember his name, but in auto testing, before they invented crash test dummies, there was a guy. And he said, we need to test these things. And so he would sit there bare shirted or no, unbeshirted or whatever. And they would launch glass at him as if it was like a 30 or 40 mile an hour car collision, and use a high-speed camera to measure it hitting his back. And you could see, and the guy just agreed to do that so they could work on the safety measures of the glass.
That's a hell of a consent.
Yep.
There's got to be a better way of doing
Nick's got to be taking this
Well, there
opportunity
is. Now
to
it's
catch up with
practice
every
coming,
single
but
super
he
chat.
OSHA approved.
He was the original.
I don't know if I'm
like
I'm
those
in
like
for that.
35-mile-an-hour wall collisions and stuff. He did those. I mean, they didn't go too high because they were still trying to not kill him.
This
But,
wasn't the Guinness Book of World Record guy with the face with the G-force
No.
guy, was it?
No, guy. I wish I'm
Wow.
sure someone in the chat like knows that guy's name, but I was watching a documentary about him. It's like, dude, you are insane. You didn't get paid enough. No matter what you got paid, it wasn't
There's
enough
no
to get-
compensation for that.
Miss Elaine says this forensic expert of Amber Heard's looks and sounds like Harvey Feinstein's long lost child.
Yes, he did.
Oh my God. Amber's photos were not photoshopped. I reviewed all of them. I reviewed all of the photoshopped photos and none of them were.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to just watch the day's trial and then just read through super chats for 24 hours.
Immediate cross-examination question that Dennison asked.
It's kind of shitty, but I
to
understand.
testify under oath that none of the photos introduced in evidence by Ms.
What a
Heard
grift.
photoshopped. I can't do that. I only can testify about.
I mean, I'm
these
literally
specific
grifting
photos
off a
I was given.
grifter. So
Well, and
right now,
what the hell are you here for?
it's not even for money.
What is the fact that they did not give him every single photo that was in evidence from their side and say, please come up with your validity arguments for all of these is insane to me. Like that they didn't do that. So Mike the Dad Crosby says it's the motion of the editor, not the file size of the picture. Lancelot 652, did Amber only bring people with vocal fries?
Nice to see.
Yeah,
Where's
the
DUI
one
guys?
thing
He
I'm
just
really sad about is that I don't practice
persona non grata across
ever,
across
run a
Lawtube
case
now.
in front of her because she just seems even losing in front, she seems really amazing in terms of the control she's got, the way she handles things, the fairness.
Lol, I could never aspire to the level
she's
of
a model for
grifting that
judges,
that Nick has achieved.
I gotta say, I've been really impressed with. I mean,
I'd be happy getting to Joe's level.
Dollars in legal fees and
I was doing good.
costs.
18,
Like, I don't know what it's cost the
1800
courthouse to run
watching.
this, but you got to figure they've got extra bailiffs on every day.
How much money?
They've got.
I don't think he joined
you
bites.
know,
Let me check.
This is basically all sides, including the court, have basically been shoveling money into a pile and throwing matches at it.
I had a judge that was like Judge Wyndham, who was the judge presiding over the Durst trial. And I've got to
Their
tell
live
you,
streams
there was
don't come
something
up
so
all the
fun about watching one of my favorite judges
In hardcore groups,
presiding
whatever.
over a case that was then
No, I got that
televised
DM
and getting to
device to
see
me.
him in court. I was like, go Judge Wyndham. It was so
Oh,
it was
man.
so fun. And I'm sure there are attorneys.
And when I say, in the
fix
face
your
of
audio.
patriarchy, there are legitimate, cases in fact where women have been
No, he's
discriminated
not at
against.
all.
I have litigated those cases myself.
Of
So
course, he's not with bites.
so I just want to make that very clear for the folks that are watching. When
Yeah.
I say that, I'm talking about Amber Heard's version of that is a farce. So in case that was lost on anybody.
And you know what? Yesterday I said we got to give credit to Amber's attorneys for the crosses. Dennison, he did a hell of it. Can we give him a can we give it up?
Agreed.
He did a hell of a job today, crushing. Hughes. He crushed Hughes. I'm talking about I think he crushed Hughes, especially with as soon as she said she didn't read the directions. He's like, oh, we talking about
Let's read the directions.
and then going right into the
Yeah.
directions. I was like, oh my
That was a
god,
good
he
moment.
just blew her
Was.
up.
He
Yeah,
destroyed
he blew her
Data
up.
Guy. He destroyed.
Yes.
I'm going to be
That's-
honest.
yeah.
Man,
It's
you go
like
look
he
at the batting average of Wayne Dennison.
In a past life, he must have really pissed someone
I
off.
will say this: he followed the rules of cross examination today. He did follow the rules.
he was asking some open-ended stuff.
But he was controlling the witness too. Was that a yes
Nobody
or no?
cares about
Yes
your
or no, man?
rules.
Everything we said after this. So he was watching us. He was like, yeah, I gotta tighten up on the fundamentals.
Him
But
objecting.
We
Let's have
give
a
him a
look
lot
at-
of crap. He
Let's
did
have a look
very
at Bites' policy. The super chats. Super chat policy. Hi, Biters. No, I won't do a voice. The amount of love and support we've gotten throughout this trial has been incredible. Every comment, like, subscribe, share, super chat, and super sticker is so appreciated and means more than you can possibly imagine. That being said, the amount we've been getting has been overwhelming in the best of ways, so we need to introduce the following super chat policy for the rest of the trial. Super stickers, SSs, and SCs, that are super chats, that are statements, rhetorical questions, etc., will be shown on the screen ASAP, when possible without interrupting court proceedings or panel discussions. They'll be read and or reacted to. Super chats that begin with Q or question will be reserved. We'll do our best to address each one of these individually. We get a lot of questions asking the same thing. When we do answer a super chat on a specific topic, we'll go through the list of reserved chats and display each chat that poses the same question on the screen. The topic of a question comes up organically in discussion, we'll do the same as outlined here. The super chats addressed specifically to a panel member, we'll make every effort to get it in front of them while they're with us, but that may not always be possible. If it's a statement, it may be shown when they're here. If it's a question, we'll try our best to have them answer it. Consider taking a moment to look at the video series below before asking a question via a super chat. A lot of questions have been answered here. Super chats that pose questions answered here may be answered, asked, and answered. Okay. So yeah, that's
To succeed in a case when you understand. I mean, that was like Johnny Depp's side. They were struggling early
That's
on those
biased.
objections.
So that's her super chat policy.
There's nothing that she says is based in any data. It's just based on everything that Amber says. I don't even know how that's allowed and how that's not just hearsay. But I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, let's start getting into the rebuttal from Team Amber. So the first one they brought up, they had before Dr. Hughes, they had someone else come up.
We'll switch streams. Normally I switch to an afternoon stream. I don't know how much time we're going to have. So we're just going to stay here and see. We're just going to stay here and see what happens. If they start televising, we are going to stay here and go through jury instructions and what it means and what it is. If they just put on the white noise and go up to the bench, we're just going to see what happens. So, you know, why not? We're just going to see what happens. Who needs lunch? Chat, thank you so much. I will have to message Dr. B. You see me looking up. My window is over here, and there.
We basically, everybody knew, right, that she's going to be taking the stand today. Today is the end for.
There we are. We are live with the DUI guy.
Johnny Depp's team, and the beginning of the rebuttal, or putting on their own rebuttal witnesses for the defense. Well. Right before court starts, right as the judge walks in, Amber Heard turns around and gives the entire Lawtube community and the crew a very condescending glance. Like she's extremely unhappy. Like she's visibly showing how unhappy she is as the judge walks into the courtroom. And as I tweeted, no fuck me eyes this time around. Because it's true. In the very beginning, when she first met me, Ian, Rob, she was giving us those fuck me eyes with a very, very fake smile. I mean, I think maybe it's because we sat on the Amber's side, not on Johnny's side. Maybe she suspected that we are kind of like, you know, three men in a sea of women sitting on her side, well dressed. She's like,
thought you were simps. 3
new potential sugar daddies. So I don't know. Maybe that was going through her mind. I have no idea.
Yeah, 100%. Bites is a member of the bar,
and she is no longer
in California and DC.
In any way, shape, or form
so
interested in
liberal confirmed.
Salivatingly.
Wait, Ricada is a banned word in Bites chat. You make me get a Bites chat.
The plaintiff still has witnesses sitting in the front row in the very beginning, right as the trial starts. And so we already know, like as an attorney, you kind of learn the layout of the land, and you realize, okay, so the plaintiff, Johnny, still has some witnesses, right? So they call, as the jury walks in, I noticed that number 4 is looking as lovely as always. And I found it interesting, by the way, I never really have seen this before, but the clerk swears in the witness, not the judge. Like in Kentucky, the judge is the one who always swears in witnesses. I'm not sure why the discrepancy. I'm not 100% in tune. Yeah, they're back in the courtroom, but I'm not too worried about it because they're not doing whatchamacallit.
Didn't tell me it was banned.
They're not doing anything valuable. Right now, they're simply going.
Yes, it is not banned.
Going over motions and exhibits. It is actually going to be jury instructions. It is boring stuff. I'm here to give you guys the juice on what on earth happened today, because that's the interesting stuff. Yeah, that's what I wrote. That's why I wrote the op-ed. I caught that too. I was like, oh my, okay, stop saying court is back on. All right. I'm seriously about to pin. I know court is back on. Relax. I'm not going back, for the love of Christ. Like I said, I know a lot of you are, here, let me just pin this real quick so that people leave me alone.
Let's go back to.
Anybody have 1301? Plaintiff's 1301?
It was an Instagram post.
An Instagram post.
Ooh. What's going on here?
Almost as bad.
We'll get it, Your Honor. And then that 711A and 711B from today.
711A and 711B, the one without the metadata, one with the metadata showing. It was the same pictures, but it showed the metadata.
I believe that was 712A and 712 and 713A.
Yes.
I just remember leaving for Orlando on April 30th, thinking, well, this trial will be over by the time I get back.
Trying to get all the exhibits together right now so we have them all together so we can review them.
The following program.
The other one is
God damn it, Joe.
evidence that's on their list as an evidence.
120D, as in David?
Yes.
So 120D was listed as, you had it as an evidence, but we do not have it in evidence. All right. Is that all the pieces
I have
of
a
evidence?
question for the panel on their
Excellent.
opinion on something that I think was a misstep.
Good. Okay. So we are very
sorry, Hood.
close to getting all
I've
that.
got
Just wanna
Discord
wait
open, but
until we have every piece
so
of
many
evidence
goddamn screens
with
here.
Jamie and everybody has reviewed it, so we don't have to review that tomorrow and waste time with that.
One
Okay.
with
All right.
4
so
windows.
Now I think we can do jury instructions, correct?
Another with OBS that has like
Let me
5
just go over the
windows.
ones that we
and
had a
another
few
laptop
issues
below
with.
me.
Yeah, this will be good.
Yep.
At the first one I'm going to go over is the
following program is cringe.
there's two, that would be number 28.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Correct. And I took those under advisement.
Oh my God, it is a use of force
Self-protection to
period.
the self-defense. All right. So what evidence do we have in trial that would allow to have these two jury instructions?
Sure, Your Honor. So I think there's evidence in the record showing that, Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's agent, that, he was retained in connection with the UK litigation and with this litigation. There's evidence that he engaged with third parties in that capacity, that he
Yes, I have a perfect
mailed
American
Mr.
accent.
Depp, and that he believed Mr. Depp's version of events. And so I think all of that, is relevant evidence.
All Australians do. All Australians have
Self-defense.
perfect American accents.
Mr. Waldman made those statements in self-defense on behalf of Mr. Depp.
Do with that
Seriously, huh?
information what you will.
If agency is found.
If agency is found.
We believe they're inappropriate, Your Honor. First of all, we have not.
What the fuck happened here? It looks like the JV team rocked up.
We found one from 1860?
That might have been-
1887.
And I know I had seen one a
We
while
said it was a
back.
reversible error if you didn't give the self-defense one, so.
Well, I know I'd taken a look at one a while back. I think, but I don't have a case site for you. I think it's a question of law as to whether it applies. So at a minimum, I think we should figure that out, I guess. But the reason we don't think it should apply is these were statements that were made by Mr. Waldman in 2020. I guess it was before Ms. Heard's counterclaim. So if he's saying that
It goes to the op-ed, I think.
Understood. So if he's saying that this lawsuit was a statement in response to the op-ed, statements that were made a year and a half later by Mr. Waldman, and it doesn't, I mean, again, Your Honor, the key words are fairly and reasonably. So obviously both sides are going to argue defamatory implication and what did the op-ed really mean, and did it say these things? But saying
I feel like it says something that she's instead of suing Adam Waldman,
to say that
she's
then it's
suing Johnny
fair
Depp.
for Mr. Waldman a year and a half later to make public statements that Amber and her friends roughed up the place and spilled a little wine. What, you know, all the things that he said in those statements. That's not fairly and reasonably. Ms. Heard responded fairly and reasonably to Mr. Depp's case but through her counterclaim. The parties can speak to each other in the courtroom here, but saying that if someone makes a statement in an op-ed, that then you can go and do whatever you want for 2 years, say whatever you want.
You get to engage
and
in
obviously,
the
there's
public
only
if
3
people
statements
publicly
that comprise the
defame you.
counterclaim. But as the evidence has shown, it was part of a pattern by Mr. Waldman. It was, I mean, it's the opposite of proportionate. It's the opposite of fair and reasonable response.
Okay.
Mr. Depp's opportunity for a fair and reasonable response, well, we don't believe it was either, but he had the opportunity to file a lawsuit in this court.
That's not what
to
that
have
means.
Mr. Waldman be his attack dog and to say anything Mr. Waldman then says as his attack dog is somehow fair and
Are you
reasonable.
an attack dog, sir?
Privilege is appropriate.
Yeah.
And I do think that before Your Honor gives it, we need to confirm whether it's a question of law.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Rodmore noted that this lawsuit was a response to the op-ed, but I think there could be multiple statements in response to the op-ed. So I think that's not dispositive of anything. And the statements were clearly a direct response to Ms. Heard's allegations on their face. And whether that response was fair and reasonable is a jury question.
I don't, what do you say is the matter of law? The privilege of self-defense is a matter of law?
I think it could be whether it applies.
Okay, I don't think it's a matter of law. I think it's whether or not if there is any evidence that a jury could find.
It legit looks like
not the weight
head
of the
counsel has brought his kids to work.
I don't think it's my role to
You
weigh
two
that
can sit on
how
counsel's
long it
desk.
was made afterwards.
That's a devastating
I think it
instruction
is,
for
Your Honor. I
Heard's
mean, it can't be
counterclaim.
the case that anytime there's an alleged death, this is why this doesn't come up often, because this just isn't given. If it were appropriate here, every time there's a defamation case, this would be an instruction. Even the person who's the defendant in the case, who say, well, all I said, I was responding to something that was said before.
So all your evidence that you say goes to the jury are just the statements? That's why this should be given? That he made the statements, that's the only evidence?
Well, I think
You gave me evidence of agency, but that's just agency. Do you have any evidence that of self-defense, that he actually said these statements because of what she said?
Well, I think there's circumstantial evidence
directly
at
in
least that
response to it.
So it's agency. He's an attorney who was retained in connection with this litigation of the UK litigation.
On its face,
That doesn't
it's a
automatically mean
response to her allegations.
Self-defense.
Just say they're
That's-
direct
that's
responses
You have
to
to make
allegations
them,
that were made.
I have to have some evidence
It's
that the
pretty
statements were
obvious.
made in response to the direct accusations of.
There you go.
I just, some evidence,
On their face, they appear to be a direct response.
not the statements themselves, but is there any other evidence?
They're made in a
The
publication
statements fairly
about
arose in
the incident.
response to Ms. Heard's
Yeah,
accusation.
the surrounding context is the.
Did anybody testify that he made these statements in response to her op-ed?
No.
Doesn't have to be in
that
response
I'm
to the
aware of,
op-ed
Your
was the whisper.
All right.
Your Honor, just one small point there. There's no requirement that it be in response to the op-ed in particular. The question for self-defense to apply is simply whether it's made in response to an allegation against Mr. Depp. And Mr. Walden's evidence is clear, I think, that he was responding to allegations against Mr. Depp, and he
He
believed
has a
those
stack of
allegations
perjury
to be
papers.
false. There was extensive evidence in the record on that, in fact, I think.
That he was responding to. So if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky ground. If he says, well, I was responding to what she said in 2016, that's.
Well,
your case is
that's
separate
very
from
murky.
the op-ed.
Mr. Munez is saying is that you take it as a separate case. You take it as
Op-ed
a,
is not
as a
related to the
separate
counterclaim.
case.
Yep, that's right.
Claim And then your counterclaim. So your counterclaim is a separate standalone case, right?
No lie, this judge is great.
Okay.
So
Yes.
the standalone case.
Well, what?
Your claim doesn't deal with the op-ed. So they're saying in defense of your case, that's why this comes in.
But he
But
made the statements in defense of our case because these are the basis for our case. So what he had to have been, what was he responding to if it wasn't the op-ed? And if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky
He's
ground
offering a
because
defense
there's
in your
plus,
case.
Your Honor, couple points. to your point, there's been no testimony that he made these in self-defense to anything. Two,
Wrong.
the defense doesn't
It's the
apply.
Elaine objection.
He brought a stack of perjury papers.
Well, it doesn't. This is under the
to the
Haycox
police.
case, 1958. It doesn't apply if we prove malice. So it has to be made in good faith and without malice. So it's co-extensive. I could bring the case up if you want, Your Honor. It's so if the malice inquiry incorporates this. This is the
good luck finding malice.
Let's see, 200 Virginia 212 Haycox versus Wilcox Dunn. And it looks like on page 231, they're discussing a Massachusetts case, and that says statements made in an honest endeavor to vindicate one's character or to protect one's interests are usually regarded as qualifiedly privileged, even though they're false, if they are made in good faith and without malice. So the malice inquiry takes care of this. In addition, I don't think I need to remind the court, but for the record, Mr. Waldman was not allowed to answer any questions about this. So to say, well, he could have been making it in defense of something, they could have let him answer questions and get that evidence on the record. They can't say, well,
No.
And when I say just looking at your case, you're claiming these alleged defamation, the three we have allegations. Well, they're saying in response that they made them because of something she said that maybe is not the op-ed.
Then there's no evidence of what that is. She was sued. She said 2016 when she made her Then 2018 she has the op-ed that have a couple words that they're trying to turn into what we've just seen for the last 6 weeks, and then she responded to the lawsuit.
Okay.
So it can't be the case that by trying to defend yourself in a lawsuit that was brought against you, if it's not the op-ed, then it's got to be her statements in the lawsuit, that somehow trying to defend yourself through judicially immune statements in a lawsuit entitles someone else to go out and say whatever they want and then try to veil themselves in the privilege.
Counsel for Ms. Heard made a point of making clear that there was extensive allegations about Mr. Depp circulating. They repeatedly brought up the UK action, which was in fact the context in which I believe these statements were made based on the date. It was very close in time to the UK action. They brought up the Dan Wooten article. These allegations date back to 2016. These allegations are out there, and there's there's evidence, from which the jury could find that Mr. Waldman was acting in defense of Mr. Depp.
Of course. Acting in defense against Ms. Heard's accusations. So what are Ms. Heard's accusations that would be defense?
About the apartment. These statements are about the apartment.
Your Honor, there has been extensive evidence of the accusations against Mr. Depp going back to 2016. For example, the Dan Wooten article that they raised in evidence prior to the op-ed, which included the word wife beater, and it was essentially,
But it has to be.
That's not Ms. Heard's statements.
Ms. Heard's statements.
I don't believe that's correct, Your Honor. It doesn't have to be
Against Ms. Heard's accusations, it is
Her
correct.
accusations
that would be crazy,
are that
Your
he
Honor, if they get a
crashed
jury
the
instruction
apartment
because
and
he
beat her.
was responding.
I understand that.
The number of allegations made by Ms. Heard, it's been very well documented in this case. You have the op-ed, and it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be any one particular allegation, but you have the op-ed, you have the People magazine article, you have the republication of her statements through the wife beater and the Dan Wooten article. You have the fact that she was giving testimony in the UK action about these issues.
Well, then would you agree that actual malice, you don't get the self-defense if there's actual malice in his statements? If the jury finds actual malice, then you don't get.
If the jury finds actual malice,
then it's not protected
that may
speech.
obviate the privilege, but that doesn't mean that the privilege is not applicable or a valid.
But the only way they can find in this case is if there is actual malice.
That's
This
the
goes
big
back
problem
to
with their legal
defense,
argument.
Slap defense as well. The only way they find defamatory statements in this case is if there's actual malice. And that's unique to this case. I understand that. But so if they find actual malice and defamatory statements, you don't have protected speech privilege.
And if there's no actual malice, they win.
Yes,
So-
correct. The same with this. That's why we're not
Right.
giving a
Yeah.
jury instruction on the slap defense.
No sane person will find
They're
actual
gonna lose
malice.
this one because of that legal issue. This guy actually came back and made an okay factual
If
issue.
the instruction is not being given on the understanding that it's essentially moot,
Which I agree. I think was what happened with the slap defense as well. We found out after we went down that legal road, we found out that was moot as well. Okay. So you want me to deny it or withdraw it? I'll do either one.
If you don't mind denying, Your Honor.
Yes, I'll deny.
Deny and
That's
preserve it for appeal.
Instruction 28 and 29.
Okay, so what just happened was they were trying to introduce a self-defense.
that.
These defamatory statements are in
All
response
right. Next
to
one I have
other
is the
defamatory statements.
republication.
But
One.
to win, Amber Heard has to prove that Johnny Depp acted with actual malice.
Okay.
If he acted with actual malice, then the self-defense
So-
part doesn't apply because it's knowledge of the falsity. You
I
can't
see both of
defend
them,
yourself with falsity.
Dueling paragraphs
So-
for the republication. Yes, sir.
So there is no
And,
defense in the end of the day
I
for this.
understand last time we spoke that you must determine whether any content that was added constitutes a republication. And you just would rather have just the three.
There's no affirmative defense.
Republication.
I mean, the defenses are the elements have not been proven, but if the elements are proven, there's no
You must find
affirmative
that
defense
she read-
on top of that.
Or you want to add that into it? I'm not sure. I'm just not sure how I'm reading it.
I think, and I don't mean to put words in their mouth. I think we want the whole thing at the top.
Right.
And they just want the one sentence at the bottom.
I will. I'll explain it a little more clearly.
That's correct.
And
when we don't have the
Your Honor,
court
we
talking as much.
Talk about not going backwards. We went
No,
over
I
this on Friday. Your
But
Honor
no,
said
Johnny
that,
did not lose the
on
case
page 92
over
of the
that jury
transcript. I don't have a
instruction.
problem with the republished jury instruction. I just think it has to be accurate with adding.
My mind is blown.
Was on page
Emily
89.
Baker is 44.
But you also have to say, but adding content to it may establish republication. So that's what we did in the sentence.
That is younger than me.
It did say merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, period. And then we added directly from the transcript, but adding content to it may establish republication.
Time makes fools of us.
Now they're going backwards. They just want you to strike the whole thing except the first sentence. And that's different from Your Honor's ruling on Friday and also doesn't fully capture.
No, it
the
doesn't
republication.
capture the whole legal argument.
And if I may just make our argument for the record here,
I
Your
think
Honor.
what you did on Friday, but if you want to do it again, that's fine.
Okay, just very quickly. So I think the issue with republication is whether it reaches a new audience, which is
And that's there.
what we propose. Right, it's included in their instruction, and that is basically the full extent of our proposed instruction, and we believe it should be limited to that. Lawtube is a case that they've repeatedly cited in support of this republication issue, and that's a case where there was a defamatory New York Times article that was hyperlinked in a more recent New York Times article, and the court said that that's not directed at a new
right back.
audience. It's the same party tweeting to the
Since they're
same
gonna lose
audience,
this
so
one
there's no
anyway.
republication. And that's not the case here, where Ms. Heard has retweeted a Washington Post article. So that, Ms. Heard's audience on Twitter is different than the Washington Post. And so
But if she just retweeted a hyperlink, that's different. But in this context, and that's why I took the motion to strike under advisement, once I got it, there was more content to it. And that's why I'm putting it in the jury instruction, because it is accurate that a hyperlink alone is not enough to reach a new audience. But I'm willing to, what I think would also add to it, though, is after
This
you
is
must
bad
attribute
analysis.
content that was
Even
added.
a boomer like me
Patient.
can tell this is bad analysis.
And
The New York Times reprinting a hyperlink to a New York Times article may not be reaching a new audience, but
must
Amber
determine
Heard
whether any
retweeting a
added
link from the
content
Washington Post is
published
clearly
without
reaching a
it
different
to
audience than the original Washington Post
say it
piece.
that way. Or I could say, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find it was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. I could say it in that term. Add that to the end of that paragraph.
I think that's fine if
Do you have
that's
any-
the court's inclination.
Do you have any objection to that?
I'm thinking, sorry, I'm
Okay.
slow on
Repeat it
the
one more time.
Yeah, that,
Sure, okay. Let's see. All right, let me see if I can incorporate it into it. Okay, so merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find it was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication.
Yeah, which is, of course, a new audience.
say Just that first sentence, merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may establish republication, period.
Well, that's what you already had. This is
No, because we had you must determine whether any added content that was added constitutes a republication. I think it'd be better to just delete the last two sentences than to add the sentence at the end.
Your Honor, I just want to note, I don't think that adding content is a requirement for republication. I mean, we've found a number of cases that when somebody repeats a defamatory statement, that they're as liable as the original defamer.
We're not going back. We're not going backwards. So either it's his language or my language. What do you want?
I prefer the court's language.
All right, I'm going to put my court's language. Okay.
Do you want us to do the revisions? Because if you do, we may have to just get one more time from you.
Okay.
We're happy to, or
Sammy, can you do it? You gave him to Word format?
we did.
Come on, Sammy.
Can you do that? Here.
The
Good
only
job, man.
thing I would notice, I think the word retransmitted in the second line is misspelled.
In the second line? Okay. All right.
That's Sammy.
Here's
Bad
that.
handwriting.
But adding.
Judges already mentioned this.
God, I hate doing this kind of shit. I really hate it. Goodness. Why would she do? I don't understand. People yesterday. What was the testimony the day before? I don't know what he was doing, but he was clearly flipping through pages. That you could not miss. And Vanessa notices, this is kind of a funny thing, that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are both matching today. They're both wearing the same colors. I don't know. Hashtag felt cute.
I just rewound it, so we'll see. He's about to address it.
Yeah, I put it on extremely slow mode because we are going to have thousands of people in here. Tabby's daddy. Justice for DUI guy. Oh, Lord. Come on. Are you serious? Copper Grasshopper. Please don't tell me this is a real thing. Seriously? Where is this coming from?
Jesus Christ.
I hate the fact okay, so oh my God. Do you guys seriously want to address the Legal Bites drama? No, please don't tell me this is real. I know I know she banned me. She fucking sent me a tweet. I know she banned me.
Oh my God.
All right. Cat's out of the bag. Cat's out of the bag. I'm done. If it's already a thing, I might as well call it out because I didn't want to. Why would she do? I don't understand. Okay. All right. We're doing this. We're going to address the drama just real quick so that we can leave it and forget about it.
Yes, he did.
God, I hate doing this kind of shit. I really hate it.
I think he brought receipts. So let's just... bottom.
This is the tweet that I was sent by Legal Bites. And I'm going to make it bigger so you guys can see. That's better. This is what she wrote. She wrote, "Hey, I'm really sorry to have to do this, but I'm going to need to ask you and James." She didn't mention anything about Scott or Vanessa. I'm not sure why we're the only two included here because Scott had the same reaction. Vanessa, I don't remember. I think she was hidden by Camille's head. I think. I can't remember. Again, I haven't really analyzed it. I've been too busy. I haven't analyzed the image and the stuff coming after it. I've seen some of the TikToks, though. By the way, did you know? Well, we'll get to it. Well, actually, I'll say it right now. If you look at some of the TikToks that have the reactions of both actually, was it all three? Camille Vasquez, Ben Chu, and Johnny Depp all laughed. So this is what she wrote. "Hey, I'm really sorry to have to do this, but I'm going to need to ask you and James not to come onto the live stream after court today. So that was yesterday, right? That was yesterday. This is not today. I'm happy to discuss at a different time the specifics. So right now she has no justification, but I am seeing things like big faces being made in the courtroom. You mean our natural reaction to a fucking nuclear bomb that exploded in the middle of court during testimony that completely shattered Elaine live in front of billions of people? Is that what you're talking? Like the big faces that we our natural reactions faces? Is that what you're referring to?
Just waiting for a super chat on Byte stream. Lol.
And some questionable tweets with photos. Questionable tweets with photos. I think she's referring to Whitney Hurd overhearing our conversations. Talk to Vanessa, talk to James, talk to Scott, or talk to myself, and all four of us will confirm that Whitney has been turning her head trying to listen to the things that we have been saying because she's in close proximity to us, and there is a 100% chance that we were within earshot, especially when we were whispering just above inaudible levels. Okay? So before you start throwing accusations around, please confirm your facts. That is all I'm asking you. All right, Legal Bites? There's a reason I can't remember your name, and I think I'm starting to learn why. Some questionable tweets with photos that I'm hearing are raising. Okay, now this, up until this point, I was like, all right, whatever. Whatever. I understand. I get it. I get it. Some questionable tweets with photos that I'm hearing. Up until this point, I was like, you know what? All right. People are upset. She doesn't want us on her stream. Logical. Now here it takes a turn. And I'd like to know her sources, by the way. I'd like to know the information where she got this information from. And I will get to some facts rather than speculation, okay? Concerned by courthouse staff. I'm hearing are raising concerns. I'm sorry, I lost my place. I apologize.
100%.
Some questionable tweets with photos that I am hearing. Objection, hearsay. From whom? You didn't say from. Can you please enlighten me? Can you please tell me who you're hearing this from? Because I have not heard this. I have passed by probably about 25 sheriff's deputies this morning, 5 clerks, other courtroom employees, the stenographer who stopped to talk to me for like 15 minutes that almost made her late to court. Not a single person was like, excuse me, Mr. Foreman, aka DUI guy, you are not permitted in the courtroom today. Some issues have been... The entire courthouse was completely silent on the issue. I know because I was there. So I'm hearing are raising some serious concern by the court staff. I would like to hear some names because I have not heard a single name from a single court staff person. By the way, I hate to do this. Just so you know, I hate that I have to do this right now. Why did you do this? That's what I want to know. And I have to clear the air
100%
so that the public is aware of the fact.
Of course.
Okay?
God damn.
I'm literally shaking right now.
Rose
I
right.
wanted to talk
Woke
about
white
the
women.
trial, not this crap. I'm hearing a raising some serious concern by the court staff that I'm concerned that people might draw an inference that I'm somehow directing these things for views. Directing what for views? Having us on? I don't know. Again, I'm really sorry, all right? But at least for today, we're going to need to do without in-court perspective. Hey, Liberty. I don't know. I honestly don't know what to make of it. Like I said, we were there in the flesh. You saw us on camera. I have literally proof. Joe said I'm welcome. I really appreciate that. I don't understand. I don't understand. Is this a publicity stunt? Is she trying to gain viewers? Because right now, apparently, I'm seeing a lot of people saying that that they're unsubscribing from her channel because of this. I'm not asking you guys to do that. You don't have to do that. Like, she's still a person. Let her grow her channel. Let her thrive. I'm not here to step on toes. I'm not here to try and bring anyone down. You don't need to go unsubscribe to her. You don't have to do that. I'm just saying I wanted that. I wanted to clear the air. I did not want to share this. I shared this with one other Lawtuber, and I personally asked them yesterday, please do not share this. And as far as I know, they didn't. I am doing it now just to clear the air. Okay, can we
I think
go back?
liberal bites is better.
Can we go back? I'm done with this. Thank you. Never in my life have I thought we're going to have drama in the middle of like the biggest trial of the fucking century. You're going to start throwing shade with with accusations with no substantiation. I mean, I literally just disproved what you said. Issues with the courthouse staff, where were they? Nobody kicked us out today. We sat in our same seats. So, moving on. Where the hell was I? So Vanessa notices that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard matched today, and she says,
I had to rewind him.
To do.
Back to Nick.
But okay, here's
I'm sorry, could I have counsel's language again one more time?
Sure.
Yeah, if you have found by clear and convincing evidence.
I know everybody wants to know,
Mr.
but
Waldman,
we'll
while acting
do it
as
in a
an
minute.
agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly.
I'll be back in a
so
second.
reckless.
I just need to run to the bathroom.
There's a typo there, sorry. We'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, we do maintain the same objection, Your Honor, the principal liability, and we do have case law for that proposition.
I'll overrule that objection. We'll go ahead and, can you type that up real quick for me?
Sure.
And get that to me. If you email it to Sammy, we can print it out.
Yep.
Okay, you're in charge of that one.
It's a rather subtle issue. They're not actually dealing with the subtlety.
So who wins that? Who was typing that one up? Is
think that was
Rottenborn
it,
typing it up?
I believe Rottenborn won on that one.
Other than the verdict form.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So
Let's go to the verdict.
well, the idea is that for punitive damages, you have to act with some level of impropriety. The idea would be that an agent could shield you from that intentional act. But I think the agent is imputed with the intent of the principal. I mean, that's
All right, I think
like the
with
whole purpose of
verdict
agency.
form,
So I don't
was
think it works.
just,
But the agency is supposed to be
first
within the
page.
scope of employment.
Am I correct?
So I would argue that the overreach is not necessarily within the scope of employment. I would suggest you really would have to show the malice both on the part of the agent and on the part of the principal.
That's a good argument.
I like that. I like that, Andrew.
It's not that the agent automatically shields the principal. That would be bullshit. But that you have to show, if you're going to have punitive damages on the part of the principal, you have to show the malice on the part of the principal as well.
Yeah. Okay. So I was assuming the malice on the part of the principal.
I think it was in
not on the part of
1A.
the
The
agent.
statement was about Mr. Depp. I think the plaintiff wanted that out because we already have, the statement has a defamatory.
Because the principal
implication of
doesn't need
Depp
any particular intent,
great
right? It's vicarious liability.
by Ms. Heard, which I think
Right.
is.
He just
Or no,
has
I
to
was
have the
assuming
agent
malice-
as an agent.
We subtract the finding instruction.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is.
Okay, yeah, I
jury
agree with
instruction
you.
C on page
Okay.
4 of the jury instructions, and that's what the verdict form.
You should have been
does.
there.
Okay.
Where the hell were you doing on the stream?
Camille, call me.
And that was C. Okay.
Oh, my wife gave a
Good.
thumbs up to Dr. Muffins,
All
by
right,
the way.
tracks the finding.
Don't have a section here.
Read
Your
that
Honor.
Dr. Muffins, Dr. Curry, sorry, is quite a
It doesn't match the finding instruction, which would be clear to the jury. So we'll keep that in.
That's fine.
And then the punitive.
And so that
So
would
on the
carry
last-
through to all of that.
Oh, you withdrew all those?
We'll withdraw that, Your Honor. Their proposed language is fine.
All right, so the verdict forms as written are the verdict forms good to go, correct?
No, well, are you, I'm sorry, did they withdraw the punitive damages? Okay.
So we're good with the verdict forms. What I have is the verdict forms, correct?
Your Honor, I think yes, but I do just want to make sure, and I understand we don't go back, but I just want to make sure that for the record, we do maintain that the verdict form should state that the defamatory implication was false and not that the statement was false, because under the Pendleton case, that can, a facially true statement can still have a false defamatory implication.
And I think we had that on the record on Friday, but thanks for putting it again. It's fine. All right, so verdict forms are good.
A bit of snark there from the judge.
Turn off the other.
Okay, briefly, there's drama between DUI guy and Legal Bites, him being not allowed on her
No, you can
channel.
print it out. That's how.
Here's
yeah.
my quick statement on it.
So
I don't tell other
which
people how
ones
to
are we
run their
missing then?
channels
We're missing
at all.
which jury instructions?
And it's why I
You're
have
working on
been
two of them,
wary
right?
about a group, like an official group,
32 and
because
FF,
groups
and you
create
have
in groups
one
and
jury
out groups,
instruction
and
form,
I don't do that
Yes,
shit.
they're editing it right now.
So
It's JJ.
Okay,
here's
JJ is
here's the
coming
thing.
in.
DUI guys, welcome on my stream. Legal Bites is welcome on my stream. I don't get into that shit. I'm friends with people until they're not friends with me. That's my rule. But I'm also
Ricada
not
is
in
Switzerland.
a group or out of
on
a
depth
group.
32, could you take off disputed and send
I
that
hate
to us
them.
too?
Hate 'em.
I
They
noticed I
always do
didn't
this.
make the cute cartoon thing that somebody drew up. Did you see that?
Those
Yeah.
two-
I didn't make the cut.
I could make a joke about his nose and gold, but I won't.
You're not
Wish I
quiet
didn't make
enough,
it.
Andrew.
Laptop.
Yeah.
Is both sides would like
So,
to
no, I
look at the jury evidence on these. They'll stay up here at the bench, but all we did was we put two files on here. There's no password for it. As soon as you open up, it doesn't have any internet, and there's just two files. One's plaintiff, one's defendant. They just click on those two, and then they can watch all the audio and the video. Okay.
oh god, what a nightmare
So
that
if you
is.
want to take a look and make sure it's been downloaded.
It's not
to
one
everything
file.
that
It's got to be a
we
folder.
put on our website, which is all the evidence. We didn't receive any new evidence today for audio or video files, so that it's everything
I
on
just
there.
saw Justice for Branca hashtag. Folks, it's fine. I don't need to be in a drawing. I really don't take it personally.
Justice for Becca.
No,
Jamie will
guys,
have it, except we need to
you
do
don't
those
even
other
understand
ones.
how much
So-
I
oh, you
don't
have
want to
them?
be on that drawing
Yes,
because
You're in it though.
I have.
Okay,
there's
Howard.
lawyers
1301.
involved. So there's
Okay.
a fucking consent and release form associated
And
with
then-
it.
Your Honor, I just would like some clarification.
Sure.
I understand that
This
exhibit
is jokes online, y'all.
defendants exhibit 712 and defendants exhibit 713 were initially moved
Oh,
into
there's
evidence in
hashtag
the
muffins for
format.
Branca. I will endorse that.
Today,
sentiment.
we offered them and put them in an unredacted form, so that's the
712A and 712.
What?
And then
She has her own subreddit. Jeez,
I
of
believe,
course she
Your
does.
Honor, it should already have those in unredacted form. I believe that's how they were.
A Ricada subreddit would last
I
30
believe
seconds
so.
on
I
Reddit.
will. Yes, so I believe those, you should actually have those in unredacted form
All right.
from defendants.
All right.
I added a scrolling marquee for you,
Um,
Branca.
Oh yeah,
Muffins for Branca. That's great.
Yes, I think they would be in the binders. That's
That's
great.
what causes delays and lag.
12 and 713.
Now it's my fault.
Yeah. Branca's muffins.
All right, we'll take those. Yes. Do you want to go ahead and make a proffer now?
Runkle for the long haul, jury instructions.
Oh, you can? Well, that would make Jamie happy since she's down here digging through binders.
I wonder if this is
Okay.
There's no binders of women.
full of women.
Now
are
we have those in
located.
evidence. Okay. So we can see any more over here.
That's locked in a secure mountain facility just
So,
northeast
Your
of
Honor,
Salt Lake City.
defendant, I believe, it's plaintiff's exhibit 120D. I believe actually Sammy and I had a number of back and forth about this exhibit. I believe that defendant's counsel provided a redacted version of that exhibit to the court, but based off of our reading of the transcript, that exhibit was not actually offered into evidence.
Okay, so it's not in evidence then.
Oops.
Oof.
You gotta take this.
People are asking why the interns are doing the argument, because while everybody's been doing all of the casework, these guys have been back in the office.
Okay, all right. So I just
grinding
wanna make
out
sure,
and
'cause it was
researching the
checked off on
shit out of
somebody's
jury
list that it wasn't
instructions.
evidence. I
Yeah.
just wanna make
Reviewing
sure.
transcripts and
No,
making
but it's
sure they
not.
can support
We're good.
their requests.
And then
It's because they've been doing all the work. Trial attorneys haven't had a ton of time to do this.
I'm not sure.
No, I think
Is that
711 was
wasn't
wrong. It was 712 and 713. So we're good.
All right.
So Jamie, are we missing anything else? Sammy, did you print out the ones that they sent you to? The email, did you email Sammy the?
He's just double checking right now.
Oh, okay, okay. We'll get that in a second. Let me just put these in the order. All right.
Ooh, looks like my Camille Vasquez rebuttal video or cross-exam videos almost uploaded. My editor has been working on it. I'm very excited to release it. It was such I mean, it was so gross.
So do you yourself, Nick, pick out the start and end points of that, or you leave that for your editor to do, use their judgment?
I tell my editors that I am too stupid to know what I want, so I
Okay.
trust them to figure out what I want.
Got it.
I don't think Branca understands what an editor does.
And I'm like, neither do I, bro. Neither do
Yeah.
Poor Ryan, the editor. When
Editors, what are these things of which you speak?
Poor Ryan, the editor, when I was interviewing him, I said, here's the hardest part of working with me, and it's called working with me, because I have no idea what I want, but I can tell you what I don't like when it happens.
Just like pornography.
I said, your job, because I don't have time to figure it out, is to you know me, like you've watched this, so figure out what I would like and do it. And I think he does a pretty damn good job working with the most nebulous boss on the planet. So big props to him.
At some point in the future, I'll be hitting all of you up for recommendations for these editor things that you're speaking of.
Yeah, right, okay.
Can you, should receive in your email soon, FFJJ and 32.
Okay. So if you put those out too, Sammy.
Nicole, I can't get DUI guy on right now because he's streaming on his own channel. He has the link. He's welcome to come on.
So you're sending
Lazy Nick, stream snipe him. That's how you do it.
Not delving into drama.
Did you take the disputed off the top?
The goal. I want the normal thing. The input on the court reactions. When Rottenborn, I want to ask the panel about this, but when Rottenborn asked the judge for an instruction to tell the gallery to stop gasping, basically, I think that was a stupid move, honestly.
Yeah.
I think that was a terrible move.
Well, he must have felt obliged. I mean, he must have seen the jury reacting, right? Like it's influencing them.
Yeah, but it also just called attention to the jury that, oh yeah, by the way, we see these reactions from the gallery and they hurt us.
Yeah.
Oh. So.
Well, I will say I got a very kind invitation from Legal Bites to her wedding in California, I guess this summer. I can't go, but I know we sent something from the registry, so that was all very pleasant.
I'm
I
trying
don't know
to
what we
work
sent.
out.
My wife picked something out, probably a toaster or a coffee maker. That's the way those things usually go. But
Safe bet DUI guy's not invited
Like,
anymore.
I'm still trying to work out going with my wife. Our schedule's really
Could you
tough.
print me out
and we have
another one of AA?
that wedding there
there's a mark
and a
on
baby
this one.
shower in Kentucky like 2 days later.
Or at least email it to. Just email that
That's
to
trying to
Sammy.
work out the logistics of it. We'd love to go, so we're
Something
trying.
in the paper, it just doesn't.
And I genuinely mean, guys, like I'm not interested in the drama, and me having either person on is not any indication of it. That's between other people. I've maintained this policy on my channel for 4 years. I never want to fight with anybody. I think it's ridiculous. So
I mean, I would have been happy to go to her wedding if I'd been able to schedule it. I just had too many conflicts.
Until they call you a shyster lawyer or they try to copyright strike you.
Oh, no,
Then it's on.
right.
Then
The
it's on.
shyster lawyer doesn't bother me.
if-
The
if
copyright
you-
thing's a pain in the ass.
if you pick a fight with me, I'll fight back.
Yeah. Let's be very clear. Let's be clear. You're not a pacifist over here, Nick.
Yeah. No. I fully believe in weaponized return, but I have rules of engagement.
Yes.
And
Speaking of return, that Gunt video in Portugal was.
Dude, the front ass when he stands back up is the funniest thing I've ever seen. We'll show it when this court's over. I don't know if people understand what a front ass is.
They will then.
They will.
They will learn quickly.
So I've just got to search Gunt and Portugal, and then
Actually,
this will take care of it.
Taken down, so you might.
No, it's available.
It's
if you know where to look.
somewhere.
Yeah. Franca, I have a self-defense potential video for you to review. Actually.
Okay.
Oh God.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It is self-defense.
That's great.
Do an in-depth
self-defense
analysis while we're waiting for the verdict here.
Please don't talk about in depth with a front ass.
Oh my God. Someone needs to send.
No tie.
Someone needs to send Ralph Brocker's book.
Yeah, it's very interesting because I think, some people are quick to jump on both sides of this thing, but like most legal issues, there's ambiguity in reality. So I think it's an interesting thing. So
Yeah, it's a lot of engaging and re-engaging, which makes it an interesting analysis, actually.
Yep.
Good point there from Mindset.
That's usually what happens.
It would be
when you have two
interesting.
guys who can't fight. I presume that's the case.
Well,
yeah, well, you'll see.
I know one of them can't for sure. The other one, it's ambiguous because, I mean, if the one is so inept at fighting, the other one might just be barely above that and have a distinct advantage. But that was a stocky boy who was throwing those hands. I mean, I wouldn't want to get punched by.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't
that
want
guy
to be on the
pretty
receiving end.
meaty. And his hands were big. Like, ugh.
And I'm a tall guy.
Didn't look fun at all.
Oh, I feel so left out of this conversation. I'm frantically searching.
You'll get to it. You'll get to
you want me to?
Don't worry.
Your Honor, will we?
I'll procure a
will we
link
be
for
getting
you.
Just a paper printout or an electronic copy from the court.
All I have is a paper.
Okay, so we can
All I
scan
have
it.
is
You
a
can scan
paper
it.
That's fine.
If you
All
want to do
I
that.
have is a paper
Will these be posted on the
Not until after I can.
not till after? Okay, just sure. And then they're read before closing.
They're read
is that
before closing.
So I think the full video is on Sunrise.
Thank you.
Well, Yawnies.
Almost to it. I had to remember what page it was on.
Wait, is someone said Runkle still there? Is Runkle still in the courtroom right now?
I didn't see any of them in the courtroom for this.
For the
don't
jury
think.
instruction stuff.
I mean, I guess technically they could be, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's people in the gallery.
You want to take a look at that instruction and make sure it looks okay before I add it to the stack.
Okay,
Is this the one with the guy in the shirt, white t-shirt, and shorts?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, never mind.
Oh yeah. okay.
VPN recommended on that
Sorry,
if you've got
Jamie.
one.
This is Korea. We don't give it. Oh yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's Korea. We have to have that to look at porn.
Is there?
No, I think it's fine. Is the
I'll be
court
otherwise engaged for the next
want,
8 minutes.
believe that, courtesy, depth 7.
No.
It
sort of
starts
things
in
there,
about
'cause,
4.5
Otherwise,
minutes.
we could.
Oh no. Well, yeah, the
Into
numbers
the
at
video.
top can stay. I just
Okay.
don't want to say disputed.
If I play this, will the audio
Okay.
feed into
No, the numbers.
StreamYard here?
I tell the jurors
should
to
not.
disregard the numbers in the heading.
Runkle is
better for the
apparently there,
record, but
4
keep it
rows
that
behind
way.
Herd's attorneys.
Okay, so are you still reading the publication?
Like, can Ralph look?
Can we get? Sorry.
It looks like he accessorized his shirt with his handbag.
Instruction.
Sure.
Thank you.
Jamie, can we get another actual malice?
AA.
You can start 5 minutes into the video.
Oh, good. All right. Thanks. I'm trying to fast forward here. It's definitely Portugal.
Yeah. I'm corrupting this man. These are lawyers. There's no
Right, any
corruption
objection
that
to
hasn't already
republication,
been
then?
subjected.
Jesus Christ.
No, Your Honor.
Horrifying. Horrifying.
Personally like that.
How did I get personal? Bitch!
Nope. It's okay.
It's okay?
Yep.
All right.
Only 5-star days.
I just have a very quick question regarding closing.
Yes, I saw.
If we may. Does the court have any objection
I saw.
playing
It's
this,
fantastic.
clips
Yeah,
of?
as long as they're in evidence, you can play anything, show any picture.
Well, that's my question. So
Okay.
obviously, depositions were by video. Many witnesses, especially from Ms. Heard. Do you have any objection?
He
to us
broke his
playing video
terrible
depositions?
glasses.
Portions
If
of.
it's not in evidence, it doesn't get.
No, of course, just what's in evidence.
But there's no video depositions in evidence.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
Oh, that's
So-
weird.
The only thing that can be played to them is what is in evidence.
Yeah.
Their testimony, it's witness testimony.
Well, yeah, but depositions are witness testimony that you have during trial. That doesn't go back to the jury as evidence. And video depositions are the same.
Yeah.
That would
makes
give more
sense.
weight to video depositions than witness
Well, so
testimony.
my question is a follow-up question to that. Obviously, this trial was televised, so there are videos of witnesses testifying.
No,
So-
none of that comes in.
It's funny. The gun even bleeds like a stuck pig.
Courtroom is what the jury decides this case in.
Okay.
Period.
And just so we don't have a problem tomorrow, also, we can't put in front of the jury written deposition or
That's
trial
correct.
testimony.
That's correct.
Understood.
Only things that are in evidence. But
Understood,
you
Your
can
Honor.
show pictures in evidence, you can show video that's in evidence.
Or audio that's in
Or
evidence.
audio that's in evidence, all of that's fair game.
No,
You just-
no display of.
A-logs, if you're going to go off, like if you're going to go all the way to Portugal
Evidence and.
No, I'm on the same page.
Okay.
beat up Ralph,
That's
Thank
the
you,
right
Robert.
for the love of God, bring a steady cam, bring some sort of gimbal.
Here and two people over there, is that what's gonna happen?
This, like,
Was it made clear to the jury that these video depositions
always know where the camera lens is. There's some.
I mean,
a great shot of Ralph walking back up, and there's a thumb in the fucking way.
Correct.
Right.
Right.
Because you can't have
We
Isaac
have that
Baruch
down,
come
right?
back
We've gone
in
through
and
that a few
testify
times.
to the
Mr. Chair,
jury
you
in
have
the jury
something on
room.
Right.
Yes, I just wanted to.
Oh, for sure.
We were all. on the
Yeah, they
same
will give
page.
way
So,
more reliability to that.
Plaintiff goes first,
Correct.
Right.
then the defendant,
Does-
counterclaim plaintiff.
Right, they do
Then-
their defense to your claim and also they do their
Open to their
offense to
claim.
their claim.
And then plaintiff,
Plaintiff gets to do their defense to their
and they
claim and
respond
rebuttal.
only with respect to the.
Rebuttal.
To the
To their
rebuttal.
rebuttal to their counterclaim
counterclaim.
only.
And so it goes 1-2, 1-2, and plaintiff gets 2 hours, they get
The man
2
has taken
hours.
so many hits to the head.
Total.
Is it fine if it's not exactly 1 hour
Oh,
for each?
that doesn't matter
That's
to
up to
me.
us.
No,
Okay,
as
thank
long as
you,
your
Ron.
time is just 2 hours, it doesn't matter how much anybody does. with
Thank
it,
you, Ron.
Okay?
You wanted the short.
Sounds like they're going to be splitting up, closing.
Minutes.
Got the American
Well,
flag line in
That's
there.
not my take.
Right,
I
we
gave you
got
2
pretty-
hours.
Next to
I-
James,
got
we
pretty
got James.
efficient.
We might be getting some
Well, you know, it's amazing.
enraged Camille.
It's kind of like the physics, you make a circle and the people will fill that circle. Well, that's what happens. I made a circle. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let me just go ahead and read into the record the order that I'm going to give the jury instructions. I'll also read in the record the instructions that were denied.
Correct. Nothing of
And I
value was
will
lost.
read the instructions that were withdrawn, just so we have a complete record, okay? All right, here we go. All right, so for the jury instructions, I'll read them in the following
I don't know that I agree with gun hunting.
Number heard I, number 3, number 10, 1, B as in boy, C as in Charlie, D as in Delta, E as in Echo, F, G, H, 12, 13, Y, FF, AA, BB,
What's interesting is
David, DD,
not on the gun thing, back on the legal bites thing, but
CCC,
so Emily D. Baker wasn't streaming the trial.
Z,
Bites has been streaming it since day one.
T,
The second, like, someone other than Bite, like, Bites and Rickade have been streaming it since day one, and Rickade has been beating Bites.
5,
Emily D. Baker started streaming and just fucking exploded because
32, 8,
better personality.
9,
There is a personality there.
I, 30, KK, and JJ. All right, those are the ones that will be read to the jury in that order. Okay. The ones that were denied was instruction 22, 23, 24.
Yeah, absolutely. Better her than Bites.
C, NN, both as in Nancy, OO, PP, RR, SS, S as in Sam, SS, 28 and 29 were the ones that were denied. The ones that were withdrawn for the record was instruction A, 2, 4, 11.
Oh boy.
14, 15, 17, 19, 21, 25, 26, 27, X as an X-ray.
Yeah, 100%.
31,
People will come for the trial, but they'll stay for the personality.
E, GG, QQ, DD.
Oh, damn. I'm going to scroll these comments
Q,
and see.
18, J, M, N, O, P, R,
Just in case you want to go back and see
S,
Ralph get beaten up again.
H, H, L, L, U, U,
No, you.
V, V, W, W, X, X, Y, Y, Z, Z, A,
How does the
A,
demonstrative differ from regular evidence? Demonstratives don't go back to the jury room.
Speak
Regular
like an
evidence
adult and speak
does.
them directly on your stream, expressing your feelings.
Demonstratives
instead
are
of speaking in a
only
cryptic
as
way.
a supplement to
We
witness
will- I
testimony
will get
in
you
the courtroom.
copies now. I'll get you hand copies of the jury instructions I'm going to read in that order, so you have copies when you leave here, okay? And I'll give you copies of the verdict form as well. And you can have those while you prepare for your closing arguments. Other than that, if you could come up to see Jamie after I leave the bench, just to make sure you go through the exhibits and everybody okays the exhibits, so we don't have to do that tomorrow. And also if you can have a look at the laptop with Sammy, just to make sure all your exhibits are there that are going to go back to the jury, okay?
Your Honor, one quick question
Okay.
about closing to make sure
Sure.
we don't have any issues tomorrow. Understand the jury only sees evidence
Yes.
that they've seen in the trial. If that evidence is displayed through like a PowerPoint or whatever, are headings allowed, or do you not want the jury to see any written text or anything other than just evidence?
I mean, I've seen PowerPoints in cases before in Med-Mals where they have their other items up there, but I think in this particular case, I'd rather just have no writing and just have your arguments
Yeah,
orally.
good idea.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's not like Rittenhouse where they fucking be like,
There wasn't.
Just try to keep it clean.
Here's this damning evidence. Look, this is a gun.
That
murdered
children.
This is the gun he used to murder these black
Good
people.
question though, are you going to have a PowerPoint?
Probably with evidence.
Okay.
You know.
Did you want me to have the big screen up as well? For the
I think
PowerPoint?
so. Yeah, I think that would be great.
Thank you,
Okay.
Your Honor. Yes.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
We'll do that as well.
And starts at 9.
Starts at 9. Closings start at 9.
So, Your Honor,
Oh,
Mr.
slightly
Mittenhoff
later.
has a
Not that it
proffer
matters.
still on some
Oh,
things.
yes,
'cause
okay.
Do you want to do that now?
Oh,
If you-
no.
As does
Yeah,
Ms.
everybody
Myers.
wants to hear your preference.
As does Ms. Myers at the end of Mr. Nadelhoff's.
Yeah, okay. All right, they have one too. That's all right. Go ahead.
Yeah.
If you can just get to the microphone so I can hear you better.
I know everybody here is probably already subscribed.
This
but-
will be shorter than the other day.
Oh, good.
Thank God.
Okay.
That's also the title of the
This
sex
is
tape.
for metadata. 2022, the defendant attempted to introduce into evidence photographs from May 21st, 2016 that included metadata on the photographs. Ms.
Big
Heard
beta
testified that the metadata was included on the photos by pressing a button on her phone. The metadata demonstrated the pictures were taken on May 21st, 2016, along with the times they were taken. The exhibits were defendants exhibits 700 through 726.
You bastard.
And are exhibits A through AA of the proffer. Tabs N and O of the proffer are now blank, as defendants 712 and 713 were admitted with the metadata on May 26, 2022. Mr. Depp objected to the metadata on the document, stating that the metadata was hearsay and there was no foundation for the hearsay. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the metadata was hearsay and that there was no foundation, and admitted the exhibits, but redacted the metadata.
Yes, hit that like button.
And then separately, we have a proffer for Stephen Duders on May 20th, 2022. Ms. Heard.
Yeah, Emily seems genuine.
Certain portions of the deposition testimony.
Like a real person.
Stephen Duders,
like Nick.
Mr. Depp's personal assistant.
Whereas
Mr.
Bites
Duders
seems
testified that
like...
he was on the Boston flight and sat
Bites
facing
seems
Mr. Mr.
fake.
Depp. He further testified that the day
I think she
after
puts
the
on
flight,
a
Mr. Depp
persona.
told him he wanted to, quote,
Or she's just a
whatever issue, end quote, existed.
completely
Mr. Depp asked Mr. Duders
personalless, like, someone who has no personality.
and to say, quote, whatever she needs to hear, end quote. Mr. Duders.
I hope this guy doesn't get angry.
Message
We
to
wouldn't
Ms.
like him when he's
Mr.
angry.
Depp, stating, quote, when I told him he kicked you, he cried, end quote. The testimony is contained
The
in
deflated
Exhibit A,
Ferg,
Mr.
no?
Duders'
Why can't they just...
Ms. Heard
just
moved
like...
to admit the text message into evidence, arguing
You have to read this in... It doesn't have to be read.
2:803, which provides for the admission of statements of a party opponent and his agent.
As Elaine would say, he's just after his 15 minutes of fame.
When he sent the text, and the text message was therefore not hearsay. The text message is Exhibit B to the proffer. Mr. Depp objected to the text message as hearsay, arguing that although Mr. Duders was Mr. Depp's employee, sending text messages to Ms. Heard was not within the scope of the employment. The court denied the motion to admit the text message in testimony, finding that Mr. Duders was not acting as Mr. Depp's agent when he sent the text message. And I have copies to provide.
All right, fine. We can add it to
The
the
list.
list. We have a box for you. All right.
Oh, I forgot I had a poll pulled up.
Oh, sorry, Eric.
I think he has more.
And this is the other one.
So I had what is
All right,
Amber
we'll
Heard's
make them part of the
strategy?
record. Thank you, sir.
50%
Yes,
manipulation.
Ms. Myers?
47% desperation,
On May
2%
25th,
honesty.
2022, plaintiff intended to call Dr. Kim Collins as an expert witness in forensics pathology. Defendants objected on the basis that Dr. Collins had not been designated as a defensive witness and was designated only to rebut Dr. Jordan, which was defendant's forensic pathologist who had not been put up at this trial. Dr. Collins intended to testify as to whether Ms. Heard's descriptions of violence and injuries allegedly sustained by Mr. Depp were consistent with the
No lie, this lawyer is like the friend in the 80s movie of the hot
also
chick.
for incidents where there was no
Camille is, of course, the
photographic
hot chick.
evidence, she would have testified as to what injuries she would have expected to see based off of the violence that Ms. Heard testified to. And finally, she would have testified as to her opinion as to the
She's the smart one that gives you the answers to the test.
cause or as to Mr. Depp's finger injury and what she observed consistent, which was similar to what Dr. Gilbert testified to today.
All right, thank you. Any other proffers? Okay.
So
All right,
that's-
all right. So just don't leave here.
If you guys are
until
wondering
check
why
the
so much
laptop
time
and you
was
check
left
all
on
your
the table,
evidence and make sure
not having
we
a
get
whole
your
expert
checkbox
witness
on that
is
and
one
everybody's happy
good
with it,
reason
okay?
that there'd be a
Anything
lot of
else for
time
the
gone.
court?
Thank you.
Really?
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really?
And that's it till tomorrow.
She's like, we should have been gone 2 hours ago.
Oh,
Oof, what the
f- that? Oh, God. Okay.
What?
All
What?
right. I don't know what that sound was.
It was my
Okay,
eardrums.
so to the chat, sorry about there was no real meaningful pauses in there to really talk about what was going on. That was the argument over jury instructions and the wrapping up of some extraneous issues before going into close. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., they want to read the jury instructions to the jury. They want to get those jury instructions, or they want to get those closing arguments done and get the jury into deliberations as soon as possible. So this stuff needed to be resolved by really today. They had a bunch of time to do it. It was a perfect way to close it out. Because otherwise, if they had gone the whole day today, they would have been doing this well into the night. And now everybody can go home and practice their closing arguments, finish making their visual aids, and get everything done. So with that, some of the arguments were pretty interesting. First of all, these are the two issues in this case. It's two separate cases, but the first is, did Amber Heard defame Johnny Depp in her Washington Post article? That's the first issue. And with that comes, no, that's the first issue. Okay. So then the next issue, Amber Heard's counterclaim is, did Johnny Depp defame Amber Heard through statements made by Adam Waldman, republished by a tabloid, I think Daily Wire.
Daily Mail.
They called it a tabloid, but I think it was Daily Wire. Might have been something else.
No, it was the Daily Mail.
Might have been Daily Mail.
Which is a tabloid.
Daily Mail. Yeah.
So those are the two issues in this case. Now, the question on jury instructions goes, where do we get to draw the lines on how to teach
Tabloid
the jury about defamation law?
Is the style of print when the
So that
paper
when
used to
they
be printed.
they go back into
Tabloids
the jury
are-
deliberation room, they're going to have a list.
You can
of papers
fold them with two hands.
tell them
as opposed to the
this is
opposite of a tabloid is
defamation.
broadsheet.
Here's the elements of
Big
defamation.
newspaper you have
These
to
are the things
unfold.
about defamation, how you find those elements. Now you take the evidence that you heard and you remember and that you see in pictures and stuff like that, and you apply it to this outline. And if you find these things, then it's defamation. If you don't find these things, then it's not. The elements of defamation, as a reminder, are the defendant. So for Johnny's case, Amber Heard had to publish, which just means communicate, to a third party a false statement about the plaintiff that causes damage with the requisite level of fault. And in the case of public figures, and there's no dispute here that both of these are public figures, the requisite level of fault is something called actual malice, which means knowledge of the falsity or a reckless disregard for the truth of the matter. So if they have to
No, I
prove
don't think they run
those
through a
5
tabulation
elements,
machine. It's not a-
theoretically,
doesn't make
that's
them
what
a
the jury's
tabloid.
looking for. And you check off those boxes. Was this statement made by Amber Heard?
It's literally just the
She
size
admitted
of
to
the
writing in
newspaper.
op-ed these statements. Was it about Johnny Depp? There's a fact issue there. They have to resolve that.
Tabloid looks like a magazine, whereas
Admitted that it's about Johnny
broadsheet
Depp.
is very.
This is where the
It's a
the
broadsheet.
bullet points start going in. Would a reasonable person be able to figure out that it's about Johnny Depp? So if they find that, was it false? That's the big issue in this case. What was her statement false? We're beyond the legal justification of this is protected opinion, stuff like that. I mean, the jury can find that, and that'll be in the instructions. But really, that's a technical argument, and you don't want technical arguments before the jury. The question for the jury is, do they believe that this thing was a lie? And if they believe it was a lie, do they believe that lie caused the damage? And then do they believe that Amber Heard knew that she was lying when she stated it? That's the gist of it. That's what the jury instructions are supposed to pare down. Now, some of the stuff that they have there is you have different sort of circumstances arise within this thing, within this framework. And so that's what they were arguing about, is what do we get to include versus exclude? And one of the arguments they were getting to was this idea that this ended up not being a big deal, but what was it? Shit. My brain is breaking on what they were talking about. This idea that, the self-defense,
Lol, yes, liberal bites.
statement. So if someone goes out in public and
Pledges.
defames you,
Pledges to many
and then
charities.
you respond, and then they sue you for defamation in your response, You have a privilege to respond to what someone says.
I feel like they
Just
didn't
like if someone
reiterate
were to
that
come
enough.
swing a
that
fist at you, you have a privilege
she
to punch them for, before their fist
pledged
lands
all
on
this
you.
money and
You have a
didn't-
privilege to
didn't give
stop the fist and fight back. Defamation at its core is an assaultive action. It's just an assault through words, and your body is your reputation, or your economic production. It's really important to kind of keep that in mind because it is an infringement of your right to your reputation. So you have a self-defense to it, and that would be your insulation for a defamatory claim. They were arguing over whether Waldman's statements were in self-defense. I think they were.
Oh, Ray Liotta died.
However, the ultimate legal conclusion in Virginia is that if there's actual
Oh,
malice,
man, I was
which is a
going to watch
required element
Goodfellas
to win the
like,
case anyway,
this weekend.
then the self-defense doesn't apply. It doesn't apply. So that ended up being moot. There were some other ones in there, but largely this is going to be on its face a self-defense claim. On the counterclaim, they have to find that Adam Waldman's statements were made on behalf of Johnny Depp.
I mean, I'm somewhat surprised, really, that based on Amber's apparent lack of acting ability in The Stand, that we didn't have Warner Brothers as an intervening party to try to recover some of the salary they paid her for these Aquaman movies.
Yeah, it
They
was.
probably
Your
just
Honor,
paid her
we'd like
$2
some of that
million
money
to
back, please. You can see for yourself. It's clear in the evidence. She cannot act.
Yeah, we need.
That's just one
party
of
of
those things where
interest.
you consider yourself $2 million lucky to get rid of her.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I think
you don't pay him for the pleasure. You pay him to go away afterwards, right?
Oh, yeah, there you go. Ray
I think
Liotta died. 67 died in his
is a
sleep.
fading prospect from
In the
her
Dominican
option
Republic, who
contract.
is filming Dangerous Waters.
that should
Legendary
be pretty
gangster
clear.
actor.
Well, you wouldn't be able to
Plot
find
master
anybody to
Carrie
work
Allen
with her.
recording
Who
Dangerous
would work
Waters.
with her? It would have to be
He's
her
really
alone.
gone off, but he's left
Right.
behind his
Gal.
fiance.
PTSD. She has rules
JC
about how she can be touched and
Niflo.
approached
Well,
and
that's his
looked at.
daughter.
Oh, you just couldn't take the risk.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
that
too
that
much.
last little line of her answer did nothing to help her career.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
going to
not
take
at
a
all.
stab and
I have
say
to have
heart
all these
attack.
rules.
Yeah.
Well,
Impossible
yeah,
to
okay.
work with. I freak out. I have anxiety attacks and panic attacks. And please hire me.
Hey,
Cool,
I feel
we're-
like I should clear something up about that little cartoon drawing that was made about all the Lawtubers, folks. That I left something important out. That was all drawn of the Lawtubers who were covering this trial. Depp v. Heard. I'm not covering this trial. I haven't written a single word on it. I haven't covered it on my channel. I'm just here on Nick's channel as a guest for the past week because he lets me be here and it's fun to be here. It's not a self-defense case, so I'm not covering it. So it would not have been appropriate for me to be in the drawing anyway. So no offense taken.
But I will say, the Bronca expressions, some of the highlights of the Ricada stream.
Okay, very kind of you.
Bronca Burns is its own YouTube channel, or has its own subcategory. I can't remember which one on I think Law Nerd Clips or whatever. No, it's great, and yes, and when I said that I wish I wasn't in the drawing, I meant it.
It's like heartfelt.
Everything's so like flattered by it, but everything gets so complicated so quickly, and especially when lawyers are involved, it's like, man, I just want to get online and make jokes. That's all I want to do in my life.
I
Nick,
thought mine was
I'm just gonna say, as soon as I saw the consent, I just rolled. I would do the same thing. I rolled my eyes and just closed the window.
Well, I rolled my eyes and did it because I think mine's cute. You know, I just like it.
You
I don't think
realize,
she's claiming
that
self-defense
any one of us can hold up that whole
to the
thing
speech.
because the full consent isn't given until it's unanimous.
I think she's claiming truth.
When I read that, I went,
release my mustache.
Truth and protected, like they're using the First
very
Amendment.
important to me. I don't endorse anything. Okay.
Protected opinion.
So we have to do an analysis.
Yes.
We have to do an
Okay.
analysis.
Oh my God. I'm so happy.
Don't you have to give a warning?
This,
Because one of these gentlemen for sure forgot to take their.
This requires a.
All right, so these are the mean streets of Lisbon, Portugal. Let me briefly give the backstory on this. This is there's a guy involved here named Ethan Ralph. He's the host of a show called The Kill Stream, which has been a right-wing YouTube, and then once he was banned off of YouTube, other social media talk show for a very long time. Formerly, he was the editor-in-chief, is still the editor-in-chief of something called The Ralph Retort, which is his webpage before YouTube, where he
His
wrote and
blog.
blogged about various things. I have been on the Kill Stream several times. Full disclosure. What was the timeout, Legal Vices?
So that was Ethan Ralph. I remember him like being thinner than that.
Lies.
Okay. Oh, this makes sense now. Okay.
I have been on the kill stream multiple times. I guess it was this year. No, it was last year, right before the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. Ethan Ralph decided to sever our friendship and relationship, which was entirely his choice, and that was a choice that he was welcome to make. But I had always been friendly with Ralph. He got mad at me because I laughed that he farted on a 24-hour live stream and his mic picked it up because I thought it was funny.
Personally like that.
Personal! Bitch!
Of what's happened between me and him.
That will never get
Ralph
old.
went to Portugal earlier this year.
For me, at
Got
least.
there, he was unfortunately attacked in some way. I don't know the circumstances. No one knows, but he was pummeled pretty severely by some Portuguese people who stole his man purse. And they, I
His
that in there because it is
man
relevant.
purse.
It was like $1,000 Chanel handbag, or like an $800 Chanel handbag that got stolen from him. And that is something that should not happen. Now, there's speculation that he may have had a part in instigating this fight, but there's no evidence about that. It's just inferred from his character. So with that, he went back to, well, I should mention the context in which he went to Portugal. Andy Worski is another YouTuber who is family in Portugal. Ralph was mad at Andy Worski, similar to how Ralph was mad at me.
I'm very much
for
hoping
differing
they
reasons.
very
And
seriously
he went
break
to
it down as
Portugal
a self-defense.
as a taunt/threat to Andy Worski's family. To be very clear, he has also threatened to come to Minnesota because I and Mr. Mediker live in Minnesota, and he has talked about specifically going to where Mr. Mediker is alleged to live and being outside of his house. This is the type of person Ralph has become. So he went to Portugal to own Andy Worski for whatever weird way, and then he got
someone
beat up.
ended up owning his purse.
I'm sorry. Ralph is the one who spends most of the time on the ground in this footage. Do I
Yes.
have him right? Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
So then this footage is from Ralph's
Yes.
return trip
Ri-
to Portugal because
So my understanding is that they were following. So Cog and his.
he looked like a
I'm going to say bodyguard because that's what it looks like. Cog and his bodyguard were on gun patrol. They spotted the Gunt. They were following him for a while. And then the Gunt sort
of a guy named Cognificent. The videographer here
turned around
and if you've never heard of these
and started following them.
count yourself lucky.
And then,
This is a
I don't know, managed to get the jump on them. I don't know how that works, how the rage piggy gets a jump on anybody.
excised like a
But yes,
cancer
and then he approached them
So,
coming around the corner, and
Cog is
then he was like, hey, bitch! Hey, bitch!
here, and
And that's when it started.
Portugal for the sole purpose of seeking out Ethan Ralph on the street to do what's called
Yes, Ralph's favorite thing in Portugal is the ground.
reason. And this is they located him because he was live streaming. It was kind of, people can put together a location based on landmarks, right? Like anything. They found him and had followed him. I've fast forwarded the video to 5 minutes in. They were following him without interacting for 2 to 3 minutes at this point. And then this interaction takes place at a corner.
These A-logs, they come to Portugal and they ambush me.
And his friend Dan. Okay,
Christ is king.
When purportedly grown-ass men don't have lady friends.
Yeah, I mean that's a
Let's
way to put it.
let's also not forget
Here, I'm gonna
Ralph has a newborn.
So this is them waiting on the corner. Ralph is around to the right, and I do not condone
And travels to Portugal for some fucking reason.
So that's an
Yes.
important context. They've seen him and they backed around the corner.
Yes, they've followed him unintrusively. He does not seem to know that they're there. They're not whooping and making noises or anything. And then he went around the corner. They've seen him. So here, maybe I'll go back just a couple more seconds to give the proper context because they see him and they do back around the corner they go back away from him. So I think that here is a good spot.
And here you'll see, in its native habitat, the fat American rage pig.
Okay, that was him.
That's Ralph.
Yeah.
Known to migrate to the streets of Portugal twice a year. This rage piggy gets quite angry and aggressive when confronted. However, it is incapable of defending itself. As you'll see in this footage, it will make a very large show in order to scare away potential predators.
So there's
But it will
Ralph
be
again with the
unsuccessful.
So he's shorter than my mate. Let's just say that. Pressing? Nah, we're too public right now.
Hey, what's up, bitch?
Hey, Dick, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, bitch? What are you doing, bitch? Fuck out of my face, bro. Get the fucking...
Here we see the rage piggy attempt to step to the predator and exchanges words.
Oh.
Fucking gonna do? What are you coming out
And the rage piggy, of course, is unable to defend itself.
Yeah, that's right, bleeding. Look at you.
Fuck you, bitch.
You don't want to be.
Fuck you, bitch.
Oh shit, that's loud.
They grow to a maximum height of 5 foot 1 inches.
What's going on there? Dickhead, let's go and get some fucking smoke. Yeah, whatever, sure, mate. Are you really going again? Ralph, you're going to get bad if you...
The rage piggy is, of course, quite stupid, quite foolish, and continues to engage with the predator.
Now fuck off. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, we're walking away. Walk away or I'll have you. Walk away or I'll have you.
It's just made all the more funny by the fact that it's a fucking Brit bomb.
No, big bitch.
I'll have ya. I'll have ya.
Jeez.
Fuck you, leave.
The Portuguese are not happy.
Oh, you're going to follow?
Sorry
No,
for
they're
the blaring.
The
horn.
buffet's around the corner, boys.
And here we are again.
Not quite done. It's about to be.
The injured piggy attempts to re-engage.
Man, I didn't know they made polos this stocky.
Yes, absolutely. Women, do not do this. And do not get involved.
Oh, I guess there is a...
2 men fighting, unless you're married to one, leave it be.
No, she's a bystander.
Oh, she is. Okay.
Take a note
Ralph's
out of Frozen and let it the fuck go.
Is at home with their baby in the States.
Oh.
Okay. Don't worry about it anymore.
She's very involved for a bystander.
Yeah.
Come on, mate.
That's the limit of my knowledge of that particular song.
And they're back at it again.
God, mate. Leave him. Let's go.
Oh, he bleeds like a fucking stuck pig.
Okay, so this is the end of the interaction here. That's the gist of it. Okay, so gentlemen, I guess assessment of the reality of this internet idiocy, because to be very clear,
God, I would so love another angle.
Stupid shit happens.
Well, if I were in Portugal, I'd be riding a motorcycle through the Pyrenees. I wouldn't be getting into fat boy fights on street corners. That's
You can do pretty much any drug in Portugal because it's all decriminalized. There's no criminal penalties for drug use at all whatsoever in Portugal.
Yeah.
Bonus.
Yeah. So to me, there's several encounters that happen. There's the initial encounter in which it's ambiguous as to if any punch is thrown, but certainly Ethan Ralph approaches them in an aggressive manner and gets right into the face.
Yep.
And would you agree with me, Branka, that if someone were to approach you in that
I will.
type of aggressive
I will
manner,
very much.
using
I will
the
very much
abrasive
clip it.
language that he's
especially
using,
given the history and the existing hostile relationship, the animus between the two of them, going nose to nose, saying, "Hey, what's up, bitch?" Yeah, that's That you don't have to be the first person to throw the punch to be the initial physical aggressor. You have to be presenting as an imminent threat of someone about to throw a punch, and that certainly looks like it to me. Now, that said, and it doesn't take anything away from being the initial aggressor, if they pursued him for the purpose of getting into a fight, then there's they could also lose self-defense. It could effectively be a mutual combat type of situation.
Right. And there is some evidence in the form of a tweet that I don't have available, but where COG either indicated it was either a tweet or another live stream segment.
How does Rackets not know about like Sunset Productions,
to Portugal,
Sunrise Productions?
To find Ralph and perhaps engage in an altercation. I don't know the exact words. I don't know if it was puffery or whatever, but the analysis would have to include that segment, but I think the analysis would also
to the extent
have to
it was
include,
known by the other party, for sure.
right?
Yep.
And it may also include the idea that when they found him, though, they did not engage. I mean, that'd be a fact question for a jury in a self-defense analysis. They go, okay, well, we have this tweet of intent, but is this internet tough guy stuff? And then when they show up, do we determine that since they don't attack that tweet was a nothing burger, or do we factor it in? And that would go to a jury.
Yeah. So it could mean nothing. It could mean they were mutual combatants. It could mean they actually, because they didn't follow through on the mutual combat, that they were not actually mutual aggressors, but they presented to Ralph, who'd seen their communications before, as if they were a threat, which could justify his use of force.
I love that Bronca is taking this seriously.
But you need to know that communication, what each party knew, and they're all on their phones. I noticed. So who knows? For all I know, the internet is texting them, "Hey, that other dude's right around the corner from you."
I actually think that's probably likely on his live stream. I bet there were comments, "Cog's right around the corner."
Right, he's coming up behind you.
Absolutely.
Right, that could certainly be perceived as a threat.
Yeah, he didn't seem to know that they were there looking, and then when they go back around the corner, suddenly he comes around. He's like, "What's up? What's up?" So it's almost like that has happened. So that's the initial encounter, and there's just a knockdown, I believe, at that point. It doesn't look like fists were thrown in that first one.
No, it's a push.
And so then he gets back up, and there's a square off, and it's kind of hard to determine what happens next. But at this point, I don't even know how to analyze it at that point, because it's like
the guy in the polo threw a punch at one point for sure.
Comment on
oh yeah, he
Rackets
definitely
chat, the guns of Navarone.
in this second encounter after he is subsequently knocked down.
I got distracted by all the belly flying around.
A lot of belly.
So much.
Lot of belly.
Now, if I tell you you're fat, you're fat.
If I tell you
a
you're
pause
fat,
frame that I
Damn.
might need to pull up.
Freeze
just for-
frame.
Freeze frame.
It's like
forward button.
the IHOP MMA steel cage match.
Yeah, the stand up freeze frame is bad.
Is it sad that when songs pop into these
yeah,
guys'
it's-
heads, I have the same ones?
There's a lot of questions there. Now
I'm
these Cog and Dan, the two people who were not on the ground, were actually briefly.
I believe
arrested
Cog's
in
the guy behind Backwards Internet.
It is alleged, I'm not sure of this, it is alleged that Ralph had reported to the police that they had knives. And when the police found out that there were no knives involved, and they did not have any knives in their possession, that they let
Yes,
them go.
mutual
He also
comfort.
did allege on Twitter that Dan must have had brass knuckles or something because he got cut under his chin. Now, I watched that fight a couple times, and I do not.
I
see
saw
any
no
evidence of brass knuckles. And I think if there would have been brass knuckles involved, he would have been in a hospital.
Yes,
with much more than
that's the thing. People who think
they crush.
You're bleeding. You must have brass
You don't
knuckles.
just get a scratch under your chin.
So
That is not.
So anyways, that's,
you won't be bleeding. You will be knocked the fuck out. Your jaw will be broken. If someone hits you with brass knuckles,
fly to another country to try.
if you've ever hit someone with a closed fist, imagine hitting someone with a closed fist, but instead of it being a closed fist, it's a hard piece of metal that has no give.
Approach.
Your fist will break. You'll break fingers. Some of your energy will disappear.
I know. You just go the boogie route and just start
Being punched
I know.
with brass knuckles, that energy goes completely
Analysis of it.
into the fucking target.
I think we've given it. Once that first encounter is there, I see it almost as a continuous encounter until I would say the last one. And I would suggest that Dan is actually the aggressor on the last one. Ralph is backing away. Dan follows him. He ends up grabbing him and throwing him into the street, taking him down into the street. I think at that point, Ralph and Cog and Dan had initially communicated that the combat was over. They were both retreating, and then Dan went to pursue him back. So I do think on that one, I would probably find that Dan was the aggressor there. That seemed like the encounter should have been over, but on the initial one, it's a little bit it's a little bit more difficult to figure out.
Well, and frankly, just going into the street changes things, right? I mean, now there's the potential to get run over by a car. It becomes a potentially deadly force encounter. You throw someone into traffic, that's not a fist fight anymore.
Right. So
Well,
that was.
I would assume that Portugal is a continental law system as opposed to a common law Anglo-American legal system, which like in Korea, Korean law is based on Japanese law that's based on German law, and there essentially is
because of course
right to self-defense in Korea.
That's wild.
Yeah, mutual combat
here.
situations. So someone hits you, you hit them back. You've both committed assault on each other. That's essentially what it boils down to.
Okay,
You just take it. That's it. That's why a lot of the foreigners here, you're just told from the time you get here, if someone fights you, get out or just take it.
So he's right. It's based on Roman law, which is
Two people
most
fighting,
of
two people get charged with assault.
most of the laws of continental Europe.
So I did promise an explanation of what a front ass is, and I have finally found that is a front ass right there. This is not a photoshopped picture. Like
God, that's a great shot of the gun.
Through the transporter, and
It looks like balls, though. I'm not gonna lie.
They're big.
Excuse me.
Well, he carries a purse. I don't think his balls are that big.
So that's what that is.
He wears his
Like
ovaries on the outside.
You're confused about the front or the back. What are we looking at here?
No, this okay. So you may have seen the movie Spaceballs, and when it's the spoof of like Star Wars and Star Trek combined. And when they go through the transporter, they come in and they're backwards, right? Like their head is looking, but when they look down, they see their ass. That's not what's happening here. This is actually a stomach. This is why he is called the gunt. That's what this is. That's a medical term. I'm pretty sure.
Absolutely assassinated by Bronco.
It still is medicine. But yeah, so that's
fantastic.
what that is. If people are ever wondering when I talk about this this individual, what I'm referring to, that's that. So just for the edification and education of the chat. So that is the person who was allegedly going to fight Andy Worski, although he has now said that fight is off. Keemstar, who was the fight promoter, told him, bro, you need to learn how to fight. I could not possibly put you in a ring with any person. It just, wouldn't work. So.
Stop! He's already dead.
There to do. What else is there to do? There are super chats. There are super chats, and I will be reading all of them.
Hey, if we have a minute, I'll do a quick grift.
Yes.
While we're here.
Grift away.
People may notice I changed the URL under my picture here. It now reads lawofselfdefense.com/law school. It's because we just launched a series of law school style legal classes: criminal law, criminal procedure, evidence, and constitutional law, taught at a law school level. So if people are interested in that kind of thing, you can learn more and/or sign up at lawofselfdefense.com/law school, which is not an accredited law school for purposes of complete transparency. It's just law school level instruction.
Very cool. And I know that's something that a lot of people have asked me to do something like that for years. And I was like, nah, that sounds like a lot of work. So I'm glad someone else is willing to do the actual work on it. And I know you put together a pretty professional product. So if you're interested in learning about the law, you should check it out. That's a resource that would normally cost you tons and tons of money. So go utilize it. Lots of people ask me what resources can I find on the law, and I'm always like, I don't know, go to law school, which is actually not my recommendation. I think that's a horrible condemnation to do that to someone's life. So thank you for putting that together. Okay, someone asked me about time management. time management, what my impression of the time management between the parties were. Look, there's a bunch of stuff that's going on behind the scenes, and we got a glimpse of it today during that proffer. Johnny Depp's team ended with several hours remaining, 4 to 5 hours remaining of time, but they had an entire expert witness that was excluded, that was meant to offer testimony about the finger. That expert witness, just as
like how many fucking they were going to do another fucking hand doctor
is going to cost,
like Jesus fuck
minutes to an hour to get through. They have so many stupid clubs and awards and things that they have done as part of their education background that they talk about it forever. So that was a big chunk. We know that the
switch over to
Lee would say, I moved to have this entered as evidence.
Joe's got
and
to
the judge
say.
would say, look at the other side and say objections. And sometimes they said yes. Most of the time they said no objection. And then it becomes part of the record. And those are the things that the jury can look back on and try and assess.
Here's an excellent question. This is coming from, I just had it, dang it. Because I want to make sure you get the credit. This is coming from, not Eliza. I'm sorry where it came from. I'll find it. But they wanted to know if a public apology could be regarded as punitive damages.
No.
Or they'd have to issue a public
No.
statement of apology.
No.
No.
such-
Okay. There's your
No,
question. Answered.
something like that would only come via settlement. You cannot compel someone. It's freedom of speech. The court can't compel someone to speak.
Yeah.
So
Now, for folks, for your super chats, really quick, if you guys have a question, make sure you just put like a little Q or a question mark in the beginning, so I know it's a question, and Joe does as well, just to kind of make things easier because we get them coming in, and yeah.
Lol.
So for your super chats, if it's a question for Joe, Q or a question mark.
See you, man.
you could have a
But that's
settlement.
interesting.
You could have a settlement where two parties are fighting with each other in order to settle differences. They say, okay,
I'm going to pull the pin soon
this
too.
way, and this person will make a statement. Like that's what happened with the divorce proceedings. They issued a joint statement that no one's holding each other at fault, but that's not a court ordered thing. That's they agreed this is the terms of our settlement. But if they wanted to enter into a settlement like that, and by the way, parties can settle at any time. Right now, in theory, Johnny and Amber can settle with each other. They could settle all the way up through the verdict, and after the verdict, they could decide to settle at any time. Two people who are warring are allowed to settle with each other. So,
it's like his boss.
I should start getting through super chats.
It's his work wife.
That's what,
Well, that, and then also just kind of what is the next step from here?
This is
So
the
we have the evidence. They
news
talked about
reporter
one side is going to have 2
chick.
hours tomorrow for closing arguments.
But
Kind of walk us
he
through
and
then what are we going to see next?
he and DUI guy met at the trial.
It's going to start with Johnny going. He's going to be addressing his case in chief, all the reasons for his claim that his claim is successful, and how he proved his case, and how it's obvious that he should win. And Team Amber gets 2 hours as well. Each side is allowed to.
I believe this woman was
as they see fit, because each side is going to get 2 opportunities to speak. So first, it's going to be
she was
Johnny.
like a news anchor.
He can go for 20
for
minutes. He can go for an hour.
most of the
50 minutes.
majors.
He can go for an hour. He can go for the full.
Well,
2 hours
you know,
if he wants to, but he certainly won't.
Joe's used to a
He
woman
tells his
making
side
all the
story of why he
decisions,
wins.
driving the car.
Then Team Amber is going to get up there. They're going to give their side of the story and where they're coming from, and also defending from Johnny's claim.
That's right. Joe gets to ride in the back seat again.
And here's the reason that
He's
we-
lucky she'll let him right up
gets
front.
to rebut whatever is said in there, and specifically as it relates to the counterclaims. Sorry, as it relates to as it relates to the counterclaims, and whatever time is left over.
All right, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me while we watch this. I'll definitely do this again tomorrow night for the closing. It's probably, I can't imagine it'll go 6 hours, but you never know. So yeah, thanks for joining, and good night, everybody. Been fun. Peace.